Awareness slowly returned as the protagonist realized he was in his room, immersed in what felt like a game. Suzumiya, at the age of 21, found himself lost in a dense forest, confusion clouding his thoughts as he tried to make sense of his unfamiliar surroundings. The MMORPG Mage Online swept through the gaming world, captivating players everywhere. Among them was Suzumiya, a recent college graduate who devoted every waking moment to exploring its virtual realms. 3 days and nights blurred as he played non-stop, his headache intensifying with every passing hour. All the party members assembled, yet the elusive item still refused to appear. Deprived of sleep, a sudden sensation of lightness washed over him. Upon awakening, Suzumiya discovered himself in an unfamiliar and enigmatic place. Dressed in his usual clothes, he immediately sensed that he had never set foot here before, and a peculiar lightness filled his entire being. A slow breath of relief eased from his lips as he convinced himself it had all been a dream. 4 sleepless nights had clearly taken their toll. Exhaustion must have finally caught up with him. An apology to his guildmates would be necessary later. Strange creatures appeared, hunched over as they devoured their meal and cast wary glances in the hero's direction. 6-legged hounds appeared, their demeanor anything but friendly. Barking fiercely, they lunged forward and charged straight at him. In truth, the 6-legged dogs ignored Suzumiya altogether, racing right past without a second glance. The hero mused that his passion for gaming ran so deep, it followed him even into his dreams where game creatures roamed. In metaphorical terms, this situation could be described as an unusual condition in everyday life. Out of nowhere, a black window displaying the character's attributes materialized before Suzumiya. Startled, he drew back, though a flicker of recognition crossed his face as he took in the familiar panel. A status window hovered before him, unexpected and puzzling. The hero wondered if simply uttering the word had summoned it. With growing curiosity, he leaned in to study the display more closely. Observing the display, Samir noticed that his MP was unusually higher than everyone else's. Curiosity flickered in his mind about the typical amount of MP, or magic points, that people possessed here. According to the window, whenever that current value dipped below its maximum, it would recover at a steady pace of 10% per minute. In this world, most people possess just 10 magic points. That simple fact led Suzumiya to believe there was something extraordinary about him. In truth, none of it held any significance, for all that unfolded existed only within the realm of a dream. The window revealed more details, listing Suzumiya as an alien with remarkable abilities in magic, martial arts, and various other skills. Identified as a rank 10 alien, his power drew directly from the status he held in his last world. This rank shaped much about him, including his natural talent for magic and several other traits. Confusion clouded the hero's mind, unable to grasp how this could be anything but a dream. Yet every detail, every sensation, carried an undeniable sense of reality. From the shadows between the trees, 3 6-legged dogs emerged once more, making their way directly toward the clearing where Suzumiya stood. A low growl rumbled from one of the dogs, convincing the hero even more of how incredibly lifelike everything appeared, especially these fierce animals. Realizing the danger, he quickly decided that fleeing was his only option and sprang to his feet. Even within the realm of dreams, fear still held its power. With every stride, his speed outmatched anything he had ever managed before, leaving him astonished. The newfound ability granted by the alien's skill must have been working wonders. Yet, it soon became clear to Suzumiya that these dogs matched his speed stride for stride. No matter how hard he pushed himself, the green dogs remained right on his heels. Racing forward, the hero's mind raced as well, filled with anxious thoughts about what made these unusual dogs so relentless. At last, he scrambled up a tree and settled into a sturdy fork, safely out of the dog's reach. A quiet chuckle escaped Suzumiya as his gaze drifted to the dog, clearly pleased with how much his jumping had progressed. Remaining here indefinitely held no appeal. The hero's mind turned toward finding a way out of the forest. Searching for a solution, he opened the abilities window once more, hoping to discover a skill that could prove more useful. Analysis stood out among the available abilities, granting its user the power to evaluate any object within the site. Suzumiya imagined that this skill would reveal detailed information about the various creatures he might encounter. A sudden realization dawned on the hero. Since the skill required no physical touch, there was nothing stopping him from unleashing it at this very moment. As Suzumiya activated the skill on the dog, a translucent window hovered in the air, revealing the dog's abilities and strength points in clear detail. Classified as an F rank, this monster possessed limited intelligence but remarkable physical power. The hero, uncertain about the true extent of its abilities, felt a strong reluctance to engage in battle with such a formidable and unpredictable creature. Curious about his abilities, Susumiya explored what other talents he possessed. His gift for magic granted him a remarkable aptitude for mastering new spells swiftly, and it enhanced the potency of his fire magic. Alongside these talents, he also discovered proficiency in the art of swordsmanship. Yet magic remained a mystery to him, and his hands were empty, devoid of any weapon. Susumiya resolved to experiment and extended his hand toward the system window. He first attempted to bring up the inventory, then focused on calling forth a specific item. On the second try, progress was evident as a faint shape started to form around the hero. A quick look at the system window revealed a sudden shift in the numbers. The display now showed a 0 alongside 1012, yet offered no hint or explanation behind this unexpected change. Delight sparkled in Suzumiya's eyes as realization struck. He understood now. This number represented something crucial. It marked the highest possible amount of magic points he was capable of possessing. Conversely, if 1012 marks the upper limit of inventory space, then his reserves are completely depleted. It's also possible that, just like with status and inventory, undiscovered commands still lie hidden from him. In an attempt to wield magic, Susumiya pointed his hand toward the dog and tried to conjure a fireball by casting a spell. The attempt failed. The hero remarked that conjuring flames directly from his hands would be far more impressive. As he spoke, fire suddenly burst forth upon his palm. Leaning to one side, the young man wondered if conjuring a spell in his mind was the key to unlocking magic. Settling into the crook where the branches met, he wrapped his hands around the sturdy trunk. Nothing stood in his way. The decision to make an attempt was entirely his. Channeling his focus, Suzumiya pictured an even larger fireball forming in his palm, determined to surpass his earlier attempt. The hero found himself captivated by these newfound powers. Savoring such talents seemed only natural, and turning away from them felt unthinkable. By picturing a fireball forming in his palm, he unleashed it toward the green wolf, just as he intended. A blazing fireball crashed into the wolf's side, sending it sprawling before flames swept over its body in a sudden, searing wave. Suzumiya descended from the tree, announcing his success with quiet pride. Joy gleamed in his eyes as he clenched his fists in triumph. Delight sparkled in the hero's eyes as he declared the result outstanding, almost certain he could hear a faint melody in the air. Yet in the next moment, his focus shifted as something unexpected drew his attention. Once more, the system window materialized before the boy, signaling that he had leveled up. His maximum magic points rose by 500, and his proficiency in fire magic advanced by 1 level. Without warning, his focus shifted back to the green wolf. Susumi announced that the fire was still advancing. Flames licked at his skin, leaving painful burns as he frantically scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for any sign of the river. A sudden realization struck him. He possessed the ability to wield magic. Focusing intently, he pictured water surging forth with the force and volume of a powerful fire hose. A torrent of water burst forth from Susumiya's hands, instantly dousing the flames that engulfed the wolf. The water magic column's power also received a boost. A peculiar sensation of something slipping away from within made the hero suspect it was tied to the use of his magic points. Despite lacking a full reserve, the power he had drawn upon struck him as paltry and unimpressive. Curiosity sparked within him as he opened his inventory, now updated with 2 distinct items: a fierce wolf and a mysterious plant. Settling himself on the ground, Suzumiya let out a quiet chuckle, remarking that everything around them seemed far too real to be a dream. Many times he had immersed himself in stories where the protagonists found themselves transported to another world. Now, Suzumiya's situation felt much the same. After losing his parents to a car accident 2 years ago, isolation settled in, and even the other players abandoned his favorite game, leaving him all alone. Resting his hands on his knees, the hero pondered his situation. Though fully aware of being in a different world, the path back home remained a mystery to him. Instead of dwelling on the possibility of returning, one can choose to embrace life and find joy in this new world. Susumiya expressed his wish for this place to be lively and filled with excitement rather than dull or somber. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The hero sprang to attention and hurried toward the sound, curiosity and concern urging him onward as he searched for its source. Astonishment filled him as he drew near the source of the screaming. Before him stood the same 6-legged dogs that had ambushed the caravan. Armed with only a spear and a sword, the 2 men stood their ground against the relentless dogs. The animals barked and growled, their determination unwavering as they pressed the attack. Upon closer inspection, Suzumiya noticed that the creatures before him were green dogs. Driven by determination, the young man resolved to lend his aid to those in need. Realizing the limitations, he knew water magic would be useless from so far away. Fire magic posed another problem. It would only set the cart ablaze. Accepting that the situation was beyond his control, Susumiya resolved to make an attempt. Though he faced the task for the first time, determination pushed him to at least give it a shot. Crouching low, the hero pressed his hand firmly to the earth. In his mind, he focused on picturing the sharp point of a spear as a starting point. Springing to his feet, he swept his hand through the air, channeling his magic with precision. The spearhead and the stone that struck the wolf had been exactly the right choice. Susumiya skillfully wielded earth magic. The stone spear slammed into the wolf's side, sending the beast tumbling to the ground while the weapon itself splintered into fragments. The hero suspected the spear had snapped from the impact. For a brief moment, uncertainty flickered among the green dogs, causing them to hesitate in their assault. Relieved, the young man welcomed this precious pause, grateful for the chance to catch his breath. The distraction opened a window for the men gathered by the wagon. Swiftly seizing the moment, one man drove his spear into a wolf. Delight sparkled in Susumiya's eyes. The green wolf let out a low growl just as one of the men pointed out that a large wolf still remained, urging everyone to join forces and confront it together. Working in pairs, the men launched their assault, one wielding a spear with careful thrusts, while his partner closed in, sword flashing in swift, calculated arcs. United in purpose, they delivered the final strike against the last wolf. This powerful blow sealed the green dog's defeat. The men settled onto the grass, relief washing over them in gentle waves. Victory had granted them a rare sense of safety. In the quiet that followed, Susumiya stepped into the clearing and joined their circle. Susumiya watched with admiration as gratitude filled the air. One of the men explained how the hero had come to their rescue, expressing heartfelt thanks for the timely help. He mentioned that the boy appeared to have emerged from the depths of the forest, though his appearance hardly matched that of a seasoned adventurer. No one could quite explain what had drawn him into the woods. The hero explained that upon waking, he found himself in the midst of the forest with only faint memories lingering in his mind. How he arrived there remained a mystery, but he believed this version of events would suffice. Among the group, a man speculated that perhaps monsters had been the cause of the attack. Although the victim appeared unharmed, Susumiya quickly dismissed this idea. The man then turned his attention and called out for someone named Kirok-san. Stepping down from the carriage, a man with striking blonde hair and a neatly groomed mustache approached Susumiya. In a tone of genuine gratitude, he inquired whether Susumiya had been the one to rescue their caravan. Introducing himself as Karak, he revealed that he was a merchant. Suzumiya's introduction caught the man off guard, prompting a request to hear the name again. On being asked a second time, the boy offered a simpler alternative, suggesting he be called Kaede. The merchant offered his assistance, explaining that if the hero truly suffered from amnesia, he might be able to help. Any proof of identity, he suggested, could be verified with a payment. Yet with empty pockets, the hero found himself unable to provide even the smallest coin. Karak guessed that the hero must have misplaced his belongings while wandering through the forest. Without an ID card, entry into the city would be impossible. Offering a solution, Karak handed the young man a bag of coins, suggesting it would serve both as a deposit and a contribution to the guild. Peering into the bag, Suzumiya discovered it brimming with gleaming silver coins. The young man inquired whether the coins were made of silver, yet the merchant remained unsatisfied by his offer. Nevertheless, Suzumiya's intentions lay elsewhere. Soon, it became apparent that the young man, too, had overlooked the matter of the region's currency. Emerging gracefully from the carriage, a blonde girl dressed in black and white approached and inquired whether he was Kati-san. Introducing herself as Seili, the girl revealed her role as the administrator of the guild in the city of Aine. With a friendly smile, she suggested using the simpler name, Sally. The receptionist expressed her reluctance to leave Suzumiya behind and kindly suggested bringing him along. The merchant had no objections to this arrangement. Upon the young man's entry into the cart, Sally patiently started to recount the entire situation from the very beginning. She mentioned that their journey had brought them to a wooded path just outside of Aine. Given how her story unfolded, it seemed they were now close to the southern forest bordering the city of Aine. Monsters often roamed those woods, which explained why Sally and the merchant traveled with a team of bodyguards. Suzumiya became familiar with the currency system in this world, discovering that iron coins held the lowest value, followed by silver, then gold, with large gold coins as the most valuable. Sally laid everything out for him in clear detail. Satisfied, Suzumiya offered the girl her thanks for the explanation. At that moment, an object dropped to the ground beside him. Surveying the contents of the cart, The hero noted its impressive assortment. Curiosity piqued. He wondered aloud about the necessity of carrying so much when this world already had the convenience of inventories. He turned to the male merchant beside him to seek clarification. His response revealed that only individuals gifted with magical abilities could wield this skill. Since time stands still inside the inventory, it proves invaluable for merchants. However, as mages tend to occupy the upper echelons of adventurers, recruiting their help comes at a steep price. The thought of the analysis skill crossed Susumiya's mind, a useful ability that could conceal not only his own skills, but also other personal details. Quietly weighing his options, he concluded that it would be safer to hide these rare abilities, keeping them out of sight and avoiding unnecessary attention. At last, the car rolled to a stop before a towering gate. High above, bold letters on a sign proclaimed the name of the city, An. An armored guard waited for them, gripping a long spear. With a tired yawn, he requested to see identification. Cade paused uncertainly, prompting Sally to step in and clarify that he lacked any identification. The guard, visibly taken aback, informed them that without proper ID, they would need to offer a silver coin as collateral. In exchange, he would provide an object for them to hold. A sizable metal plate dominated the scene. According to Sally, this enchanted device assesses anyone who touches it, ensuring that bandits are kept from setting foot within the city. According to the girl, the money would be returned once the guild card was shown, which posed no issue because San had already covered the registration fee for the guild. Gratitude filled Suzumiya as she thanked Sally, realizing with certainty that Sally must possess a truly kind heart. As the young man laid his hand on the enchanted artifact, a glowing inscription appeared, revealing his name, age, race, gender, magical aptitude, and the absence of any criminal offenses. Surveying the contents, curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered if it was any good, and considered whether he could read it in its entirety. Mastery of his otherworldly language skill likely made this possible. In addition, the hero believed conversations with Sale would be effortless. Sale likely interpreted and relayed the hero's words back and forth. The guard confirmed there were no issues. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Rising quickly, he offered an apology for his earlier impoliteness, realizing at last that the young man possessed a family name. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, Sally included, as the guard proclaimed that this young man surely possessed noble lineage. Susumiya soon understood that possessing a family name had likely led others to assume he belonged to the nobility. The thought occurred to him that perhaps Karak, Sag, and San had offered only their first names during introductions. A new possibility took shape in his mind. What if those were in fact their full names, and only nobles possessed surnames? Navigating through the system window, he reviewed the skills and detailed information of both Salia and Kadzan. Susumiya soon understood that, just as he suspected, neither of them possessed a surname. The girl then requested that he check his own status. Nothing out of the ordinary appeared, just a single name inscribed there. Upon closer inspection, the guard also found no trace of a surname. The guard, recognizing his error, offered an apology and saluted the young man once more. Amusement danced in the young man's eyes as he chuckled softly. Suzumiya suspected that the young man had cleverly concealed his surname through the use of skill analysis. Aware of the need for caution, the young man meticulously prepared the details he was about to reveal. At last, their journey brought them to the Adventurers Guild branch nestled within the city of Ane. At the reception desk, Suzy Meese waited patiently, while the receptionist prepared to repeat her instructions once more. Sally appeared, expressing her gratitude once more for his assistance. She explained that upon registering as an adventurer, he would be given a guild card, which could serve as his identification for accepting guild quests. Determined to make a living in this unfamiliar world, the hero agreed to pay the registration fee. Sally then directed him to place his hand on a box, explaining that it possessed the same evaluation capabilities as the entrance gate. The moment Suzumiya's fingers brushed against the box, a wealth of intricate details became instantly clear to him. Across from him, the girl offered a gentle smile and expressed her gratitude with quiet sincerity. A sudden look of astonishment flickered across her face, but when the hero inquired about her well-being, she dismissed his concerns and insisted that nothing was wrong. With a slight stammer, Sally assured them she would clarify the key points about the guild. Stressing its significance, she urged everyone to pay close attention. A small guild card exchanged hands as the girl explained its contents. At the top appeared the member's name, followed by their race and then gender. Further down, the card revealed the holder's rank, ranging from G at the lowest to S at the very top. Suzumi's card quietly displayed the letter G. Sally clarified that the guild evaluates quest performance to decide when someone moves up in rank, beginning from rank D. Advancement also requires passing the guild's official test. According to the girl, the third line on the card reveals his criminal record. Still, the only possible entry is the term bandit, a label given to anyone engaged in unlawful activities. Sally explained that the fourth line displays the record of finished quests, while the fifth line shows the history of vanquished monsters. Once a quest is completed, it instantly appears on the map. Should the hero overcome the bandit, the victory will be recorded among the list of fallen monsters. Sally mentioned that even winning against the bandit in a duel would not cause the hero to earn the title of bandit. Suzumiya found it astonishing that bandits were regarded in the same way as monsters within this world. Placing her hand over her heart, the woman resolved to determine whether the guild card was genuine, knowing that forging such an item was supposed to be impossible. Suzumiya felt a wave of concern after hearing her warning. Should the hero attempt to forge even a single one, execution would be the consequence. With her explanation about the guild card complete, Sally paused and glanced around, inviting any further inquiries. Silence answered her. Everyone seemed satisfied, and no questions remained. Officially recognized as an adventurer, he listened as the girl expressed her hope that Kaya-de-san would never lose sight of his responsibilities as a guild member. Offering his word, he assured her of his commitment and expressed gratitude for her clear guidance. Once he departed, a different staff member from the guild branch stepped up to Sally, studying her with a discerning gaze. According to her, few ever used the name Sally for the girl. Now it appeared the girl had at last met a decent man. At Sally's request, she agreed to return to work. The truth was, Sally genuinely believed she had at last discovered her soulmate. To her, he appeared as if he had stepped straight out of another world. In addition, an extraordinary gift for both magic and martial arts set her apart, a rare combination she had never encountered until now. Deep down, an unshakable intuition convinced her that Katie-san was meant to be a part of her fate. While the other girls chatted around her, she drifted away, lost in the currents of her own thoughts. With night settling over the city, Suzumiya settled into the inn the gate soldier had suggested and allowed himself a well-earned rest. The room exceeded all expectations, offering unexpected comfort for its modest price. After a moment's consideration, the system window appeared before him, revealing not only the presence of a green wolf in his inventory, but also several unfamiliar herbs tucked away in the corner. Confidence guided the hero as he rushed to assist the bodyguards in the midst of battle. Fortune favored him this time, yet the danger was real and death had hovered close. Realizing the recklessness of his actions, Suzumiya resolved to tread more cautiously from now on. The land teemed with bandits and the constant threat of duels. Survival in this unpredictable world would demand every ounce of his vigilance. Morning sunlight greeted the hero as he stepped outside and reached his arms skyward, stretching away the remnants of sleep. Mouth-watering aromas drifted through the bustling streets, tempting his senses. Realization struck. He hadn't eaten a single bite since arriving, and the hunger pangs grew impossible to ignore. The source of the scent became clear to Suzumiya, prompting him to step inside the room. Warm smiles greeted him from the workers within. The room brimmed with elegantly attired young women, each casting their gaze towards Suzumiya as he entered. With gentle voices, they informed him he was their very first guest of the day. The discovery left Suzumiya stunned, for these graceful figures were none other than elven maids. With eager anticipation, he requested a menu or something akin to it. The girls pointed out that the menu awaited him on the table and assured him that every dish was exceptionally delicious. With the menu gripped tightly in his hands, Suzumiya let his eyes wander across the room. The sight before him left no doubt. This place and its inhabitants were unlike anything from his old world. A calm reassurance washed over him, erasing any lingering uncertainty. Gazing at the girls nearby, he felt certain that life in this world would be thoroughly enjoyable. After savoring his meal, the hero found it quite delicious. With his hunger satisfied, he decided it was time to head to the guild and pick up a few quests. Determined to venture beyond the city's boundaries, Suzumiya recognized the necessity of purchasing proper gear. The sum he had received weighed heavily on his mind, acutely aware that it would soon run out. Later, in a quiet courtyard, he slumped forward and rested his hands on his knees, admitting in a defeated voice that he was utterly lost. A sense of unease settled over Suzumiya as he wandered through what appeared to be a forgotten part of town. The atmosphere pressed in, making each shadow seem more ominous, and he resolved that the only way out would be to seek guidance from anyone nearby who might point him toward an exit. A gentle knock announced his arrival at the next door, which he quietly pushed open. Stepping inside, he offered a courteous apology for disturbing anyone within. The man inquired whether anyone could assist him in leaving this place. Nearby, a bearded figure seated beside the door requested that he describe what he knew about this strange location. At that moment, the young man recoiled, startled and uneasy. Gazing at the man before him, it struck him how large the fellow appeared. A thought crossed his mind that this might actually be a dwarf. The hero responded simply, explaining that no one had given him any information about this place, and he merely sought directions. The man explained that this was a gun shop, and unless the young man was looking for firearms, he had no reason to stay. Susie initially suspected the man to be rather unfriendly, but beneath his reserved demeanor, he showed a keen fascination with weapons. Considering the prospect of purchasing a new weapon, the hero explained his intentions. Curious, the man inquired about the amount he was willing to spend. Susu might mention owning 13,000 taels, though he was determined to increase his fortune. The man, unimpressed, remarked that such a sum couldn't even purchase a knife. Still, as he observed the boy's gestures, he recognized a certain aptitude for magic. Astonishment flickered across the young man's face. The ease with which this stranger read his every move left him unsettled, as if all his intentions lay bare under a single watchful gaze. Upon awakening in the forest, he found himself without a single coin and no memory of who he was. Before he could say more, the man cut him off, indifferent to the boy's misfortunes. Still, surviving the ordeal in the forest had toughened him. The merchant observed Suzumi thoughtfully, suggesting that a one-handed sword paired with a sturdy shield might be an ideal match. Discreetly, he offered a price of 15,000, provided Suzumi kept the existence of this shop a secret. The man explained that he held off on throwing the boy out immediately, believing the youngster showed enough promise to one day become a skilled swordsman. Suzumiya believed they were taking him seriously, despite his seeming lack of manners, perhaps a common trait among dwarves. He gave his word that he would come back as soon as he had saved enough money. Yet before reaching his destination, Suzumiya found himself retracing his steps, still uncertain of the path ahead. After some effort, he finally found his way back to the guild. Inside, a group of girls passed by, their arms full with towering piles of books as they hurried to their next destination. The hero requested a few quests from Sally and she agreed to arrange them. With a gentle smile, she motioned for him to come along. According to her instructions, accepting a quest was as simple as picking a request from the task board and handing it over to her. Following her advice, Zumi selected tasks suited to his rank. As an E rank, options included gathering herbs, working as a laborer, or serving as a loader. Roy decided herb gathering would be best. Sally explained that he needed to find a crucial herb known as Zunana, valued for its abilities to stop bleeding. In the marketplace, this rare plant sold for only 30 telephone apiece, a price Suzumiya found surprisingly low. Sally explained that Zunana grass, despite its reputation, is actually quite common. Its scattered growth and the presence of poisonous grasses nearby make gathering it a real challenge. Sally explained that the price stayed low since most people stumbled upon herbs without even searching for them, while Suzumi quietly questioned how someone could come across herbs unintentionally. The thought of the strange herb tucked away in his inventory sparked in his mind, prompting him to present it to the girl. With a nod, Sally identified it as the elusive Zunana herb. Realization struck the hero as he understood the girl had grown up in the very forest where he had arrived. Staying near the edge, he could avoid encountering fearsome monsters lurking deeper within. Grateful for her guidance, he thanked her and assured her that he now knew where to find her. As time dragged on, fatigue set in and he admitted his defeat, unable to locate the elusive herb. Overcome by despair, the hero realized he had failed to consider the endless stretch of grass surrounding him, each blade tainted with poison. Hoping for a potent effect, he endured only sharp stomach pains as the grass offered nothing but discomfort. Furthermore, the absence of his analysis skill left Suzumiya at a disadvantage. Uncertainty clouded his mind as he searched for a way to distinguish the elusive Zunanagrass hidden among the dense foliage. With his eyes gently shut, he hinted at possessing a kind of inner radar, one that could guide him unerringly to the perfect plant. Despite the young man's determined efforts, nothing changed. He muttered his disapproval, yet just then, a small clicking sound echoed nearby. Glancing upward, his eyes caught sight of a triangle etched across the sky. Suzumiya admitted having no idea what the symbol could mean. Drawing closer, he noticed a patch of Zunana grass flourishing beneath it. The sight sparked a realization in the young man's mind. With the grass so near, finding it again seemed possible. A quick glance around revealed countless triangles aimed directly at the grass. Before long, a generous pile of grass appeared before Sally. The unexpected gesture caught her off guard, leaving her and the other workers genuinely astonished. The girl remarked on the impressive collection he had gathered, then wondered aloud if he had truly mixed it all with poisonous grass. Suzumiya responded candidly, clarifying that he had done nothing of the sort and had relied solely on his own abilities. He mentioned that he had met the required specifications, with the stems measuring over 15 centimeters in length. Clearly, the grass was thriving and gaining height at an impressive rate. With a quick request for a moment, Sally crouched down and began sifting through the grass, her fingers moving swiftly as she searched. Eventually, amazement filled the girl's voice as she remarked that everything appeared to be nothing but barren land and grass. Curiosity sparked within her, and she asked how he managed to gather an impressive 203 pieces, eager to understand what he truly meant when he spoke of his special skills. Memories surfaced of the time when this skill had not yet been his during her test, and his words faltered as he tried to explain that instinct alone had guided his assessment of the herb. Drawing closer with the lantern in hand, Sally remarked that it was difficult to accept. She insisted she had unmistakably heard him mention the evaluation skill. In response, Suzumiya gently urged her to collect herself. A quiet acknowledgement stirred within him. The ability truly was his, though it remained hidden from the status window. That invisible gift explained the impressive collection he had amassed over time. Sally offered a quiet apology, her mind reeling with astonishment at the idea of skills hidden from the status window. Nearby, Suzumiya felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing just how close they had come. Expressing his gratitude, he departed, leaving the girl behind. With a gentle wave in return, she watched him go, her mind swirling with curiosity over the strange encounter. Not long after, Suzumiya returned to that familiar yard. He rapped on the door and, stepping inside, announced his intention to purchase a shield. Raising his voice to capture attention, he quickly drew the notice of the man. Without missing a beat, the man barked an order for silence, instructed him to step inside, and told him to wait patiently. Scanning his surroundings, the hero's eyes landed on a sign bearing the name Dover Egg. Focused intently on his work, he grasped the glowing object with tongs and gently submerged it into the waiting cold water, the steam whispering around his determined hands. A thin band of steel dipped into the water, and a faint steam rose from its surface. Surprise flickered across the hero's face. Leaning back with a satisfied sigh, the man announced that at last, his creation was complete. Turning to the young man, he inquired about his funds. The young man answered that he had just enough to purchase a shield, and explained that, as someone skilled in magic, a shield would prove especially beneficial to him. Surprise flickered across the dwarf's face as he realized the young man could use magic. With such a gift, a future as a swordsman lay within reach. Without it, only a staff would ever fill his grasp. He claimed a natural gift for magic, yet the hero wondered aloud whether the staff ought to be used. The man admitted he had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talent. While the young man managed to wield magic without the aid of a staff, focusing his power remained a significant challenge. The dwarf explained that while magic held great power even without a staff, it became useless if it failed to strike its target. The hero, meanwhile, believed the staff allowed spells to be cast more swiftly. Realizing the swiftness of his magic allowed him to strike the target unaided, he understood that if she mastered even greater speed with her staff, his own power would rise alongside hers. Suzumiya made a mental note to purchase a staff at a later time. Just then, a man interrupted, cautioning him against letting his guard down and sharing that he had witnessed many gifted individuals perish due to a moment's carelessness. The thought crossed his mind that this man embodied genuine kindness. Dover, meanwhile, extended the shield toward the young man, inviting him to take a turn at holding it. Despite initial hopes, the item proved too heavy, prompting the man to recommend an alternative. Zumi agreed that the new suggestion suited them better, and quietly noted that Doverall seemed to be observing everything with silent comprehension once more. At last, the perfect shield emerged. Suzumiya remarked that it truly matched him, both in function and appearance. The shield felt like a natural extension of himself, a testament to the dwarf's remarkable craftsmanship. A matter required attention, prompting the hero to seek out the dwarf regarding the sword. The dwarf inquired whether the hero had any particular wishes for its creation. Curiosity sparked within the hero as he inquired whether the man had tempered the sword, eager to learn more about the intricate process behind its creation. The dwarf, caught off guard by such a question, displayed clear signs of surprise. Suzumiya discovered his thoughts mirrored in the suggestion to heat the sword after striking, then swiftly cool it. Despite its impressive appearance, the sword's shape had warped. Judging by its condition, the dwarf suspected the blade wouldn't withstand much pressure. He reached out and tapped his finger lightly against the metal. Astonishment swept over him as he realized the sword's incredible hardness. The man couldn't help but marvel, calling it truly remarkable. The dwarf nodded in comprehension, explaining that the strange distortions could be removed by softening the sword in a precise manner. Still, concern lingered in his eyes, for the blade's excessive hardness made it perilously fragile and prone to breaking. The hero proposed raising the sword's heat only slightly, believing that a gentler temperature and a slow cooling process might leave the blade more pliant. Yet, he admitted uncertainty about what temperature would achieve this effect. The dwarf nodded, signaling his understanding. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he admitted he had no clue how the young man had gained such knowledge, though he found it genuinely intriguing. Announcing his intention to close the shop for the day, the smith explained that he wanted to test his skills. He encouraged the young man to return in 2 days and assured him that, should he succeed in forging a fine sword, he would present it as a gift. While making his way out, the young man reflected on the poor customer service he had experienced. However, seeing the satisfied expression on the man's face, he felt reassured that things might turn out well after all. The following morning, Suzumiya set out to explore the city streets. Curiosity lingered from the previous day's conversation, prompting him to take a closer look at the adventurers mingling throughout the city. Rather than relying on his assessment abilities, he chose instead to gather information through careful observation. Judging by their overall demeanor, most people here seemed to hover around level 30. Interestingly, the gap in skill points between a mage and other adventurers turned out to be much narrower than expected. Among the novice adventurers here, none possessed skills in magic or martial arts, and most of the wizards could wield only a single elemental power. The absence of specialized shops further limited their opportunities. The garments found in this world possessed unique qualities. Strangely, a simple rinse with water would leave them spotless, making daily life remarkably convenient. Suzumiya figured it would have been simpler to wash his own clothes. The longing for a hot bath tugged at him, stirring memories of the world he once knew and missed deeply. Gathering Zunana grass, Suzumiya eventually realized that dusk had settled, and darkness had quietly enveloped the world outside. Head bowed in resignation, he admitted to himself that his obsession with gathering this herb had gone too far, and maybe it was time to return home. Just as he turned to leave, an unexpected sight drew his gaze. With a swift motion, the young man evaded the sudden lunge of the green wolf, which leapt at him from the shadows, its growl low and menacing. Fists tightening, the young man swept his gaze across the dense woodland. Believing the green wolf had ventured too far into the heart of the forest, he regretted not taking his shot when it first descended. Suzumiya unleashed a fireball, striking the wolf directly. Yet, surprise flickered across his face as 2 more wolves came charging from the distance. Low, menacing growls rumbled from the group, their aggression palpable. With his shield clutched tightly in one hand, he kept a wary eye on them, watching from the side. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself encircled by at least 4 snarling dogs. Each one bared its teeth, closing in with aggressive intent. Suzumi unleashed a fireball, and moments later, the familiar chime of a level up rang in his ears. Glancing around, he noticed only 2 dogs remained. Upon noticing that just a single wolf lunged at him, a sense of oddity lingered in the air. The second wolf sprang onto him before a single thought could cross his mind about its whereabouts. With barely a moment to react, the young man raised his shield. One wolf lunged, raking its claws across his arm and leaving jagged marks. Almost instantly, another wolf launched its own assault, closing in from the side. A quiet chuckle escaped the hero as he mused over the idea of wielding magic with nothing more than imagination. The notion that a simple thought could bring forth something new amused him deeply. Memory sparked, reminding him of the stone spear he could wield. At his command, stone spears shot forth, fanning out in every direction to ensnare each of the surrounding wolves. The wolves veered sharply, their claws digging furiously into the earth as they struggled to halt their momentum. Rising to his feet, Suzumiya let out a slow breath, realizing just how narrowly he'd avoided trouble after losing focus for a moment. Before long, the young man once more startled everyone around him. This time, the astonishment spread beyond the guild members alone. He presented Sally with a towering pile of grass, harvested after searching for it tirelessly throughout the entire day. After counting, she announced a total of 697 Zunanagras stalks. The revelation left the girl utterly speechless. With a sigh, she admitted she had long since abandoned common sense whenever Suzumiya was involved. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she inquired whether the young man had spent the entire day gathering the items. considering he would earn only 20,910 telephone for his efforts. Embarrassment colored his cheeks as he admitted the truth. Absorbed in gathering grass, he wandered deep into the forest without realizing it and managed to survive an encounter with a pack of green wolves. Fear gripped Sally as she inquired about the hero's well-being. Unfazed, he assured her that he was unharmed, casually mentioning that he had dealt with 5 wolves using his magic. Sally's eyes widened with astonishment as she wondered aloud whether he had truly used magic, marveling at the display. She then remarked that magic usually struggles against a group of monsters. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about how he managed to overcome them. Suzumiya reacted with a hint of surprise, calmly explaining that he had merely sidestepped the attacks and used his shield to deflect them with a touch of magic. Sally explained that casting magic demanded intense focus and complete stillness for at least 3 seconds. She pointed out that using a shield for protection would have required the same level of concentration. The words echoed in Suzumiya's mind, a familiar refrain he had heard once before from Doverag-san. The girl assured him that his well-being mattered most. She mentioned she could summon a mage for a potion or a healing spell if needed, but Suzumiya insisted she felt perfectly all right. The realization that a healing spell could be so beneficial sparked his curiosity, compelling him to delve deeper into the mysteries of magic. The young man estimated his mana was replenishing at more than 2 points per minute. Resorting to weak spells under such circumstances seemed unwise. Powerful magic appeared necessary, and the thought of casting a healing spell also crossed his mind. With newfound resolve, Susumi tightened his fists. From this moment forward, he committed himself to mastering the art of magic. Placing a hand over his heart, he quietly vowed that his new ambition would be to master the path of the sword mage, relying on his own abilities. Stepping into the shadowed forest, Suzumiya set out to experiment with his magic. At the moment, he required a searching spell to compensate for his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. Choosing to play the part, he acted as though he were unleashing his magic from the center of the circle, sending energy surging outward. Suzumiya pictured streams of magical energy flowing from his hand toward the nearest tree. The moment his magic touched the bark, an unexpected sensation washed over him. He found himself announcing aloud that he could actually feel the rough texture beneath his touch. A bright smile spread across his face as he declared his newfound understanding. Suzumiya, intrigued by the progress, resolved to push the boundaries of consciousness even further. Before his eyes stretched a world teeming with animals and serpents, lush trees heavy with fruit, birds darting through the branches, and grass brushing gently beneath it all. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush of sights and sensations, the young man soon understood that it was more than he could take in at once. Flat on the ground, he contemplated his inability to apply it in an actual battle. Waves of information surged through his mind, threatening to make his head burst from the pressure. Settling onto the earth, he pondered quietly, suspecting that his lack of a clear intention had led to this outcome. Resolute in his mission, the hero made another attempt. Pressing his hand to his forehead, he concentrated on channeling magical energy through his body. With careful focus, he harnessed the power of information analysis to filter and refine the energy swirling around him. Upon mastering the spell, the young man noticed a shift in the way the magic revealed itself. A window materialized before his eyes, resembling a circular map, yet it displayed only the specific object he sought. The scope of this vision remained confined, offering information within a set boundary. By layering the maps, he managed to align various objects perfectly. Satisfaction lit his face as he announced the completion of their makeshift radar. Perception magic was the name given to this newfound ability. At first, the young man assumed extending its reach would require magic points. However, keeping the spell active came at a monetary cost instead. With this discovery, he felt confident that unexpected attacks would no longer catch him off guard. 3 days had slipped by since Doverak-san promised to return the sword once the work was complete. Recognizing that the time had come, Suzumi decided to visit him and discover the secrets behind the tempering process. As he stepped into the forge's entrance and inquired about his sword, the dwarf responded that the weapon was finished. The man explained that tempering held remarkable power, transforming metal into something extraordinary. While coal iron was already tough, the process made it even more resilient. Listening closely, the boy guessed that the man was actually referring to steel when he mentioned coal iron. The implication was clear. The blacksmith's previous material had likely been wrought iron, or something close to it. Wrought iron, unlike steel, would reveal little to no visible change after the hardening process. The blacksmith, recalling his promise to provide the sword for free, suggested the boy take the blade crafted just the day before. Dover remarked that this particular sword ranked among his finest creations, and encouraged the boy to use it while waiting for the arrival of a special material. With a satisfied nod, the blacksmith placed the sword in the boy's hands, inviting him to test its weight and balance. Pride flickered in the craftsman's eyes as he watched, clearly content with his handiwork. With focused determination, the young man grasped the sword and attempted a swing. He believed himself unfamiliar with the weapon, uncertain of its proper use. With every ounce of strength, the young man seized the handle and sprang forward. His powerful swing cut through the air, commanding attention. Astonishment flickered across his face as he realized how naturally his body responded. Nearby, the blacksmith ran a hand through his beard, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Observing the way Suzumiya handled his sword, the man noticed an ease and skill that betrayed experience. It became clear to him that, despite his memory loss, the boy must have once been a swordsman. Familiarity with the weapon and the potential to grow stronger still lingered in his movements. A quiet chuckle escaped the young man's lips as he marveled at his extraordinary gift for martial arts. This remarkable talent felt almost unreal to him. The blacksmith listened as the customer admitted the sword felt right in his grip, though doubt lingered about managing its weight. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the blacksmith remarked that such uncertainty was a fair exchange for the chance to craft even finer blades in the future. The old man went on to say that the young man had shared with him something akin to a hidden technique. With a note of disbelief, he inquired whether the young man truly intended to hand over such exclusive knowledge without asking for anything in return. The young man responded with a shrug, unconcerned about the widespread use of the technique. In his view, these methods were crafted to serve a purpose, and their distribution could hardly make his situation any more difficult than it already was. The dwarf nodded in approval, remarking that such words suited a young man well, and assured him that should the need arise in the future, he would lend his support. The thought crossed his mind that the young man hardly looked like a mage, yet he couldn't recall ever seeing him dressed in armor either. Delight over the shield had so thoroughly captured Suzumiya's attention that thoughts of armor slipped entirely from his mind. With the topic on his mind, he expressed a preference for light armor, something that allowed him to move freely. The blacksmith considered his request and recommended leather armor as a fitting choice. Mentioning his specialization in sheet metal armor, he directed the young man to an expert leather worker he knew, ensuring he would find the help he needed. Suzumiya stepped away from the glowing forge, pondering whether this dwarf would prove as reliable as Dovereg, San, or perhaps turn out otherwise. Upon stepping into the room, a girl wearing an apron greeted him. She turned to Suzumiya and inquired whether he was a new adventurer. The hero guessed from her appearance that she must be an employee. With a nod, he confirmed his role as an adventurer, explaining that Doverag had dispatched him to retrieve the armor. Upon noticing the sword called Suzumet, the girl quickly recognized its craftsmanship. She requested the chance to examine it, and the young man willingly passed the sword into her hands. Every subtle detail seemed to catch her attention as she studied the weapon with measured precision. He sensed her sharp awareness in the way her eyes lingered over every inch. With a swift motion, a piece of cloth soared into the air. Before it touched the ground, her sword flashed, slicing it cleanly in two. The girl quickly realized the sword gleamed with a razor-sharp edge. In that moment, Zimi questioned whether it was wise to wield such dangerous objects. The absence of anyone else in the room struck him, making him wonder if this could truly be the master Doverard had mentioned. The girl confirmed that the sword was crafted by this very dwarf, noting with admiration that she had never encountered steel of such remarkable quality before. Suzumi observed that the girl referred to herself as Boku. Moving on, she remarked that even the finest sword deserves quality armor, and all she needed now was to learn what material the boy favored. Upon inquiring about the materials suited for crafting armor, the artisan gestured toward the wall adorned with various samples. Among them, she identified one as garden leather. According to the girl, the skin is priced around 15,000 bodies. It offers exceptional protection while being considerably lighter than iron armor and free of notable flaws. This material ranks among her top choices. A less expensive choice existed in the form of green wolf skin, though its defense was inferior and it was easily damaged by fire. The master explained that even a single strike from basic fire magic would prove catastrophic for anyone wearing this armor, so she recommended against selecting wolf skin. The girl explained she had no choice, since she had always crafted armor using whatever materials the client provided. In this case, it appeared the only option was curtain fabric. Suzumiya nodded in agreement. According to the craftswoman, her main customers were novice adventurers, so she lacked the resources to keep costly gear in stock. The hero observed how much she seemed to value this fact, yet the reason behind her pride remained a mystery to him. In the dim corner of the room stood a suit of armor, its midnight black surface partially veiled by a slate-gray cape draped over one shoulder. The girl, glancing its way, tapped her cheek with a finger, betraying a hint of her unease. According to her, this armor taps into its owner's magic points on its own to trigger defensive spells. However, the majority of people struggle to keep the magic active for more than 30 minutes, which is why the armor ended up as little more than a showpiece in the shop. As a result, the armor ended up displayed as a decorative piece in the shop. Suzumiya considered it the perfect fit, especially since it relied on the wearer's magic points to function. Drawing on his appraisal skill, he identified the garment as an experimental type of magical protective clothing, capable of absorbing 20 points of magic each hour. The hero understood at once that this rate would adequately support his own regeneration. Curious about the armor's protective qualities and its cost, the young man posed his questions. The girl calmly explained that the armor possessed the strength of garden skin and should be priced accordingly. With arms crossed tightly over her chest, nervous energy flickered in her eyes as she wondered aloud if Suzumiya truly intended to buy the armor. Cautiously, she voiced her reservations, admitting she couldn't recommend it. The hero explained his intentions simply. He wanted to test the armor first. If it didn't meet his expectations, he planned to purchase a set of leather armor instead. With a gentle smile, the craftswoman considered for a moment before assuring that everything would work out just fine. After quickly taking measurements, she assured Suzumiya that the armor would be ready by the following evening, suggesting a return at the sound of the evening bell. Before departing, he inquired about any other items for sale apart from armor. Mentioning his interest, he added that he was considering purchasing a staff that day. The girl suggested visiting the magic shop next door if he needed a staff. Just then, a low buzzing noise filled the air. In the emptiness of space, black pixels gathered and gradually formed a door, growing steadily upward from the ground. The door swung open, revealing a girl wearing a tall black hat and carrying a magical staff. She stepped inside and inquired whether she had been summoned. With visible irritation, the craftswoman insisted that her shop was off-limits to anyone lacking permission. The newcomer calmly wondered aloud why it should matter if there was nothing amiss. Suzumiya found the exchange unexpected. Recognition dawned on him as he understood that both the mysterious figure and the girl each possessed the aura of genuine magicians. With a gentle smile, the girl stepped forward and introduced herself as Aura. Turning to Suzumiya, she inquired whether he required the staff. The craftswoman confirmed that he did, mentioning that Dovereg's son had directed the young man to this very shop. The hero quietly reflected on how he never realized the dwarf's reputation extended so far. Arag clasped his hand firmly, insisting that accompanying her to the store was now a must. As she led him forward, she mentioned that her shop offered a wide variety of goods. Passing through the doorway, Susumi's eyes widened with delight at the sight before him. Spiral staircases twisted gracefully upward, while enchanted lanterns floated above, casting a gentle glow throughout the space. Aura guided him toward a wall adorned with an array of staffs, then inquired which type Zemiya would like to claim as his own. A hint of confusion colored his words as he remarked on the countless varieties of staffs, wondering aloud what set them apart. Ra explained that, in general, a longer staff allowed magic to flow with greater speed. With a swift motion, she picked up one of the staffs and explained that controlling it became harder as its length increased. She suggested selecting a staff that felt natural in the hand, mentioning that the recommended range spanned from 60 to 120 centimeters. Reaching for a staff mounted on the wall, the sorceress explained that this was a slower model. Measuring 60 centimeters in length, it had the ability to boost speed tenfold upon activation and proved especially handy in confined areas. Susumi's acknowledged the request, then inquired about the existence of a staff capable of tripling one's speed. Aura and the tanner exchanged odd glances, clearly taken aback by his unusual question. Aris explained that she possessed no such staff, pointing out that it would serve no purpose since it couldn't harm an enemy, and would measure merely 20 centimeters in length. Sozumi explained that his magic already moved swiftly even without the aid of a staff, and he felt that triple acceleration would more than suffice. He went on to mention that wielding both a shield and sword would require a smaller staff, ensuring it wouldn't become a hindrance. Amusement flickered across their faces as the young man spoke confidently about wielding a sword and shield. Remarking on his intriguing nature, she agreed to craft the staff for him by the next day. However, she made it clear that she would not be held accountable if the staff proved to be ineffective. Susumiya caught himself noticing the oddness in his own words. A memory surfaced of Sally explaining that using magic demanded focused concentration. In that light, the rarity of magic swordsmen in this world became perfectly understandable. Deep down, the hero felt certain that as long as Aura could craft the staff he desired, contentment would follow. Suzumiya gestured toward one of the staffs, suggesting they trim 20 centimeters off its length. At this, A burst into laughter. Amid her laughter, she managed to explain that each staff held unique functions in separate sections, making it impossible to shorten them. The young man felt completely lost by her response, yet somehow found comfort in the idea that his confusion was perfectly natural. Restlessness consumed Aura, while Suzumiya anticipated his equipment being ready the next day. The thought of waiting filled him with impatience. Before long, Sally made her way over to the hero, eager to discuss the possibility of advancing in rank. Upon the boy's repeated inquiry, she explained that she also intended to discuss the Zunane grass and the matter involving the Green Wolves. Sally noted that Kait's efforts for the guild were deemed enough to warrant a promotion. It becomes clear that adventurers must possess varying degrees of experience, and promotion to the next rank demands the successful completion of at least one routine quest. According to Sally, a promotion would be within Kaison's reach if he considered roles such as loader, cleaner, or nanny. Suzumiya acknowledged her suggestion and shifted his attention to the task boards. Assigned to menial duties like gathering trash and hauling cargo befitting his rank, the hero found his routine unexpectedly disrupted when something unusual drew his gaze. After selecting a task, he mentioned it to Sally, who remarked on how unusual his choice was. Delivering iron ore counted as another routine job, but an unpopular one, much like gathering Zunanogress. She assured everyone it posed no real challenge. Considering the weight and distance involved in this assignment, Sally remarked that there were other tasks more suitable. She then inquired whether the hero wished to accept this specific job. Although Suzumiya doubted the value of this quest, he responded confidently, mentioning that he carried an inventory and would manage just fine. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired whether Sally understood the method behind altering inventory capacity. Thoughtfully, she answered that the limit likely depended on the inventory's initial maximum magic points at the moment it was activated. Suzumiya pondered the matter for a moment and discovered that his inventory space directly corresponded to his starting amount of magic points, granting him exactly 1,012 slots, each with its own set capacity. Curiosity stirred in him as he considered just how much his inventory could truly hold. The opportunity before him felt like striking gold, and the thrill of possibility sealed his decision. With determination, the hero prepared to embark on this new mission. Before long, Suzumiya was running so hard that his breath came in quick bursts, startling a long-eared creature that leaped out of his way in alarm. At his current pace of 20 kilometers per hour, the hero believed he could outpace even the fastest Olympic marathon runners. Suzumiya realized that after leveling up, his stamina had increased so much that he could keep running all day without needing a break, though the idea of doing so hardly appealed to him. Along the path, a man appeared, burdened with a load. Approaching him, he explained that he was there on an errand for the guild. In response, the man requested to see the guild's map. Upon careful inspection, the man affirmed the claim, declaring it believable. He handed over the iron ore and invited the young man to take as much as he was able to carry. Initially, the man holding the ore regarded the young adventurer with suspicion, noting a certain frailty in his appearance. Doubt lingered in his mind about whether the youth would be able to manage. Suddenly, an expression of fear and astonishment swept across his face. Curious, he inquired about the current capacity of Suzumiya's inventory. Without hesitation, Suzumiya reported a limit of approximately 1,500 kilograms. With genuine surprise, the man questioned whether his equipment was truly that massive, admitting that even he struggled to handle anything over 200 kilograms. Understanding that this was a typical standard for inventories, Zimiya remarked that his own inventory surpassed most others in size. He admitted he wasn't certain just how much more it could hold. The man explained that, due to various difficulties, skilled carriers were in short supply. He expressed his gratitude at the thought of the hero assisting with ore transport in the future, noting that Suzumiya would surely welcome such help. At last, a single slot found its occupant, weighing in at 2012 kilograms. The man noted that this was a considerable amount. Despite the odds, Suzumiya continued to gather ore, much to the man's astonishment. The hero responded calmly, explaining that this was merely a single filled slot among many, with more than 1,000 spaces still available. The man wondered aloud if he was simply meant to serve as a container, or perhaps something even less. Yet deep down, he longed to be recognized as a true person. Amidst the heat and clangor of the smelter, a voice rose above the din, urging the boss to take notice of Suzumiya and the unusual ore she had carried in. All the ore he had transported was finally unloaded, totaling nearly 10 tons. Astonishment flickered across the man's face as he confessed the storage was already packed to capacity. Curiosity edged his voice when he inquired about the number of trips made. Calmly, the hero responded that he had completed only a single journey. Suzumiya believed he could handle a far greater load, yet the man halted him once the 5th slot was filled. At that moment, Suzumiya was informed that if the hero took anything else, there would be no remaining room for storage. When the guild's assessment finally concluded, the young man was assigned an F rank. Sally stared in disbelief at the reports claiming he had transported 10 tons. The following day led Suzumiya to the merchants, where the armor hugged his form as if crafted just for him. Yet, as Aura eyed the short staff, skepticism clouded her face, doubting it could serve any real purpose. Zemaya declared that this was more than sufficient. At last, his gear stood fully prepared. Giggling, she placed the item into the hero's hands. It nestled perfectly between her palms. The hero remarked that it looked rather cute, sending the girl into a fit of laughter. Fully outfitted and ready for action, Suzumiya prepared to put his new gear to the test. The time had come to venture deeper into the forest than ever before. The young man eased his pace, alerted by a rhythmical pulse from his radar. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a pack of green wolves lurking nearby. In reality, it was not just a pair or a trio, but an entire massive flock, their bodies stretching across the clearing and leaving no patch of ground uncovered. Suzumi estimated their numbers could easily surpass 300, possibly nearing 500. The thought of facing such a horde left him uncertain of his chances. Yet, a troubling possibility crossed his mind. Should these creatures start trailing him, he might unwittingly guide them straight to the city. Faced with no other option, the hero summoned his strength and called upon his unique powers, preparing to enter the fray. Dust had long settled on the unused potion from the magic shop, but its time had finally come. Once consumed, it would boost natural magic point recovery to 10 times the normal speed for a full 3 hours. While most mages found no value in this item, Suzumiya's unique abilities allowed her to make the most of it. With a swift motion, his hand unleashed a barrage of stone spears that tore through the air toward the wolves. Astonishment flickered across their faces. Suzumiya declared with satisfaction that his experiment had succeeded. Through his study of magic, he had uncovered 5 key insights about its nature. An increased surge of MP through his magic amplified its firepower, though the resulting blast remained confined to much the same area. Convinced that overwhelming force would do the trick, the hero unleashed a barrage of spells. A swirling fireball hurled through the air at his command. Flames and swirling chasms swallowed the green wolves as Suzumiya pressed her assault, hurling stone-tipped spears with relentless precision. Low, threatening growls rumbled from the wolves as the assault intensified, yet their determination never wavered. Pushing forward, they pressed on with all their might, desperate to reach Suzumiya. With a sword conjured into his grasp and a shield raised for protection, the young man surged forward, launching into the assault. Slicing through the ranks of green wolves, his sword struck them down one after another, and with swift precision, several foes fell before him. By the time the struggle ended, his clothes hung in shreds, stained with dark marks. The hero remarked that such an outcome was only natural when facing green wolves. Perched atop a rock amid a cluster of vanquished monsters, he observed how every opponent seemed drawn directly to him. Susumi traced the scratch on his cheek with a thoughtful touch, mentioning that barely 3 minutes had passed. The hero mentioned that the 3 minutes had not been wasted. In that brief span, a number of his abilities significantly improved. The young man realized there were far more wolves than he had expected, counting as many as 513 prowling around him. Their sheer numbers gathering in one place left him deeply astonished. Claiming it made no difference, he insisted on returning to Sally-san. Before that, he had one task left, to round up the wolves. Thunderous footsteps echoed through the trees as a hulking armored beast made its way through the forest, its powerful tail swaying menacingly with each stride. With astonishment, Sally turned to the young man and asked whether he had truly slain 513 green wolves. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she inquired about the source of the wolves. Suzumiya explained that he had discovered them after just 15 minutes of wandering through the forest. He then wondered aloud if it was unusual to stumble upon such a large pack. Sally observed that green wolves rarely form such large groups. According to her, packs containing 100 remained the standard, but anything as high as 500 had become unusual. The hero wondered whether his situation stemmed from misfortune or luck, since he had managed to gather a remarkable amount of experience. Sally expressed her relief that the hero was unharmed, then offered to purchase his treasure, mentioning she could afford around 100. Without hesitation, Zoom agreed to sell her that amount. The following day brought him back to the blacksmith's workshop, where he requested an inspection of his sword and shield. The blacksmith welcomed the task with a cheerful nod. Inspecting the sword closely, the man remarked that it was clear the boy had spent over 2 days hunting green wolves. According to his observations, the scratches etched across the shield unmistakably pointed to the work of green wolves, while the well-worn blade bore evidence of many conquered monsters. The sword itself gave the impression of having faced and defeated countless foes. At their first encounter, the blacksmith hadn't imagined the young man possessed such remarkable ability. Suzumiya realized, perhaps for the first time, just how extraordinary blacksmiths could truly be. He answered, certain that he had handled the sword properly, believing his skills had improved as a result. Yet, the blacksmith doubted this progress, calmly pointing out that such improvement would not be enough for the boy to master the weapon with any greater finesse. Once the sword was restored, the blacksmith handed it back to the hero. He mentioned he had only fixed the blade because the shield remained sturdy and intact, then urged the hero to take good care of that shield from now on. A number of people chimed in, suggesting he should swap his sword for a different one. The suggestion caught Suzuki off guard. The blacksmith clarified that, despite its impressive strength, the sword did not match the durability of a blade forged from rare metals. Considering the hero's abilities, a backup sword would be wise to carry at all times. Suzumiya nodded in understanding, guessing that the rare monster materials were likely from creatures as legendary as dragons. Curiosity sparked in his voice as he inquired about the cost of a dragon sword. The blacksmith, unfazed, stated that such a weapon would demand no less than 4 billion telephones as payment. Astonishment flickered across Suzumiya's face. The blacksmith patiently clarified that only 5 specific parts of a dragon's body can be forged into a sword. Dragons, he explained, are so incredibly rare that most consider them nothing more than legends. Placing a value on such creatures is simply out of the question. The appearance of a single dragon could mean the destruction of entire nations and would throw the world into utter turmoil. Susumi soon discovered that dragon material was rare and difficult to obtain. Curious about the best alternative, Susumi sought advice from the blacksmith, who suggested that, for a keen edge, a sword forged from iron lizard metal would be the superior choice. Suzumiya inquired about the creature's identity. The blacksmith replied that it was a formidable B-rank monster, a massive lizard armored in tough metal plates. According to him, the metal sheathing their skin serves as the very material required for forging swords. Despite this, their formidable strength renders ordinary swordsmen powerless in their presence. The old smith explained that crafting a sword from such rare material would start at 5 million. He added that, when it came to sheer physical resilience, metal lizards outperformed even dragons. Suzumiya considered the lizards to be formidable creatures, yet their strength seemed irrelevant since he doubted he would ever encounter one. Pursuing them remained a distant possibility, reserved for some far-off day. The following morning, Suzumiya returned to the guild gate, only to find it firmly shut. A posted notice directed all capable adventurers to make their way to the forest gate instead. A crowd gathered near the gate, with Sally-san among them. Suzumiya approached her, seeking an explanation for the commotion. According to her, once word of the green wolves spread yesterday, a number of adventurers ventured out to investigate. They soon discovered a horde of monsters on the march toward the city. Gratitude filled her voice as she acknowledged Suzumiya's generous patience, allowing them valuable moments to make their preparations. The hero quickly understood their goal, assembling a team of adventurers ready to face the looming threat of monsters. Judging from Sally's tone, it seemed a whole horde of monsters had descended. Relief washed over him that they had spotted her arrival when they did. Calmly, he inquired whether they had only needed to defend themselves. Sally explained that simply guarding the gate would not suffice since the enemy horde included Gorgons, notorious for their formidable penetration abilities. With that, Suzumiya was needed on the front lines, pushing forward in battle and earning a reward for the effort. Suzumiya inquired whether it was wise to send a newcomer straight to the front lines. Sally explained that, despite his recent entry into the adventurer ranks, he already stood among the most formidable adventurers in the city. Surrounded on all sides by feeble monsters, their branch guild lacked strength and relied on Suzumi for assistance. Accepting the situation with a sense of resignation, the hero acknowledged that nothing more could be done and assured Sally of his understanding. In response, Sally expressed her gratitude for his assistance, affirming that he would serve as one of the strongest pillars upholding their plan. A group of men stepped forward, announcing their readiness. With a calm nod, the girl acknowledged them and instructed Keide-san to guide the men to the front lines. Suzumiya darted away mid-sentence, vanishing swiftly among the trees before another word could be spoken. The thought lingered in his mind, puzzling over how anyone could expect him to head to the front lines and come through unscathed. The expectations seemed unrealistic, a burden far heavier than he believed he could bear. Deeply connected to the city, the hero saw this moment as an ideal opportunity to grow stronger. Determined, he prepared himself to defend the city from the looming invasion. Loud beeps erupted from his radar as a flurry of white dots appeared on the screen, and ahead, a pack of green wolves came into view. Resolving to confront any monsters within reach, he readied himself for battle. Eager to prove himself, he decided to wield magic as his weapon and bring down the green wolves. The testables snarled and bared their fangs, radiating pure aggression. However, with a surge in his magic points, the hero felt a newfound confidence swell within him, knowing victory was within reach. Blows sounded behind him, drawing his attention away from the green wolves. Spinning around, he caught sight of a beast that resembled a wild boar. A stone spear formed at the hero's command, swiftly joined by a barrage of weapons that struck the monster. Each blow forced the beast to drive its hooves into the earth, its charge faltering as it struggled to maintain momentum. The monster pressed on relentlessly, leaving Suzumiya astonished. As the hero recognized this creature from Sally-san's earlier warning, a decision formed: to activate his appraisal skill and uncover its secrets. Just as anticipated, it required 7 stone-tipped spears to bring the Gorgon's health down by a mere 30%. In contrast, that same set of weapons could have easily handled 10 wolves. Without warning, the Gorgon let out a guttural roar and collapsed, its vitality sinking to nothing. Utterly baffled, the hero considered whether a mortal blow had been struck, since nothing else could account for such a drastic drop. 70% of its health vanished in an instant. The shifting patterns of the monsters caught his attention, rendering everything else insignificant. Unlike the green wolves from the other day, these monsters charged straight ahead, their movements purposeful and unyielding. The scene suggested a desperate escape, pushing him to uncover the cause behind their frantic flight. Soaring above the treetops, Suzumiya hovered for a moment and noticed that every animal moved with intent toward the same destination. Dropping to the ground, he watched as a massive figure emerged from between the trees. A giant paw descended, its claws spreading wide to cover the wolf almost entirely. Suzumiya studied the creature closely and recognized it as an iron lizard, renowned for its formidable strength. Proclaiming his discovery, he finally stumbled upon the iron lizard he had spoken of earlier. Though its life force seemed weaker than that of the Gorgons, it bore a formidable coat of iron armor. The idea of facing the battle alone did not sit well with Suzumiya. He decided it would be wiser to return and report the situation. The lizard caught sight of him and let out a low growl. Realizing he had been discovered, Suzumiya quickly assessed the creature's speed and weighed his chances of escaping on foot. Taking to the skies, Suzumiya wheeled around and caught sight of the lizard swiftly closing the gap. The thought of making a strategic retreat crossed his mind. The lizard earned its reputation as a swordsman killer, its body shielded by armor so tough that even a blow from a stone spear left it completely unharmed. With his staff raised high, Suzuki calculated that he could channel 10 magic points each second to enhance his spell. Sustaining this flow for a full minute would allow him to summon a tremendous fireball. The fireball struck the lizard squarely, yet the creature emerged without a scratch, advancing relentlessly. Stunned by the monster's resilience, Suzumiya watched as the hero narrowly dodged another vicious assault. The lizard swung its rough, scaly tail in a powerful arc. Susami made a quick attempt to evade, yet the blow landed squarely on his leg. Clutching his injured leg, the hero understood instantly. The lizard's attack had shattered the bone. Relief swept over him, knowing his training in healing magic would serve him well now. Caution held firm in his thoughts. Losing consciousness here would mean certain defeat. Memories of the blacksmith, Aru, Sally, and the elves filled his mind, strengthening his resolve to keep this monster from ever reaching the city. Prepared to confront the monster once and for all, he realized the lack of any piercing spells in his arsenal. Determined, he set about crafting a brand new spell using his mastery over lightning magic. Extending his hand with the shield brought no response. The young man pondered whether another condition was required for his unusual idea to take form. The lizard's tail cracked against the ground near his feet, painting a grim picture of his situation. Yet, in that tense moment, a new idea surfaced in his mind. The realization dawned that, while swordplay relied on split-second reactions, magic carried a hidden advantage. Its power could be gathered and intensified before release. News reached him of a projectile designed to boost penetration. Explosive force wasn't essential. What truly mattered was incredible speed and the ability to harness pressure. Understanding at last, the hero saw that the only way to shatter the heart's armor was by tapping into the magic from his training. This particular power was known simply as pressure. Suzumi contemplated wielding both the sword and staff together, recognizing it would be a risky gamble. Determined, he decided to pour every remaining point he possessed into this spell. Patience was required. He needed to wait 15 minutes before taking action. Confident in his understanding of the lizard's patterns, the adventurer believed slipping past its lightning-fast strikes would be a simple task. With his sharp martial arts instincts, anticipating the monster's movements became second nature. He studied the subtle shift of muscle and posture, calculating precisely where the creature would lash out with its tail, then met each incoming blow with a deft, deflecting counter. After 15 minutes, the preparations had come to an end. The moment to launch the attack had arrived. Suzumiya believed that the only task remaining was to identify the weakest spot in the armor. After some thought, the hero realized that the lizard's back seemed to escape most attacks. With this insight, the hero prepared to strike there. A fierce shout split the air as the hero descended from above, unleashing a full-fledged assault. Power gathered in his hand, a surge of magic signaling his determination to give everything in this attack. Pressure magic manifested as a funnel, narrowing as it descended, forcing the lizard to arch its back in response. As Suzumiya collapsed onto the ground, a surge of astonishment flooded his mind. The question echoed, had he truly succeeded? The steady beeping of the radar filled the air while the fallen lizard sprawled motionless on the ground. Victory seemed certain. The hero believed he had brought down the monster all by himself. As Suzumiya made his way back into the city, a cautious glance swept over his surroundings. The radar remained quiet, suggesting that the creatures under the Iron Lizard's command had withdrawn for now. A wave of relief swept over him as a distant hope flickered. Sally and the others might be safe after all. The voice of the girl broke through his thoughts, calling his name and expressing gratitude that he had survived. Curiosity edged his voice as he wondered aloud why they believed him to be dead. Sally explained that after he had charged ahead, all trace of him vanished, and even when the monsters were gone, no sign of him ever surfaced. With concern in her voice, she inquired about Suzumiya's whereabouts, confessing her worries for his well-being. An apology escaped him as he admitted he suspected her heightened emotion stemmed from the influence of an adventurous spirit. The hero inquired whether Sally had instructed him to head to the front lines. In response, Sally clarified that she had urged him to join the others out there, but had never intended for him to throw himself recklessly into harm's way. Upon reflection, the young man noticed that everything truly appeared just as it seemed. Sally inquired about his actions once the monsters fell back. Suzumiya explained that he had carefully surveyed the area after their clash with the Iron Lizard. The girl's surprise was unmistakable. According to her, the situation was dire and the magicians needed to be notified immediately. Despite there being only 5 magicians in the entire city, the hero calmly assured her that there was no cause for concern, as he had already taken down the lizard himself. According to him, the monsters withdrew because he had taken care of her. The girl, overwhelmed by shock, found herself unable to utter a single word. At last, she admitted she had forgotten that he practiced both swordsmanship and magic, making his abilities less surprising. Curiosity prompted her to inquire whether Cade Sane specialized in wind magic. According to the girl, defeating the lizard usually requires a team of magicians ranked C or higher. They typically use wind magic to lift the creature into the air, finishing it off while it's suspended. Yet Suzumiya had somehow succeeded on her own. The hero calmly explained that he had used his magic to pierce her armor. Skepticism lingered on the girl's face, clearly unconvinced by his words. At that moment, Suzumiya proposed they examine the lizard stored in his inventory for further proof. Sally stared in awe at the lizard's impressive size, curiosity spilling into her voice as she inquired about the hero's inventory. In response, he explained that his own inventory far surpassed the others. With a tilt of her head, the girl wondered aloud if the lizard ought to have a hole in its back. Without hesitation, Suzumiya swept her up into his arms, ready to lend a helping hand as she started to search. On the upper floor, Sally expressed her amazement, admitting she had never encountered magic powerful enough to conjure something so immense. From this, the girl surmised that Suzumiya's magic must operate on an entirely different level than ordinary spells. Grateful for his rescue from the lizard, she expressed her thanks and assured him she would inform the branch manager. Susumi mentioned they would meet again soon, but the girl surprised him by inviting him to join her right then. Suzumiya sat quietly at the table as a man suddenly slammed his head against the surface, confessing his overwhelming guilt with a strangled cry. Uncertainty swept over the hero as confusion clouded his thoughts. He inquired whether the man held the position of branch chief, admitting that the circumstances made little sense to him. Calmly, the man explained that the group's suspicions had been aroused long ago by the monster's odd behavior. According to him, the appearance of that sign meant a powerful monster had emerged, yet no action was taken. Responsibility for the incident falls on the leader, and without Suzumiya's presence, tragic losses would have followed. The young man believed the Iron Lizard posed a formidable challenge, and with limited funds at their disposal, overcoming it seemed nearly impossible. Admitting defeat, he remarked that there was no solution in sight. The guild leader approached with a request, hoping the boy would keep the incident under wraps to prevent unnecessary confusion. Susumi quietly inquired about the meaning behind his words. The man explained that while the guild planned to make a public announcement eventually, rumors had already spread through the city, stirring up excitement. People would likely doubt the story that a single adventurer managed to defeat the lizard. The guild leader also gave the hero the option to claim the lizard's corpse as his own, and to make an announcement if Suzumiya wished. The hero, however, declined this invitation. After expressing his intent, he inquired whether he could share the news with Dovaragu-san, hoping the craftsman could forge a weapon from the lizard. The man, caught off guard by the hero's familiarity with the dwarf, admitted his surprise but agreed there would be no issue. Since the reclusive blacksmith seldom mingled with others, the guild lacked the necessary tools to handle the iron lizard, so such equipment had to be sought in other cities. Suzumiya reacted with genuine surprise to this discovery. The guild leader assured everyone that a dwarven mining town lay to the southeast, equipped with the necessary tools for the task. Herrera, known far and wide as the blacksmith's town, stood ahead. Monsters had made its gardens their home, so Suzumiya knew he would need to go there and face whatever awaited. Observing the rhythms of this world, the hero realized that journeying beneath the night sky was wiser, reserving daytime for rest. With a little time left before his departure, he chose to bid farewell to those who had supported him along the way. Moreover, Dofara appeared to have anticipated the young man's imminent departure on his quest. With a gentle smile, Suzumiya set a bundle of Zunana grass before Sally. Addressing him warmly, she spoke his name, prompting a calm reply. The girl inquired whether anything had happened to the branch chief. In response, he assured her there was nothing out of the ordinary, and explained that he had merely chosen to depart from the city. Eager to craft a new weapon, the young man set his sights on traveling to Herrera. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about how often adventurers made such trips. The girl assured him that journeys like this were a common occurrence. A trace of sorrow crossed her face as she imagined Katie leaving for another city. Suzumiya reassured her with gentle words, telling her there was no need to fret. The iron lizard's presence had drawn a pack of wolves, but with that beast now vanquished, the city would remain secure in his absence. Sally nodded, assuring him that she understood, and then inquired whether he intended to sell the grass to the Zunin. Meanwhile, Susumi reflected on his good fortune, arriving in this new world and encountering someone as warm-hearted as Sally. The hero hoped that one day she would once more guide him on a new adventure. Grateful for all she had done, he offered his heartfelt thanks. Passing Sally Sana a fresh sprig of Zunana grass, he expressed his hope that their paths would cross once more someday. A joyful smile brightened her face as she took the twig and softly promised they would cross paths again one day. On the 5th day after their departure, Suzumiya checked the radar and recalled hearing that the trek from Ayin to Herrera typically spanned 10 days by horse. Noticing a valley nestled within the mountains ahead, he wondered if it could be the destination they sought, Herrera. Considering the distance, reaching the destination will likely take him about an hour. Remarkably, his pace outstrips that of a horse, a testament to the countless hours he has devoted to training. The radar emitted a steady series of beeps as Susami noticed movement among the trees. Several figures wove their way through the dense forest, ignoring the road that lay just ahead. Suzumiya chose to approach the group directly. A child lay on the ground, bound and helpless, while a few men lounged close by, casting watchful glances at their captive. In his mind, they were likely considered robbers, the term used in this world for those who have fallen from grace through wrongdoing. According to the instructions, anyone who encounters them must either notify the guild or handle the matter personally if capable. Reports indicate these individuals abducted a child from Herrera, demanding immediate action. The first step involves thoroughly investigating the situation. Drawing upon his appraisal ability, the hero confirmed his suspicions. Each of the 6 before him truly belonged to the bandit ranks. Suzumiya remarked that this encounter would mark his very first battle against fellow humans. At that moment, one of the robbers rose to his feet and announced he was leaving. The others questioned his destination, but before he could answer, everyone in the group lifted their heads in unison. The group exchanged uneasy glances, curious about the mysterious noise. One member quickly directed the other 2 to investigate, and, with little choice, they reluctantly complied. A man draped in a fur cape noticed a stone-tipped spear lodged in the trunk of a tree. Perched on a branch overhead, Suzumiya waited for the right moment, then sprang down swiftly the instant a chance appeared. With a swift leap, he unleashed pressure magic mid-air, sending his opponents sprawling to the ground, never once laying a hand on them. The remaining bandits stood in stunned confusion, their eyes darting around as they tried to make sense of the sudden turn of events. Spotting Suzumiya among them, they immediately started demanding his identity. A dismissive snort escaped him as he considered his aim to capture them. However, his magic surged with excessive force, tipping the balance. Despite this, no regret stirred within. After all, danger was always lurking in this world. Yet the child's well-being took precedence. A quick glance at her system window revealed that she was currently affected by forced hypnosis. Despite tapping into his magical abilities, the young man remained puzzled by the concept of forced hypnosis. Yet a quiet optimism lingered within him that a remedy might exist. Carrying her gently in his arms, he strode into the city as curious faces turned to watch, surprise flickering in every gaze. With his beard woven into 2 thick braids, the man declared that Suzumiya had meddled with his daughter Sumisa. Sensing their distrust, he quickly insisted they hold on. The hero calmly recounted how he had rescued her from a group of bandits lurking in the forest nearby, adding that she seemed to be under the influence of forced hypnosis. The young men assured Suzumiya that she could rely on them, explaining that forced hypnosis could be easily treated with certain herbs. The father hurried to his daughter, concern etched across his face. Nearby, the dark-haired young man offered an apology, explaining that the father's worry stemmed from his daughter's absence. She had ventured into the forest that morning and failed to come back. He added that dwarves by nature have rather fiery tempers. Introducing himself as Sumiju, the bearded man expressed regret for his earlier behavior. Grateful for his daughter's rescue, he offered heartfelt thanks and assured Suzumiya that he would gladly assist her with anything she might require from the city. Excitement lit up the hero's face, and he wasted no time requesting to be taken to a shop where the iron lizard could be processed. Yet the dwarf had other plans. He suggested setting aside business for the moment to celebrate together, and proposed that Suzumiya join in their festivities. The dwarves busied themselves with setting the table, their hands quick and practiced, then lifted their glasses high in a toast to Sumisa's homecoming. Amid the bustle, the hero soon noticed his words drifted unheard across the room. It seemed natural. After all, the father had only just been reunited with his beloved daughter. Just as the hero was about to take a bite, a girl interrupted him. Introducing herself as Sumisa, she explained that her memory was lost, but her gratitude for being rescued filled her voice. Suzumiya wondered aloud whether returning to work so soon after such an ordeal was wise, but the girl assured him she was fine, grateful for his support. Noticing his travel-worn appearance, she wondered aloud if he might be a wanderer, an adventurer passing through unfamiliar lands. Concern flickered in her eyes as she apologized, regretful that her circumstances had forced him to pause his journey. The young man assured her that she bore no fault, explaining his journey to the city was prompted by tales of a method for working with the iron lizard. Sumisa welcomed him, offering guidance to utilize the workshop as he needed. Suzumiya's face lit up with joy as he gladly accepted the offer. At that moment, Sumizu stepped forward, announcing his willingness to provide a sword for the hero's journey, although he mentioned that forging such a weapon would require a payment of 1 million. Out of gratitude for saving his daughter, the merchant generously offered a 50% discount. Suzumiya wished he could pay the full amount, but reality reminded him that his funds simply couldn't cover it. Curious whether they might be interested in buying materials, he offered to sell them the remains of the iron lizard he carried. Samosa dismissed his claim with a laugh, certain it was nothing more than a poor attempt at humor. Deciding words alone would not suffice, the hero prepared to let his actions do the talking. Astonishment swept over the dwarves as they gazed upon the undeniable remains of the iron lizard he presented. Sumisa remarked that the inventory would need to be significantly expanded to handle something of that scale. She then directed him to inform the accounting department about the situation. According to the accountant, the quality remained intact, and the final price would be determined once the metal was extracted. He proposed a rate of 3 million bodies for each kilogram. The man explained that even though he had enough to purchase everything outright, this particular deal far surpassed anything the guilds could provide. Suzumiya, astonished by how much he stood to gain, quickly agreed. Without wasting a moment after declaring their victory assured and urging everyone to get started, he noticed that the hero possessed the ability to wield fire magic. The dwarf announced that the time had come to carve up the iron lizard. Suzumiya, caught off guard by this unexpected task, found himself assisting with the strange operation. Fire magic became essential for the young man, allowing him to burn away everything but the outer layer of metal. The dwarf estimated that based on its size, the hero could easily extract half a ton of metal from it. Suzumiya started to tally up the potential earnings in her mind. According to the dwarf, the speed and intensity of this magic rival those found in B-rank spells. Given its impressive power, the need for a sword seemed questionable. Suzumiya calmly explained that any solitary warrior must always be ready to engage in close-quarters combat. Sumizu admitted that this style was entirely new to him. In addition, he pointed out that a staff measuring just 20 centimeters is considered unusually short. Upon hearing that Suzumiya had purchased the staff from a store, the dwarf observed its construction. A sturdy iron core wrapped in copper, typically favored by novices. For those seeking greater speed, he mentioned, a superior staff could be acquired. Curiosity flickered in the young man's eyes as he wondered aloud whether the choice of materials in a staff might alter the speed of magic. He turned to the dwarf and inquired if it would be possible to craft a staff from the remains of an iron lizard. The blacksmith agreed to take on the task, explaining that the metal's hardness demanded extra time, unique handling, and specialized techniques. For anyone eager to craft a staff, Somisa stands out as the master of the art in the entire city. Acknowledging this advice, the hero nodded in understanding. Signiza listened to his request to craft a staff from iron lizard materials, noting that such an item would be quite extravagant. Still, she assured him she could manage it if he truly wanted one. Suzumiya expressed his wish for a staff just 20 centimeters long that could accelerate as powerfully as a regular-sized one. The girl listened quietly before explaining that such a request could not be fulfilled. The hero approached her, seeking to learn her craft, drawn by her reputation for creating the finest staffs in all of Herrera. Pleased by the compliment, she agreed to teach the hero everything she knew. Launching into a thorough explanation, she described every property of the staffs with meticulous detail. Suzumiya quickly realized this lesson was far from the brief summary she had expected. The core of each staff holds a crucial importance in the art of magic. Within the staff, the magic accelerating section consists of two distinct layers. Greater magical density in the outer layer, combined with a high-quality core, allows spells to be cast much more swiftly. The term magic density refers to the highest number of magic points a staff can contain, determined by the material from which it is made. Once the stored magic points surpass this density threshold, the excess energy rapidly starts to disperse. To boost performance, selecting a high-density material for the outer shell and upgrading both layers of the accelerator section with superior materials proves effective. Driven by inspiration, Suzumiya set out to craft a staff that matched the swiftness of a traditional magic rod, yet could also double as a sword whenever needed. With uncertainty in her eyes, the girl admitted she didn't understand his meaning. The hero faced her directly and requested a clearer explanation. Suzumiya described the staff he wanted, its outer shell forged from the durable metal of the iron lizard, with a blade affixed to transform it into a sword. By trading points, Suzumiya would in turn receive enhanced speed. According to the girl, crafting a staff with this particular design would allow it to store enough magic to cast 100 spells. Such a reserve rivals the combined mana of 3 average magicians. Suzumiya considered his abilities, recognizing that his current level surpassed that of an ordinary mage by a staggering 500 times, and his power of regeneration matched this impressive difference. The hero remarked that he could put it to use, and wondered aloud if that wouldn't be intriguing. The girl, at a loss for words, simply observed that this curiosity was precisely what defined him as an adventurer. Accepting the intriguing commission, she vowed that the hero would earn the title of magician, one whose magic points always seemed to vanish before the final words of a spell left his lips. In response, Suzumiya promised to boost the amount of magic points, ensuring such an issue would not arise again. With that solution, every concern about the weapons had been put to rest. 3 days were needed to craft the staff, so to fill the hours, he set out to tackle a handful of quests around the city. Thanks to his recent battles with the Iron Lizard, his rank had risen, granting him access to more challenging assignments befitting his new status. During his recent mission, he came across a pack of wolves and instinctively fought them off with his trusty stone spear, a method that had become second nature to him. These were no ordinary green wolves, but cunning red wolves with the ability to evade magic. Clearly, there was no time to waste. In the absence of trees surrounding the town, Susumiya reasoned that this might explain why monsters seldom ventured close to Herrera. The radar emitted a series of beeps, drawing his attention to the cave entrance where two figures had appeared. Both were recognized as bandits, prompting Suzumiya to consider whether they might be part of the gang responsible for abducting Sumisu-chan. Two figures stood guard at the entrance, while several others lingered deeper within the cave. The young man suspected this could be a bandit's lair, yet something about the place struck him as unusual. Susumiya arrived at Guildmaster Herrera's office to deliver the news that he had discovered the location of the bandits' hideout, and provided an update on the ongoing situation. Guildmaster Herrera noted that this revelation clarified the reason behind their rapid progress. Guards stationed at the entrance revealed just how sizable this gang truly is. After verifying the hero's statements, the guild leader promises a reward in exchange for such vital information. For the time being, secrecy was essential, given the real possibility of spies lurking within the city. Quietly, plans began to take shape to recruit adventurers into the guild, assembling them into a covert strike force. Since there was a strong likelihood that Suzumiya would be recognized as the discoverer, he received an invitation to arrive the following morning. Before long, he stopped by Sumisa's workshop to inquire about the staff, only to learn that it was still unfinished. Understanding that the new weapon would remain untested until the upcoming raid on the bandits, Suzumiya accepted that his usual gear would suffice for that mission. Suzumiya inquired whether the trees encircling the city had been deliberately felled. The explanation revealed that the intensive demands of metal smelting required vast amounts of coal, which led to the widespread deforestation. With a tone of astonishment, Suzumiya questioned whether extracting coal directly from mines was out of the question. The girl explained that the metal wasn't fit for forging due to its poor quality. Reflecting on her words, Susumi recalled how, back in his city, the process involved using limestone and coke. The suggestion arose to create burning coals from coke, a process that seemed to puzzle Sumisa. Detailed explanations followed, outlining the inner workings of the furnace that would transform materials into a more efficient source of fuel. With a hint of uncertainty, the girl explained that crafting staffs was her true forte. Still, she felt it might be worth a try. All the hero needed to do was confirm the fuel's effectiveness, and together they could potentially earn a good profit from it. Susumiya made his way to Ignisant's fuel depot and found himself greeted by a man dressed in a black apron. The hero launched into an explanation about the new fuel, carefully outlining his ideas. Igni listened with doubt evident in his eyes, while Susumiya sensed that the words coming from the hero did not sound entirely credible. Determined to uncover the truth, Susumiya resolved to verify the claims himself. The young man explained that, should the method prove successful in testing, he intended to sell it. However, he assured them he was prepared to cover all the expenses required for the experiment himself. Given these circumstances, Ignisant stood to lose very little. The adventurer held the chance to introduce coke to this land, perhaps even to the wider magical realm. He acknowledged that the suggested method had its flaws and might not always bring success. The man responded that admitting its imperfections was preferable to boasting about perfection, and agreed to proceed with the arrangement. In this way, a method for acquiring coke emerged, yet Susumiya remained dedicated to the adventurous path. The night quietly slipped by since news of the bandits had reached them. At long last, the assembled strike force stood together, comprising seasoned adventurers drawn from the guild's ranks. The hero offered a warm greeting, expressing genuine pleasure at their arrival. Introducing himself as Mages, the man revealed he was a B-rank wind mage and the leader of the strike force. Spreading the map across the table, they gauged the distance to the enemy base, approximately 8 kilometers. Their calculations suggested a bandit force numbering between 30 and 40. The mission, though labeled E-rank, involved more bandits than expected. Sismi counted 7 people in total, including himself, and noted that these opponents, likely boasting B-rank skills, seemed confident in their ability to manage the situation. Under Maji's stern gaze, each person stepped forward in turn to announce their name, rank, and occupation. Valin declared himself as a swordsman, his voice steady. Zenshi followed, introducing himself as a swordsman as well, though he admitted to holding a lower rank. The rest of the group continued the introductions, each stating their place within the party. Suzumiya introduced himself, stating both his name and rank. As he revealed his title of Magic Swordsman, curiosity flickered among the listeners. To clear up any confusion, he explained his unique ability to wield both a sword and magic. Another adventurer remarked that these abilities were far too impressive for someone of E rank. Mage used his special skill, Amiya, to reveal the true capabilities of everyone present. The hero realized that allowing others to suffer due to his concealed strength would be far more troubling, so he resolved to use his full power without restraint. Mages insisted on handling the situation with the raw determination of a young warrior facing an actual battle. Suzumiya firmly declined any more potions, trusting in her own abilities. The young man revealed his remarkable abilities, leaving the other adventurers astonished. After a short while, he grew tired of toying with the sword, and brought the display to an end. Drawing upon his magic, he conjured a torrent of stone spears that rained down with precision, showcasing the extent of his formidable power. A charred field stretched before them, leaving Magus and the adventurers frozen in astonishment. Suddenly, it dawned on Suzumiya that relying solely on consecutive sword strikes and spells had been a mistake when dual magic could have served him better. Still, Magi assured him that his efforts were sufficient for now. Concern gnawed at the hero, unsure if he had truly met everyone's expectations, but for a G's, that performance sufficed. Turning his attention to the next matter, he inquired about the creature's resistance to magic. Susami explained that he possessed the ability to mend fractures using healing magic, and could unleash a continuous barrage of spells against his foes for more than 20 minutes. Such incredible skills earned him an A-rank classification. According to the hero, remaining at E-rank was simply a result of having started his journey as an adventurer just a month ago. Matty confidently declared his abilities, assuring them he would be a tremendous asset. He then instructed Suzumiya to lead the way as they prepared to storm the base. Fear tugged at the hero's heart as he prepared for the front lines. Yet despite the dread that lingered within him, he accepted the call and readied himself to face the dangers ahead. A stifled yawn passed through the group. After settling on their plan, it was agreed that the main characters would take the lead alongside Valon, while Magus would follow just behind. Their team would consist of only 3 members. The others positioned themselves throughout the area, quietly sealing off any unknown escape routes the bandits might try to use. Drawing inspiration from the heroes, they put the stone spear to good use. As people around began to collapse, a man calmly assured the crowd that everything was under control and urged them to keep moving forward. Yet, before he could finish his instructions, the main character had already dashed ahead. Curiosity flickered in the man's eyes as he questioned the reason behind such speed, only to be brushed off and redirected. The real concern lay in how anyone could move so steadily through the depths of the cave. Relying on the radar, the main character navigated the twisting route with confidence. For now, they remained unseen, though it felt certain that discovery would come soon. Without hesitation, the hero pressed on, moving swiftly through the unfamiliar surroundings. Anyone he passed received a swift evaluation from his skill, which instantly revealed whether they posed a threat. Suddenly, the flow of his thoughts was broken as he dashed by a bandit, catching the rogue completely off guard. The unexpected encounter startled the bandit, but the young man immediately unleashed a burst of pressure magic. The remaining heroes struggled to match the pace of their companion, each one gasping for air with every step. He remarked that the cave's straightforward path made their journey simple, as they reached their destination without confusion. The other responded with quiet confidence, admitting he had expected as much. The main character expected a greater challenge, faced with a door that sealed off the cave ahead. Smooth and handleless, the barrier could only be opened from within, intensifying the sense of mystery. Behind the shop, his radar detected an empty spot, yet the sound of many voices drifted from that direction, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Before he could decide, a voice called his name. Prompted to display his magic, the young man announced his intention to smash the door. Before he could finish, Cade had already grasped exactly what he meant. One man waited patiently on one side of the door, giving the signal for them to start, while another man positioned himself directly across from him. Entering the room, the main character startled the bandits, who erupted into shouts and demanded to know his identity. With a quick use of his appraisal skill, the man sized up the group, recognizing each as a bandit. Without hesitation, he struck them down with his stone spear. The force of the shockwave sent the bandits soaring through the air, scattering them in every direction. Cade's companions watched his display of power, their faces filled with awe and disbelief. Magi announced the end of the ordeal, relief settling in his voice. When someone inquired about his condition, he admitted to feeling a bit let down. Nevertheless, every bandit had been defeated, and the main character's strength had become undeniable. Never before had a mission unfolded with such surprising ease. With the danger seemingly behind them, the group turned their attention to gathering up the scattered loot. Relief washed over the hero as he realized that all was well for the moment. That calm was short-lived. His voice rang out, warning the others that 7 adults and a child were drawing near. Judging by their movements, he suspected they might be the kidnappers. The young man acknowledged the plan and assured that they would capture the culprits to gather the necessary information. Meanwhile, the protagonist's sole mission was to rescue the child. With a grave expression, the man announced their arrival at the destined place and glanced toward his companion. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the heroes prepared to spring their trap. After demanding to know the identities of those present, the protagonist unleashed a wave of pressure magic upon the bandits, subduing them completely and ensuring the captive's safe rescue. Cradling the girl gently, he noticed how little weight she seemed to have. The hero concluded she had likely succumbed to a sleep imposed by hypnosis. Kyrie believed his companion could handle the situation alone, so he turned his attention to checking on the girl. Her name, Rhea, belonged to a rare and unique type of elf. This distinctive lineage set her apart from others of her kind. Judging by her appearance, the hero concluded that she suffered from no notable conditions or afflictions. No one knew the girl's true age, but her talents were undeniable. She possessed 2 rare skills: the ability to absorb external magical power and finally control her magic. The hero's highest skill only reached the 3rd level, yet this mysterious girl had already mastered a skill at the 17th level. Such a feat defied all logic. Quietly, the hero pondered the significance of harnessing external magical power. This ability enables the user to draw upon the mana of nearby enemies when those foes lack strong command over their energy. The heroes found the concept of weak mana control somewhat mysterious, yet the prospect of manipulating another's magic based on their control skills struck them as remarkable. A sudden jolt ran through the girl as confusion flickered across her face. The young man observed, puzzled at how the bandits had managed to capture her. As she regained her senses, curiosity filled her gaze, and she bombarded him with questions about his identity and the mysterious magic he possessed. With calm composure, he introduced himself, then gently inquired if she was all right and how she found herself in this predicament. With a warm smile, the girl echoed the protagonist's name and confirmed with gentle approval that his suspicions were correct. Uncertainty clouded the protagonist's mind as he tried to figure out what troubled the girl. A young man approached, concern etched on his face, and asked if she was all right. Katie then inquired about the situation with his allies. The young man explained that they had just finished restraining their opponents, and owing much to his help, had managed to keep their losses to a minimum. Relief colored his voice as he expressed his happiness that the girl was safe. Realizing she remained bound, he quickly moved to free her, offering a sincere apology for leaving her tied up for so long. Much to everyone's surprise, the girl freed herself from the ropes and assured them she was perfectly capable of managing on her own. She expressed her gratitude for the offer nonetheless. The young man found himself taken aback by her resourcefulness. With concern, he wondered whether she could truly manage to escape on her own. The girl admitted openly that, lacking magical abilities, she was powerless to act by herself. The protagonist pointed out that her ability to free herself hinted at latent magical power. In response, the girl explained that while she possessed a considerable amount of mana and her control remained weak, this made tapping into it a simple matter. Speculation arose in his mind that she had tapped into external magic, perhaps drawing on his mana without alerting him. Yet curiously, his own reserves remained untouched. Before he could ponder it further, the young man broke the silence with an apology. Confusion lingered as the man admitted he didn't quite grasp her words, prompting the protagonist to confess his own uncertainty. Maju assured that the girl was unharmed and promised to question the guilty party to discover her place of origin, intending to invite her to meet him. When he extended the invitation, she declined, prompting him to inquire about her reasons. The girl explained that his mana was too challenging to handle, which was why she turned down his offer to accompany him. She expressed a desire to remain by the protagonist's side. The man observed that she had grown fond of him and asked if Katie could look after her until they reached the guild. Katie accepted the responsibility. Extending a steady hand, the protagonist invited the girl to join him, and she accepted without hesitation. Her willingness struck him as oddly compliant. Puzzlement lingered over how she had actually freed herself, let alone the true nature of her abilities. Despite being taken away, she continued to radiate a surprising cheerfulness. The hero quietly noted her unusual demeanor and wished that these mysteries would resolve themselves once they reached the guild. The girl explained that their responsibility involves taking in kidnapped children and providing care for them. Yet there is a complication. Uncertainty held them in place, unsure of the next step. With the girl's past still a mystery, the main character took on the task of keeping watch over her. The child, however, protested loudly, making it clear she wanted nothing to do with it. Being near the protagonist felt necessary to her. The girl inquired whether they were truly strangers. He answered that they were. The girl bounced onto his bed, declaring its softness with a satisfied sigh. Confusion swirled in the main character's mind as he struggled to grasp how events had led to this moment. She seemed to retain no memory of her abduction at all. Still, as just a young child, she appeared unlikely to stir up much trouble. The guild informed him that gathering information about her would require 5 days. Considering the short wait, he believed he could manage. Their companion announced that it was time to sleep, suggesting she make herself comfortable on the nearby bed. Stretching out, the protagonist began to contemplate his plans for the following day. Journeying with a young child would prevent him from accepting extermination missions, leaving him uncertain about his next move. Considering the weight of his responsibilities, inspecting the staff and overseeing production climbed to the top of his mind. An endless list of tasks tugged at his thoughts. Gradually, the hero's eyes fluttered open, ready to face whatever awaited him. Before him lay a small girl, her presence pressing against him as she looked up with curiosity. She inquired softly if he was awake. With a quiet nod, he assured her he had just opened his eyes. The girl explained that she had woken up after sensing the warmth of the main character's presence as he greeted her with a gentle good morning. In response, he wished her the same, curiosity flickering across his face as he searched for any sign that something was troubling her. With a casual greeting, the young man inquired about the progress of the production. The response came swiftly, praising the experiment's promising results. Yet, before the final word could be spoken, a new concern surfaced. The young hero was considered far too inexperienced to embrace fatherhood. Kaid explained that bandits had captured the girl and left her with no memory of her past. In the meantime, he had taken it upon himself to look after her until the guild could uncover her origins. The man remarked on the unfortunate nature of the whole affair, then wondered aloud if this meant Kaid was stepping back from his usual guild duties. The girl confidently declared her ability to fight and expressed her belief that, together with the main character, they could surpass the strength of the Green Uncle. Curiosity flickered in the man's eyes as he inquired about the person's identity. In response, the protagonist calmly explained that the conversation was about Mages. The man holds a B-rank adventurer's title. Back when he last evaluated her, though, she hadn't displayed any combat abilities at all. The protagonist responded with a chuckle, remarking that, just as she suspected, the man had chosen to take a short break. Hearing this, the girl pointed out that his words suggested he was ready for a fight. The man introduced the stove to the hero, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inspected every angle and detail. Yet a sense of unease lingered. Raising his concern, he wondered aloud if there might be a gas leak. In response, they reminded him that the project remained in its experimental phase. Utilizing an unused, refurbished old furnace, he set the stage for his experiment. Should his test prove successful, plans are in place for a blacksmith to craft a purpose-built furnace. The entire structure benefits from reinforcement with mithril, a material renowned for its exceptional strength. A portion of the protagonist's funds had already been poured into launching the experiment. Curious about the feasibility of continuing, he inquired whether the man could still operate within their current budget, as the true cost of the material eluded him. The man replied that mithril was readily available in abundance. The girl shifted her gaze toward him, her finger indicating the glittering material. Mithril seemed to permeate everything, even the very walls. He responded by explaining it was not meant to be used in such a way. Yet, upon inspecting the data, the findings confirmed it was indeed mithril. According to the man, a third of these stones contain mithril ore. Still, the material is rarely completely pure. Typically, only half of it is actual ore, while the remainder consists of impurities. Although he was often told his knowledge was only average, his skill in crafting whatever was required set him apart. The protagonist doubted Mithro's true worth in this place, yet his purse still held a few coins. In front of the stove, the boy and girl stood side by side. Their companions insisted that something had to be done quickly to manage the gas leak. Ria announced her intention and requested an audience to observe her actions. As she moved closer, the man intercepted her, insisting she keep her distance from the stove. He warned her of its dangers and firmly advised her to stay away. Initially, the girl hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement with the boy and decided to participate from where she sat. Extending her arms in front of her, she prepared herself to join in. Without warning, workers set about repairing the pipes. Cracks faded away, one after another. The main character and the man could only watch, eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, the girl observed the scene with a soft, contented smile. With a bright, joyful smile, Ria raised both thumbs proudly and admitted she was the one behind it. The protagonist watched in astonishment as the girl wielded magic, despite her lack of magical ability. Curiosity compelled him to inquire about her method. Calmly, she explained that she had melted the mithril with magic and then used it to seal the cracks. A cheerful response slipped from her lips, assuring him it was easy. The young man, however, suspected she had no idea just how incredible her actions truly were. When he saved her earlier, a sense of unease had crept in, as if ordinary logic simply didn't apply to her. Convinced of his own helplessness in this place, the main character resolved to impart some logical thinking to her. Drawing her attention to the mithril, he demonstrated its properties by beginning to bend it with his hands. The sight left the girl wide-eyed with astonishment. He explained that, unlike simply bending something by force, it was nearly impossible to achieve such seamless welding from afar. The young girl beamed with delight. Meanwhile, disbelief filled the man's face as he declared that mithril could never be bent by hand alone. Gradually, the young man regained his composure. Curious about her opinion, the protagonist turned to the girl and asked for her thoughts. Nearby, the stove remained in perfect working order, and just then, a newcomer stepped forward, entering the protagonist's line of sight. With a warm smile, Maius expressed his pleasure at the meeting, mentioning that he had heard much about him already. As the person responsible for accounting, he removed his hat politely and introduced himself by name. Expressing genuine pleasure at the introduction, the protagonist listened as the man echoed the sentiment. Without delay, the man revealed a list of topics he wished to explore. Cutting directly to practical matters, he inquired about the fee Mies would expect for providing technical expertise, should they decide to initiate production. Relief washed over the man as he realized they had carefully planned everything before approaching him. A reassuring sign in his eyes. Production, he explained, had not yet commenced. The situation seemed to have settled unexpectedly quickly. The other man responded that the suddenness made sense, given the exceptional quality of the fuel they produced. The intense heat produced by their material allows for much more efficient purification of mithril. His calculations show that introducing charcoal increases production speed by a factor of 20, and substituting their own material for coal boosts the process another tenfold. With successful mass production of the material, disposing of the old mithril mines becomes a simple task. Just clear the rocks in those regions, and the mines are gone. With unwavering determination, he claimed that a single oven would recover its cost within just 10 days. Eager for quick progress, he expressed a personal desire to see it enter mass production without delay. Feeling uncomfortable, the young man merely nodded in agreement. Seeking clarity, he inquired whether the man had come to talk about his portion of the profits, admitting his own limited understanding of the matter. Securing even just 10% of the profits would already bring him satisfaction. Mios responded by mentioning that this was his first time paying the technical fee. He also added that he had specifically sought out a merchant with considerable skill. According to him, it seems that taking half of the profit is the standard in situations like this, and he inquired about the main character's opinion on the matter. Curiosity piqued, the protagonist inquired once more about the percentage, finding the amount surprisingly high on first inspection, even though no clear motive appeared for the merchants to feel suspicious. A lingering sense of doubt refused to fade from his mind. Advanced technology surrounded them, far beyond the ordinary. The man believed that offering just half would fall short. Worry tugged at him, sensing another misunderstanding might have unfolded, since he actually felt the amount was already excessive. Prepared to accept everything, he hesitated, but the hero calmly assured him that this was more than sufficient. A sense of relief washed over the man as a contented smile settled on his face. Agreeing to move forward with the proposed sum, he mentioned that Kada had the option to find similar opportunities in any other city as well. For him, extending this courtesy was a minor gesture. His response came with a nod of understanding. The swift turn of events stirred a thrill within him, sparking curiosity about what their next encounter might bring. With a bright smile, the girl lingered beside the main character and called him by name, curious about their next destination. The young man paused, considering their options. Curiosity about his staff sword lingered in his thoughts, yet completing it required an entire day's effort. Approaching her again as he had the day before might give the impression he was impatient. so waiting seemed the wiser course. With nothing pressing to occupy him, he suggested an outing to the girl, instantly capturing her attention. The girl answered with a spark in her eyes, describing it as an adventure and expressing her eagerness to battle monsters. In his mind, the guy considered her far too spirited for such a reckless pursuit. He responded, cautioning her that confronting monsters came with real dangers. He explained to her that, despite her ability to use magic, he preferred she hold back until she could defend herself. The girl responded with confidence, declaring herself a magician and insisting she would be safe as long as the main character remained close. Once more, he inquired whether she was a mage. Without a word, she gestured to the ornament resting in her hair. The young man studied it closely, realizing this was no ordinary trinket but something far more unusual. Tapping into its inherent magical power, the artifact effortlessly nullifies any assault that might endanger its wielder. When infused with mana, this item becomes invisible to those harboring malicious intent. The young man believed the girl's well-being hinged on whether she still had her hairpin. Yet, what truly puzzled him was how such an object ended up here in the first place. Meanwhile, the girl wondered aloud if she was capable of battling the monsters. Several minutes after departing from the guild headquarters, the young girl settled down amidst the wild grass to gather herbs. As she sifted through the leaves, a delighted cry escaped her lips when she discovered something special. This time, he took on a quest to gather fiarogress, classified as an F-rank request. Out of all the missions posted at the guild, this one offered the least danger. Following the same method he used to locate Zunana grass, he would rely on information analysis to identify every type of grass required. First, however, he needed to discover a sample to understand its characteristics. His gaze settled on a particular plant that piqued his interest. Contemplating whether this plant served any real purpose, he activated his appraisal skill to examine it more closely. The analysis revealed it was Brev sky, a deceptive species that merely mimicked Fiaro grass. Realization dawned that it was nothing more than a clever imitation. Meanwhile, the girl inquired if his search had been successful. He quietly answered that it had not. At last, the elusive Fiaro herb rested in his grasp. Relief and satisfaction filled him as he noted that she had succeeded, commending the girl for her diligent efforts. Pride sparkled in her eyes as she declared her victory. Amusement played on his lips, for he could not recall any competition between them. With a grin, he promised that, if it came to that, he would not let himself be outdone. With 7 pieces already gathered, accusations of cheating surfaced, causing a tense exchange. The accused quickly refuted these claims, uncertain about the rules regarding extra abilities. While he considered such disputes rather immature, he understood that competition had its own set of expectations. Without warning, the stalk of grass snapped cleanly in two. A suspicion formed in his mind. She was lying in wait, planning for him to discover the grass so she could snatch it away at the last moment. That same mysterious magic had appeared before, back at the fuel store. The girl had discovered where to find the Fiaro herb, her reasoning mirroring his careful analysis. He inquired whether she knew the herb's precise location. Her response was a quiet shake of the head, admitting she did not. Ria explained that she was merely tracking the source of the protagonist's magical energy. He assumed she was relying on his detection skill, which took him by surprise. Suddenly, the girl's gaze sharpened, drawn to something unseen. Curious, the protagonist inquired if anything was amiss. In response, the girl began to weave magic through her fingertips. Spotting a stone needle jutting from the earth, the guy questioned Reel about its purpose, noting the absence of any monsters in the area. With a calm confidence, the girl lifted her hand and corrected the boy, insisting that monsters truly lurked in the area. Her fingers extended, she directed the sharp needles straight ahead. The weapon struck the wolves directly, revealing them to be a red-coated breed. Astonishment flickered across the boy's face as he realized the girl had detected their distant foes from no less than 100 meters away. Curiosity flickered in the guy's eyes as he wondered aloud how the girl had managed to track them down, questioning whether this might be one of his hidden powers. Her answer revealed that both the monsters and the main characters possessed unique mana, making them easier for her to locate. However, the increasing number of obstacles steadily hindered her ability to track them down. Curiosity flickered in his mind as he considered whether she possessed some sort of internal radar. Her words lingered, making him suspect she might have likened him to beasts. With a swift motion, she redirected her focus to the wolves in the game and struck at them with determination. He remarked on the impressive accuracy, admitting that even he would struggle to land a shot from such a distance. The girl calmly explained that her outfit had a homing feature, and pointed out that the hero should be just as capable. His eyes widened in surprise as he wondered if it was possible to launch homing projectiles. Ria calmly explained that such a feat was out of the question, given how sluggish the main character was. There simply wasn't a way. Surprise flickered across the boy's face. In response, the girl calmly explained that this was exactly why she had devoted herself to learning Kayad's magic. She acknowledged that the protagonist's magic surpassed hers in both strength and speed. Avoiding her gaze, he murmured his gratitude. Cade wanted to know why she fired without hesitation. In response, she explained that the protagonist acted oddly and seemed incapable of handling the situation himself. The notion lingered in his mind that, coming from a life of privilege, she might carelessly label him as strange. Still, a suspicion gnawed at him. If her abilities extended to mastering just a single form of magic, then there was something important he needed to investigate. With a confident flourish, the young man lifted an enormous needle high above his head, boasting about the strength of his magic. Ria, however, dismissed his claim without hesitation, insisting that such power simply couldn't exist. The girl responded, explaining that the magic swirling within her was wild and unpredictable. If she tried to wield it, it would overwhelm her. Hearing this, he quietly considered whether his own handling of magic had been equally reckless. Imagining himself in her position, he considered that if the girl enjoyed special status as a court sorceress, he must also hold privileges as a swordsman mage and a master of materialization. In his mind, his own magic resembled a wild storm, brimming with unpredictability, while the girl's magic seemed faint and fragile by comparison. Thoughts drifted to the possibility of crafting a formidable spell, envisioning the girl wielding it with impeccable precision. The red wolves shifted their gaze, low growls rumbling from their throats. Ria slowly turned to face the menacing pack. Ria informed the protagonist that a horde of monsters was drawing near. Although the girl wished to ask him about magic, his thoughts remained occupied by another concern. Noticing the brightness in his expression, she remarked on how cheerful he seemed and wondered aloud if something special had occurred. A bright smile spread across his face as he admitted that things were starting to get enjoyable. The girl nodded in full agreement, her eyes shining with the same excitement. Twirling from side to side, she scattered needles through the air and mentioned how much she was enjoying herself. Curiosity sparked as he inquired whether she relied on mana to cast her spells, yet his own reserves remained untouched, leaving him puzzled by the anomaly. Ria explained that she simply made use of the mana the protagonist was carelessly discarding. Curious, he pressed her for an explanation, wanting to know what made her believe that and how much of his mana she had absorbed. Her response came softly, admitting that every last particle remained. A note of surprise colored his voice as he exclaimed. Just then, the gaze once more found the wolf. He inquired how she managed to draw upon his mana for her own spells, similar to the way he channeled his own for casting. In response, she explained that if it concerned the origin of magical power itself, it lay beyond her control. Hearing her speak so matter-of-factly, he suddenly became aware that he had been relying on his magic without truly understanding what it was or how it worked. Curiosity sparked. He wondered aloud if mastering magic control through training might allow him to achieve what she had. Ria answered that while it was technically possible, she sensed no particular gift for magic control within him. Comparing Ked to someone from a world without magic, her words lingered in the air. A hard swallow betrayed the impact her remark had on him. Curiosity sparked within him as he wondered aloud how he managed to wield spells without any formal training, suspecting it might be due to a natural gift for magic. In response, she calmly explained that possessing such talent could allow someone to use magic, though likely without mastering full control over it. Although lacking true mastery over magic, the protagonist manages to wield its power by unleashing it with bold confidence. A quiet nod signaled his understanding. In his mind, the boy reflected on how she had boldly reshaped the mithril using her magic. Inspired by her example, he realized he could channel his own magic in a similar manner. Drawing from the surrounding environment, his mastery of water and earth magic grows stronger. By channeling magical energy to elevate the temperature in the air, he can trigger spontaneous combustion. Let your wildest imagination intertwine with the world around you, and through this fusion, the stage is set for magic to come alive. Lightning magic remained beyond his reach, as it did not belong to the fundamental elements present in the surroundings. The hero resolved never to depend on spells that could not be summoned whenever needed. The girl nodded, confirming that everything was set, and with a flicker of magic sent a sandwich sailing into Katie's hands. Gratitude passed over his face as he took a bite, finding the flavor pleasantly balanced and satisfyingly savory. Surprise flickered across the hero's face at the unexpectedly salty flavor of the meal. Curiosity got the better of him as he wondered aloud how she had managed to season the food without bringing any ingredients. Calmly, the girl revealed that she had taken the salt straight from the earth itself, and her answer left him momentarily stunned. Carrying the slain wolves with him, the young man arrived and requested verification of his completed task, offering up his entire haul as proof. Astonishment filled her voice as she recited the impressive tally. The protagonist had gathered 4,000 bundles of fiero grass and over 300 red wolf carcasses. With a hesitant voice, she wondered aloud how he had come by so much. The girl replied that she had given him a hand as well. Observing their exchange, the guy mused that this type of conversation might soon turn into a familiar routine. Facing the main character, the girl offered a quiet apology before mentioning they had matters concerning Rhea to discuss. With a quiet gesture toward the sofa, the girl invited the heroes to take a seat. Turning her attention to the young man, she inquired about the topic they wished to discuss. Uncertainty clouded his expression as he struggled to put his thoughts into words. The young man suspected that they may have discovered the girl's hometown, yet witnessing the easy camaraderie between him and the girl made revealing this truth difficult for them. With that in mind, he decided to break the silence and strike up a conversation. He inquired whether the girl's parents had arrived to collect her. She shook her head, admitting with some discomfort that they had not, and added that talking about it felt a bit uncomfortable. According to her, there was no sign of her relatives or parents anywhere. The young man pressed her once more, wanting to know if that was truly the case. In the region where the bandits originated, not a single city existed that might have sheltered the girl. Yet the bandits claimed they discovered the child alone in the heart of the forest. The distance suggested her hometown lay far beyond familiar borders, yet several possible cities still fit the description of where she might have originated. Theoretically, such a possibility exists, yet their investigation led them to believe it was highly improbable. Most notably, her guild failed to uncover any historical records describing a race that shared Rhea's unique traits. Drawing closer to the girl, the young man offered a quiet apology, gently pressing his palms over her ears to spare her from what was about to be said. Curiosity sparked as he wondered aloud whether her personality might have led someone to break up with her. In response, he learned there was no indication she had been cast aside at all. Although the girl remains unaware of the particulars, she is certain that this is not the underlying cause. Her words leave him bewildered, unable to grasp her intent. Still, the girl displays numerous intriguing traits. A distinctive hairpin, unusual abilities, and a rare elven lineage set her apart. After reporting her origins to the guild, no information surfaced about members of her race. Given their empty records, this outcome came as no surprise to him. Turning toward her, the young man acknowledged her lost memories, yet gently inquired if any fragments of the past remained within her mind. Perhaps it was the place itself, the scenery surrounding her, or something along those lines that made her reconsider. According to her recollection, she had wandered through the distant forest, searching in vain for any sign of magic. The place seemed so remote. It could have been on an entirely different continent. With unwavering resolve, she responded to each of his questions. Her replies carried a maturity far beyond her years, hinting once more at the enigmatic nature that surrounded her. Considering she might be older than she appears, perhaps even older than himself, the man wondered aloud what should be done about Rhea. The girl explained that efforts were underway to find her a guardian, but securing someone willing to take her in had proven to be a challenge. The woman explained that, unless someone came forward, the girl would have no choice but to stay in the shelter. Rio felt a wave of dread at the thought. Bursting with frustration, she shouted her desire to take center stage and seized his arm. The young man stared back at her in astonishment. With a hopeful gaze, the girl requested that the hero become her protector, aware that caring for a young child would be no easy task for a seasoned adventurer. Normally, such a thing would be possible, yet Rhea's memory had faded into shadows. Meeting someone with gifts much like her own brought a brief ray of clarity to her troubled mind. Rejecting her now would seem like turning away both the compassion shown to him and the girl who once offered him her aid. It might be manageable when facing weaker monsters. However, if the situation demands that he expend all his mana, things could quickly become dire. Since she relies on his mana to cast spells, losing access to it would leave her powerless. In that situation, escaping would become nearly impossible. Until the truth became clear, the hero saw her only as a burden, despite the sympathy stirring within him. He dared not risk her safety, and uncertainty shadowed his expression. Despite everything, he managed to respond. The protagonist requested that the girl wait before asking that particular question. She assured him that he was free to make this decision any time before leaving for another city. As the girl opened her mouth to speak, the guy gently cut her off, his tone earnest. He told her there was something important he needed to explain. Standing firm, the main character promised he would never abandon her and urged her to set her worries aside. Relief and happiness filled Ria's heart. That morning, the girl urged the hero to visit the guild and take on more dangerous monsters. She suggested targets like dark Saras or bloody tigers, eager to tackle an extermination quest. By the time the hero opened his eyes, she was already prepared, brimming with determination to begin the mission. The mere mention of her name appeared to send shivers through the monsters. The girl seemed convinced that demonstrating her worth would earn his approval. At the heart of his worries lay her safety, making her determination somewhat reassuring. Later they would set off on their adventures. But for now, a more pressing destination awaited him. The girl cast a curious glance his way, silent questions lingering in her eyes. Greeting Sunisa with a gentle good morning, the hero started to inquire about the condition of his staff. Before he could finish, Sunisa cut in, announcing that his staff was already prepared. Astonishment flickered across the protagonist's face when someone questioned whether he wielded a staff. Calmly he explained that he practiced inness, as his true calling was that of a swordsman. Curiosity led the girl to inquire about the person standing beside Cade. Dismissing her question as unimportant, he shifted her attention back to his staff. The staff doubled as a sword, which she referred to as a witcher's blade. The discovery left the man astonished. He admitted it was impressive, and the girl responded with confident acknowledgement. She remarked that his energy reminded her of a staff, strong and unwavering. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she wondered aloud about its sword-like appearance. Sumisa responded, admitting that although the hero had desired such a weapon, this creation stood among her finest achievements, even if it seemed unusual. The young man remarked that the heft of his weapons felt just right in his hands. At this, she suggested he experiment with magic as well, indicating a spot that might be ideal for him. Energized by her encouragement, he moved into position and prepared to begin. Her laughter rang out, and she admitted that the image of him casting spells was already vivid in her mind. He nodded, confessing that he was just as eager to see how it would turn out. Astonishment flashed across the girl's face as she sensed the vast reserves of mana he possessed. Even more remarkable was Ria's ability to perceive mana with such clarity, a skill that left the girl amazed. Meanwhile, the young man studied the sword, noting how it differed greatly from his earlier staff. As he gripped the blade, he sensed mana draining from his body, as though being drawn into the weapon itself. Whenever the mana surpassed the staff's capacity, it would spill out from him uncontrollably. The boy swung his sword at anything that crossed his path, moving with a quickness that left Ria taken aback. Confusion rippled through the protagonist as he took in the astonishing speed. Perhaps the explanation lay in the staff's unusual material. After all, this velocity allowed him to track the projectile with his eyes, yet struck with enough force to land a blow on the distant red wolf, even from a kilometer away. The girl expressed her astonishment at his skillful handling, then inquired about the amount of mana he had invested. The man calmly explained that, excluding the mana dispersed without purpose, he estimated it to be around 100. Such an amount meant little to him, hardly worth mentioning. The girl explained that the energy he sensed was the complete reserve of 5 mages, then eyed him curiously, wondering aloud if he was truly human. With calm confidence, the protagonist assured her that he was indeed human, just one with an unusually vast reservoir of mana. According to him, the staff was exceptional, something only she had the skill to create. He expressed sincere gratitude to her. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she admitted that if he truly enjoyed it, she had no further words. The memory of the fuel store clerk searching the entire town for him surfaced abruptly in her mind. The man had mentioned wanting to have a word whenever he found a spare moment. Turning to face the boy, Mies offered a warm greeting and expressed his gratitude for the protagonist's arrival. In response, KD inquired about the situation. The man explained that the production equipment stood ready, with mass production already underway and 10 machines in operation. This revelation left the guy genuinely astonished. Due to a shortage of staff at the store, Mia approached the Coal Miners Association. Their reputation for making production attempts had already spread, so the association welcomed the opportunity to work together. Gratitude filled the air as production nearly doubled. The man mused that the Coal Miners Association bore quite an elaborate name. Regardless, it was necessary to visit the production site and assess the current state of operations. The main character gave a nod of agreement. Surprise flickered across the girl's face as she noticed the unusually large number of dwarves gathered in the room. The young man turned to her and wondered aloud if every one of them belonged to the Coal Miners' Association. Mi answered with a nod, explaining that the majority were indeed members. Stepping forward, a man presented himself as the chairman of the Coal Miners' Association and graciously offered his name. The young man expressed his pleasure at making the acquaintance, while the girl cheerfully introduced herself. A warm smile spread across the man's face as he called her a lively and spirited girl. Expressing his gratitude for being saved, he mentioned there was something important they needed to discuss. Curiosity flickered in the protagonist's eyes as he pressed the man to clarify his words. The local responded with a patient tone, offering to shed some light since the protagonist was clearly an outsider. He spoke of a peculiar illness that had recently swept through the area, an affliction that clouded the mind. While resistance was possible, battling its effects inevitably slowed even the simplest tasks. News of his actions brought them a sense of security, allowing their thoughts to settle and focus. Suspecting that the mines might harbor toxic gases, the young man wondered if this could be the cause of the illness spreading there. He turned to the older miner and inquired about the nature of the disease. Upon arrival, he learned that the discomfort stemmed from nausea and a migraine, symptoms strikingly similar to those caused by a mild magical overload after consuming wyvern meat. According to him, they were fortunate that no one suffered complications or lost their lives. Despite this relief, operations remained far from running at full strength. The young man concentrated, doing his best to absorb every detail shared. Curious, he inquired about their methods for combating the disease. The man replied without hesitation, explaining that the solution was simple: avoid the mines whenever possible. Those afflicted could only manage 3 hours of labor each day, and had to spend the remaining hours resting to keep the illness from advancing. Earnings from such limited work scarcely covered the wages owed to the workers. Weariness weighed on him, urging nearly a day's worth of rest. Now, most of the others had fallen ill, weakened and unable to work. It seemed clear that gas was not the culprit behind this strange sickness. With a careful assessment, he felt confident he could uncover new details. Discovering the secret behind the disease could accelerate their progress significantly. Turning to the man, he offered to address the illness and remove its source. The man assured them of his willingness to lend substantial assistance. He submitted a request to the guild, explaining that no one had ventured so far before. However, with the protagonist accepting the challenge, there seemed to be a real possibility of success. Curious and concerned, the girl wondered aloud if they would be facing the monsters. The guy replied quietly that this time, the threat wasn't from the monsters. He gently requested she remain where she was. Although the girl would likely take offense at being left behind, bringing her into gas-filled mines was simply not an option. An irritated scowl crossed Rio's face as the refusal to fight echoed in the air. Sensing her frustration, the man inquired whether she was troubled by this. Instead of answering directly, Rio shifted her gaze and gestured toward the side, her voice steady as she asked if the coal mines lay in that direction. The young man approached the older gentleman, who nodded in agreement. They chose to abandon him, largely due to the overwhelming count of casualties. The protagonist inquired where the girl sensed the leakage of magical energy. In response, she explained that the magic had undergone a subtle change. The source of this alteration, she revealed, resided within the man she indicated. With no clear understanding of what the girl meant, the boy turned his attention to the dwarf, whose face looked unusually pale. Quietly, he activated his appraisal skill. The status ailment displayed was magical overload, a condition caused by an excess of magical energy, an element that drifts through the atmosphere, bearing many similarities to mana. The shimmering presence she had noticed earlier was likely this very magical energy, which appeared to be at the root of the problem. According to the girl, this magical energy was most likely released by monsters. Gradually, comprehension dawned on him regarding the unfolding situation. The man inquired about his subordinate's well-being, to which the subordinate explained he had just come back from the coal mine. His health was not at its best, yet he assured that he remained fit for duty. The man gently advised him to take it easy and ensure he got enough rest. In his eyes, the girl, though still young, displayed remarkable talent. The suggestion arose to bring the girl along for the investigation. Given the possibility of encountering monsters, a quick retreat would always remain an option. Since the illness had a much milder effect on children than on adults, there seemed little cause for concern. The girl assured him that both she and the main character would be all right. Trusting Ria's confidence, he felt reassured about their own safety, though his concern about the lurking monsters remained. Confident they could simply fall back if trouble arose, The hero accepted the girl's request to join him, and her face lit up with joy. It struck him how she appeared to glide effortlessly, almost as if floating through the air. Perhaps this ability was one of her hidden talents. With such a skill, she could easily withdraw from danger whenever the need arose. As they neared the entrance to the mine, a weathered sign emerged from the shadows, warning all who passed to be cautious of the coal mine disease lurking within. The boy requested that the girl inform him right away if she came across any monsters. With a nod, she promised she would. The walls make her search much more difficult, but she remains determined to try. He overlooks the fact that the thick barriers dampen her sensing abilities, giving him an advantage in this mine where his own skills prove more effective than hers. Noticing the girl, the young man wondered aloud if something might be hidden beneath their feet. Startled, the girl echoed his question, her voice tinged with surprise. According to Rhea, a powerful sense of carelessness pulsed more intensely underground, and she expressed genuine surprise at not having noticed it earlier. Meanwhile, the man gave credit to his instincts for picking up on it. A narrow gap, just 30 centimeters beneath the earth, revealed itself. That seemed to be the only possible option. Contemplating a way to reach it, he glanced at the girl and found silent agreement in her eyes. United in purpose, the girl and boy poured their efforts into reaching the depths of the mine, relying on their magic to carve a path forward. As the boy collided with a solid object, curiosity flickered in his eyes, and he wondered aloud about its nature. The girl calmly explained that this section was unlike the rest. Rhea gazed at the structure, convinced it was a relic from long ago. The man pressed her for details, wondering aloud if it might be ancient ruins or something of that sort. Calmly, Rhea clarified that the wall was magical, making it impossible for the protagonist to bring it down. Upon hearing her words, determination flickered in his eyes as he set his sights on testing her resolve. The man requested that the girl move aside. She complied, her curiosity piqued as she inquired if he planned to use magic, yet she obediently gave him space. With a surge of strength, the boy smashed a hole straight through the floor. Rhea, astonished by the display, wondered aloud if he was truly human. He quietly confirmed that he was. Upon reflection, this marked the first occasion he gathered his magical energy in the presence of a girl. Doubt flickered in her eyes, suspecting he might not even be human, while he dismissed her suspicion as nothing more than insolence. Guided by mastery over pressure magic, the boy forged a path ahead. The walls around him remained steadfast and unyielding. Astonishment flickered across the main character's face upon seeing the wall untouched, not even the faintest scratch marring its surface. The thought echoed in the back of their mind. This wall truly possessed the remarkable strength the girl had described. Suddenly, the boy's contemplation was cut short as cracks snaked across the floor. The girl quickly warned him, urging caution. All around them, the ground gave way, and the world beneath their feet started to crumble. The heroes lost their balance and began to topple. Rhea admitted the burden was overwhelming, warning that the weight threatened to break them at any moment. The boy requested the girl release her hold, hoping to manage his own landing. With a nod of understanding, she loosened her grip, allowing him to descend on his own. As the main character plummeted downward, the abyss below stretched endlessly before his eyes. The radar indicated only 15 meters remained before he collided with the earth below. With only 3 seconds remaining before landing, gathering every stone became a race against time. None could be allowed to brush against him. As the countdown echoed through the air, the protagonist touched down gracefully, his landing flawless and unmarred by even a hint of injury. Confidence filled him as he believed in his newfound strength. Just then, a girl called out to him. Concern filled her voice as she hurried over to him, checking if he was all right. His reassuring reply set her at ease. Shadows pressed in around them, so he inquired whether she possessed magic to brighten their surroundings. With a nod, she confirmed that she could. Moving across the room, the man noticed just how vast and bare the space felt, surrounded by nothing but plain walls. The girl proposed that the answers could be hidden within the pages of the publication. Curiosity prompted the protagonist to inquire about her knowledge of the building. With uncertainty, she admitted that she wasn't entirely sure, though she sensed an overwhelming air of neglect throughout the place. Curious, he wondered aloud whether this place might be the wellspring of magic. Rhea, uncertain herself, could offer nothing more than a tentative guess. Fortune had favored them, yet their priority had shifted to escaping this place and delivering the news. Thoughts of escape circled in his mind, prompting the main character to turn to the girl and inquire whether flight might be their way out. She replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty, explaining that she couldn't soar very high. Kay imagined herself soaring forward with the force of jet propulsion, yet she could only rise to a modest height above the ground. Curious about her opinion, he inquired what she made of his use of magic. Possessing extraordinary magical strength, he could even lift her effortlessly. The girl shook her head in refusal, pointing out that the main character lacked control and would lift her too abruptly, which could put her life in danger. The protagonist proposed searching for an alternative escape route. He inquired which country exhibited the greatest degree of carelessness. Indicating the right side, she gestured in that direction, and he led her there. The girl expressed her desire to join the battle. In response, Kai explained they were only there to investigate and asked her to keep an eye out for any monsters in the vicinity. She answered that a large one stood nearby, identifying the man himself. His reaction was pure indignation. Noticing the gaping hole through which they had tumbled earlier, he understood at last that they had been wandering in circles all along. The girl nodded, confirming his realization. At first he imagined the building as a perfect cube, yet soon noticed that it was nothing more than a maze of surrounding walls. Navigating the length of an imposing wall, the main character and his girlfriends gradually draw near the gate. Reaching their destination, the hero pauses in front of the entrance, waiting patiently as someone prepares to open it. With a focused gaze, the girl examines the gate and quietly agrees with the protagonist. Still, a peculiar energy lingers along this stretch of the wall. The young man watches her closely, concern flickering in his eyes. Confidence radiates from the girl, leaving no doubt that her words carry weight. The companion's eyes narrow with recognition as she points out the wall before them. Certain of her discovery, she explains that this must be the wall they seek, the only one untouched by magic. Meanwhile, the young man remains quiet, his gaze fixed steadily on the path ahead. After a moment of thought, he observes that the wall actually appears to be a hidden door. Suzumiya notices that the radar fails to detect anything beyond it. The young man quietly acknowledges that nothing can be seen through the door with the radar. Determined to move forward, the young man strides up to the gate and reasons aloud that this door should have a way to open. With curiosity sharpening her gaze, his companion watches every move. The girl then turns to him, seeking confirmation of his claim. The young man confirms quietly, his gaze narrowing as he examines the door. Noticing a faint scratch etched across its surface, he points out that someone has opened it before. This subtle mark sets him on edge, prompting a warning that caution is essential. They have no idea what could be waiting beyond that threshold. As he begins to voice his concerns further, an unexpected interruption cuts him off. The girl cries out for the sesame to open, her voice charged with excitement that threatens to draw unwanted attention. The protagonist instantly realizes the danger her outburst could cause and wonders aloud if she is simply mocking him. Despite the tension, the door responds and swings open. A curious buzzing sound drifts into the room, prompting the young man to rub his eyes and peer into the shadowy expanse lying beyond the open door. Suddenly, an enormous swarm of unfamiliar monsters swoops down upon the group. Their wings beat the air with a harsh, relentless buzz, and they attack with fierce aggression. Armored wasps hang suspended in the air, their bodies rigid as they aim sharp stingers directly at the approaching heroes. Frustration pours out, directed straight at the protagonist and his companion. Sensing impending danger, the young man swiftly shields the girl with his own body. His gaze shifts, wide-eyed and fearful, toward Ria and Chan. The stings halt mid-flight, suspended motionless in the air. Disbelief flickers across the protagonist's face as he keeps his body firmly between the girl and danger, refusing to lower his guard. The blades clatter to the ground with a resounding noise. Startled by their sudden drop, the young man glances at his adversaries and wonders whether his companion had intervened. The monsters surge back into motion. Instinct takes over as the protagonist pushes aside all thoughts, ready to act without hesitation. A resolute decision forms within him to eliminate the monsters standing in his way. With swift determination, the young man charges at his adversaries, his grip tightening around the hilt of his witcher sword. With swift, powerful movements, the young man brandishes his weapon, slicing his foes into fragments. After dispatching the monsters that had struck fear into the heroes, the young man steps over to his companion and inquires about her well-being. She assures him that she is all right and offers a quiet apology. Relief washes over him as he says he's glad she's safe. The protagonist then hesitantly inquires whether she really managed to halt those deadly needles. The girl quietly shakes her head, denying any involvement. The companion gestures toward the main character, insisting that he acted alone. Confusion flickers across the young man's face as he questions her once more. The heroine explains that the magical energy in these objects is faint, and whenever they come close to the main character, that energy instantly fades away. A gentle smile crossed the young man's face as he observed the scene, noting how pitiful it appeared. The girl replied, remarking on the odd nature of her companion. Kaede Suzumiya, curious, asked the girl once more to repeat what she had said. A sudden shift in her demeanor reveals a new seriousness, as she confides that these monsters struck her as odd as well. Clearly, she possesses knowledge that surpasses that of the protagonist. The group glances down and spots fragments scattered around their boots. These remnants are the remains of monsters the young man had sliced apart. Upon closer inspection, the debris appears to be parts of a magical instrument. Observing the details closely, the protagonist concludes that these monsters serve as magical devices, crafted for the sole purpose of eliminating intruders. Known as floating eyes, these sentinels stand vigilant. The entrance before him is identified as a low-level magical isolation door. Together, all these enchanted mechanisms fall under the category of artifacts. The protagonist soon recognizes the structure as an ancient ruin. With this realization, the uncomfortable truth settles in. They have entered as uninvited guests. A sly grin spreads across the young man's face as he comes to understand that whatever lies beyond that door remains strictly off-limits. Standing at the threshold, Kara Suzumiya and his companion gaze into the pitch-black unknown. The protagonist quietly mentions that the true nature of the creatures lurking beyond the door remains a mystery to all. He suggests returning, but the idea races through the protagonist's mind that going back would not lead them home after all. A deep understanding settles within him. Circumstances have spiraled beyond their control, leaving them no real options. All the while, his companion is swept away by pure delight. The protagonist surveys the darkness with cautious eyes. A door creaks open ahead, and together with his partner, he steps inside. The young man's expression turns grave as he takes in the scene, evaluating every detail. Every room had been inspected with the rules in mind, the protagonist explained. The girl nodded in agreement as she examined the surroundings with a thoughtful eye. 8 unfamiliar doors come into view as the young man surveys the space beyond. Each room behind those doors lies in shambles, chaos reigning within. Numerous watchful guardians lingered here, yet no visible path connected this place to the wellspring of magical energy, nor could any route be found leading out of the chamber. Stepping closer to the inscriptions, the main character discovered that they marked this area as a research center. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he concluded that he had finally arrived at the intended location. Uncertainty clouds the young man's voice as he wonders aloud about their next move. In that instant, a brilliant light slices through the surrounding darkness. Racing ahead, the girl descends the spiral staircase, leaving her partner to trail behind at a cautious pace. The protagonist takes in his surroundings with care, quietly committing to stand and fight alongside the girl when the moment comes. The staircase stretches on endlessly, making the descent a slow and time-consuming journey. While the hero descends, the young man's attention is caught by something unexpected. He looks ahead and says that there is another door in front of them. On the door, what are you written in large letters? The hero comes closer and reads the inscription. It says that unauthorized persons will be eliminated. Realizing your presence signals danger, the protagonist cracks a grin, stating that whatever lies beyond this door must be even more hazardous than the current room. Reaching for a potion meant for Togo, he hopes it will bolster his courage. Meanwhile, the girl wonders aloud what difference it truly makes, questioning what beasts might await on the other side. Her certainty remains unshaken. She believes a grim fate is destined for them all. The protagonist resolves to avoid sacrificing anyone to the monsters, focusing instead on discovering an escape from the pit. Humming a quiet tune, he drinks a potion, seeking the courage to continue. Escape seems impossible without a confrontation. The young man urges his companion to exercise caution, and the girl calmly assures him she will heed his advice. Fingers brush against the door, testing its texture and weight. The door swings open, revealing the heroes standing at the entrance to the room. Sharp steel slices through the air, aimed directly at the couple. Disbelief washes over the protagonist as yet another guard emerges from the shadows, ready to strike. Bracing himself, the main character fends off the assault, and once again shields the girl with his own body. Silently, he wonders if the enemy's attack landed. Fragmented memories flicker in his mind. He recalls the attacker's needles dropping to the ground as they neared him. Yet now the situation feels different, as though something fundamental has shifted. The girl reveals that some of the monsters are not what they seem. Fear roots the protagonist to the spot, every muscle locked in terror. Empty pockets begin to appear all around it. Creatures emerge directly from within those objects. Amidst the group, a newly discovered species appears, bearing a striking resemblance to wolves. Observing them intently, the young man remarks that the floating guards have changed color, and the whirling mechanical tops now fill him with even greater unease. A massive flying serpent soars into view, towering over the other adversaries. Resolute, the main character readies himself, determined to shield his companion from harm. The girl admits feeling overlooked by her, but insists that this isn't the main issue troubling her. The monsters launch their assault. With urgent determination, the main character urges his friend to escape and do whatever it takes to survive. With a determined look, the girl faces the protagonist and asks for a stone spear. The young man nods, signaling that he understands her request. Struggling to maintain his speed, the protagonist loses traction as his feet slide across the smooth floor. A daring youth skillfully draws the gaze of a massive airborne serpent away from his companions. With unwavering focus, the protagonist's companion observes the unfolding events, silently biding time and waiting for the perfect opportunity to step into the fray. Seizing the long-awaited opportunity, she unleashes her stone spear technique. Advancing relentlessly, the monsters close in on the main character and his companion. Terror grips the girl as she gazes wide-eyed at the monstrous beings before her, fear etched across her face. The young man inquires whether his magic will affect them, expressing hope that, with her assistance, they can shield themselves from the impending invasion. From behind, the girl calls out, warning that a monster is closing in on him. Emerging from the shadows, a beast resembling a wolf revealed itself, its body encased in gleaming armor that caught the light as it moved. Uncertainty gnaws at the protagonist, for he cannot say with confidence that these are robots. Their eerie silence unsettles him. Facing the failure of magic, he resigns himself to relying on his sword, determined to put its edge to the test. Summoning every ounce of strength, the young man balls his hand into a fist and drives it, along with the ball, into his opponent. The force of the blow launches his adversary far through the air. The protagonist's sword strikes the earth, ringing out with a sharp metallic note. The young man recognizes the formidable strength of his opponent, yet beneath his unassuming appearance lies a complexity that few would suspect. With every ounce of strength summoned, the young man delivers a powerful strike, slicing his opponent cleanly in two. Victorious, he towers above his defeated foe, and declares that while his witch's blade remains a threat, she faces a flaw that cannot be ignored. Naturally, he could slice through any adversary, yet the foes before him seem to have no need for magic whatsoever. The true nature of their metal remains a mystery. Suspicion stirs within the young man, sensing there must be a concealed trick at play. Calling upon the assessment skill, the protagonist gauges the situation with keen precision, analyzing every detail that unfolds. News reaches him that this weapon is classified as Category 2 Infantry Anti-Magic Steel. Its core, forged with crystallized magical particles, erases any trace of magic that comes into contact with it. The adversaries standing before the hero appeared completely impervious to any form of magic, their resistance extending even to the enchanted tools scattered throughout the room. At that moment, the hero's companion hurried to his side. Turning to the young man, she explains the need for as many stone replicas as they can produce. With a relentless barrage of shells, there's a real chance to bring down the multicolored guardians. The protagonist notes how this development greatly plays in their favor. With a swift motion, the girl hurls stones into the sky, each one bursting mid-air and unleashing a shower of shimmering fragments. With steady determination, the young man advances, his sword carving a path through his adversaries as they fall before his relentless assault. With the situation in hand, his attention turns fully to the wolves. Yet a significant issue remains unresolved. Looming overhead, an enormous winged serpent relentlessly torments him. Once more, the massive creature glides to the young man's side, lifting its thick tail threateningly above him. Sensing what's about to happen, the main character quickly turns to his partner and urges her to jump. The snake's tail strikes the ground. In that instant, all the objects scattered across the surface shoot upward. Both the protagonist and the girl leapt successfully, landing on the other side together. Once the chaos subsides, the group descends gently, touching down on solid ground with practiced ease. Curiosity flickered in the protagonist's eyes as he turned to his companion, eager to understand the source of the snake's immense strength. Meanwhile, the snake seemed uninterested in the magical artifacts under her watch, choosing instead to unleash chaos and demolish everything around her along with the other heroes. His partner leans in, voice tense, warning that the snake is gearing up for another devastating assault. A wave of dread washes over the young man as he faces his foe, wide-eyed and frozen. Signs point to the snake preparing for a dramatic move. Portions of her torso can be separated from the rest of her body. Observing the events unfold, the protagonist quietly acknowledges just how troubling the situation has become. With urgency in his voice, he calls out to his partner, insisting they pull back and pick up the pace toward the staircase. Beneath the glow of fading daylight, a young man and a girl make their way to an open doorway, anticipation flickering in their eyes. Muscles tense and breath quickens as they dash forward at full speed. The flying snake moves with astonishing speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat and overtaking the heroes, who can only watch in fear as it bears down on them. A massive hunk of iron hurtles toward the heroes, narrowly missing them and slamming into the ground to block their way. Startled, the young man and the girls halt, their eyes fixed in fear on the heavy reinforcement jutting menacingly from the earth. A heavy sense of dread settles over the protagonist as they mutter that this situation has taken a terrible turn. At that moment, the flying snake smashed through the door. With no path left to escape, the heroes realized their only choice was to stand their ground and face the coming battle. Overhead, the flying guards sweep past with a sharp, insistent buzz. The metallic wolves advance steadily, closing in on the heroes from every direction. Staring the truth straight in the face, the protagonist acknowledges that the only path left is to confront his adversaries head-on. Realizing action is needed to deal with the snake, the young man knows his dream alone cannot resolve the crisis. He turns to his companion, questioning whether her magic might send the creature back underground. The grower replies that such a feat is impossible because the snake's power is overwhelming. Suddenly, the girl freezes, her gaze fixed ahead, and fear spreads across her face. The woman calmly explains that snakes possess wings as well. The young man, startled, spins around and nervously asks her what kind of wings she means. The heroine calmly explains that the snake could be grounded if its wings are destroyed, suggesting a fireball as an effective means to achieve this. Nodding in agreement, the young man announces his intent to summon and charge a blazing fireball. The young man requests that the girl alert him when his sword gathers enough energy for Togo to overcome every adversary. With a nod of understanding, she assures him of her support. Meanwhile, the hero darts off, swiftly heading in several directions. A thick cloud of smoke seeps into every corner, blanketing the room in a dense haze. Summoning every ounce of determination, the protagonist steels his resolve and clutches the sword with unwavering strength. The girl calls out, assuring him that this surge of power will give Togo the strength needed to strike with real force. Acknowledging her words, the young man nods and signals that he is ready to follow her lead. Summoning a surge of energy, the main character unleashes a powerful strike against the adversaries, expending 700 mana points in the process. Massive spheres of fireworks take shape under the skillful hands of the young man. The snake retreats slowly, folding its wings away as it slips into concealment. The protagonist's girlfriend cries out, admitting that she is pulling them deeper into herself. The hero observes the swelling force of the explosion unleashed by the young man's strike. Flames swallow the surroundings, consuming all in their path. A rush of anxiety and excitement surges through the main character, filling every thought and movement. Flames creep toward the snake, slowly consuming its body as the heat intensifies. The protagonist observes intently, recognizing that the force wielded should have been enough to shatter her wings. Yet, for some reason, the attempt faltered. Quietly, the young man disengages from the scene. In the distance, the heroes spot a faint shape that catches their attention. Turning toward his girlfriend, the young man asks if she might be able to restrain him on her own this time. She shakes her head, admitting that his mana far exceeds what she can handle. Realizing the fireball fixates solely on him, the protagonist calculates that, even without perfect aim, he can still strike the concealed wings. Determined, the young man steels his resolve, recognizing the need to amplify his attack's intensity. Quietly, he weighs just how much more power is required to guarantee the wing's destruction. The girl explains that the power must be amplified to 20 times its current level. The protagonist nods in agreement, confirming they will proceed as suggested. Meanwhile, the young man requests a little extra time. At the same time, Sma seethes with anger, determined to catch the main character and his girlfriend. Employing her skills with precision, the girl skillfully keeps Togo occupied, buying precious moments for the young man to ready himself for the decisive assault. Suspended mid-air, the main character carefully hones his blade, each movement precise and deliberate. A thick cloud of smoke conceals his figure, shrouding him in mystery. Emerging swiftly from the swirling smoke, they set their sights on the hero's serpent and launch their assault. Confidence radiates from the young man's expression. Driven by determination, the protagonist focuses on overcoming his adversary and finding a way to escape this place. He explains that while he continues to draw in the magic required for the spell, every magical artifact has been shattered, save for the serpent. With the ground shifting treacherously beneath his feet, the protagonist manages to sidestep each incoming attack from his opponent. Energized by their ongoing momentum, the heroes understand that maintaining their current efforts will eventually lead to the snake's defeat. This realization strengthens their confidence and determination. Despite his best efforts, unease lingers in the protagonist's mind. Without warning, stones begin to tumble down beside him. Turning his head, he glimpses the remnants of what he had just washed away. Staring at the ceiling, the young man goes pale with fright. Alarmed, the protagonist's companion quietly asks what could be happening above them. Her head tilts upward, and the sight that meets her eyes fills her with dread. Before their eyes unfolds a startling scene. Jagged fissures snake across the entire ceiling, splitting it apart at the seams. From these gaping cracks, chunks of stone and lime tumble down, scattering debris onto the floor below. A sudden realization strikes the protagonist as he notices the snake's damage to the wall. Doubt creeps in as he wonders what might have caused the ceiling to collapse. Almost instantly, an answer dawns on him. With the wall destroyed, nothing remains to hold the ceiling in place. Spinning toward his companion, he calls out urgently that they're about to be buried alive. The protagonist turns to her and wonders aloud if striking the enemy 10 times would be enough to bring it down. She considers for a moment, then shakes her head, believing it won't be enough, but suggests that if they manage to double their strength, there might still be a chance. The young man raises his voice, insisting this approach will fail as well, pointing out that time is slipping away from him. No chance to finish his thought. An enormous, weighty object slams into the floor. Battling against the pull, the main character strains every muscle to stay on course, determined not to be swept away. Turning toward his girlfriend, he gently inquires about her well-being, seeking reassurance that she feels comfortable and everything is all right. All around, the heavy silence is broken only by the quiet glimmer of unshed tears welling in your partner's eyes. She searches for the right words to comfort her comrade, but emotion tightens her throat, leaving her unable to speak. With watchful eyes, the young man surveys his surroundings. Suddenly, chunks of the ceiling start to break loose and tumble down. The protagonist quickly calls out instructions to his girlfriend amidst the commotion. Panic flashes across the girl's face as she looks to the young man for guidance. Urgently, he barks at her to stop standing around and hurry to a safer spot. Abruptly, he reconsiders and tells her to hold on. In an instant, he moves beside her and insists she grab onto him. According to him, this is a chance they simply cannot let slip by. The plan now is to dash across the room to the far side. Perhaps another exit waits to be found there. The girl offers no objections this time, quietly accepting each suggestion the young man makes. The snake lashes out furiously, its strikes landing dangerously close to the main character. With determination fueling his steps, the young man bursts into a sprint, weaving skillfully through the writhing masses of snakes that slither at his feet. Each leap and sidestep keeps him just out of reach of their snapping jaws. Clinging to her companion, the girl refuses to let go. A sudden realization strikes the protagonist. No intersections are in sight. The young man soon understands that they are sprinting down a long, straight corridor, which spells trouble for them under these circumstances. Step after step, the young men silently hope that the staircase stretches even deeper into the shadows below. The young heroine dashes forward, clutching the wall tightly within her embrace. A cold wave of dread washes over the young man as he notices the path leads to a solid wall. Trapped with no way forward, uncertainty hangs heavily in the air. Glancing over his shoulder, the main character notices the snake drawing nearer, its movement surprisingly swift for such a creature. In that moment, she soars through the air, closing the distance with the heroes and preparing to launch her attack. Determined to shield his girlfriend at all costs, the protagonist acknowledges the danger they face. Realization dawns as the ceiling halts its collapse, yet the continued fury of the snake threatens to trap them beneath the rubble. Forcing his mind to focus, he recognizes the urgent need to stall for time, seeking any opportunity to gather enough energy to cast his spell. The thought crosses his mind that he might reach the stairs by slipping through the shattered doorway. Doubt weighs heavily on him. Moving all the rubble and stones from his inventory could leave him exposed to the snake's attacks, risking his own end as well as the ruin of this place. Rejecting the idea almost as soon as it arises, he realizes time is slipping away. Urgency floods his thoughts as he remembers that yesterday, not just his survival, but his partner's life too hung in the balance. Throughout the entire exchange, the girl gazes at him with eyes full of pity. The expression on her face fades, and she quietly readies herself to step into another world. His girlfriend urgently demands a fireball from him, her voice cutting through the chaos. Stunned by her unexpected request, the young man stares at her in disbelief, struggling to process her words. He inquires about her having a plan, The protagonist reminds him that she already mentioned being unable to control this magic. With a steady gaze, the girl meets his eyes and calmly declares that, no matter the circumstances, she is resolved to follow through with her intentions. Realization dawns on the young man that the heroine seems just as uncertain, yet the urgency of the moment leaves no room for hesitation. Faced with no alternatives, the protagonist reluctantly offers his assistance to his friend. With every ounce of determination, the girl draws deeply from within, coaxing the magic to emerge. Gradually, her efforts bear fruit. With determination, she persists until a radiant magical light gradually pulses from her. Among the group, a tense heroine lets out a sharp cry, overwhelmed by the surge of power. The hairpin nestled in her hair, however, manages to subdue the intense energy coursing through her. Observing the unfolding scene, the young man notices the heroine quietly unleashing her innate magical power, effortlessly neutralizing every assault that comes her way. He quickly catches on as the hairpin she wears starts to draw in and absorb all incoming damage. Recognizing the danger, he knows the girl must stop at once. Determined to help her, the young man turns towards his girlfriend, yet she suddenly cuts him off. Without a hint of a smile, the hero remarks that adventures can be enjoyable, then wonders aloud if the main character shares that sentiment. Eyes wide with astonishment, the young man studies her. Unwilling to defy her anymore, he stands frozen, bewildered by the strange transformation overtaking the girl. Confidence filled him as he recognized her statement for what it was, a simple act of bravado meant to keep him at a distance. She hoped her words would secure some peace, convincing him not to press her further. A gentle smile plays on the young man's lips as he outwardly disagrees, yet deep down, he finds himself in complete accord with her words. Steeling his emotions, he resolutely chooses to support his friend. Positioned before the gathering serpents, the hero stands ready, anticipation building as the confrontation draws near. At last, the young woman harnesses her magical abilities, preparing to launch her attack. Fierce flames surge relentlessly, devouring all obstacles before the heroes as they press forward. With a determined shout, the protagonist's companion unleashes Winston's cry and hurls a blazing flareball directly at the adversary. A massive sphere of flames hovers in the sky. The main character calls out with unwavering confidence, urging his friend to keep moving forward without hesitation. Deep down, he is certain she will achieve her goal. The snake lunges forward, slithering rapidly toward the heroes. Its jaws gape wide, revealing sharp, gleaming fangs ready to strike. With unwavering determination, the protagonist urges his friend onward, his voice rising in support as he calls out for her to take action. Pushing herself to the brink, the girl maintains a firm grip on her magic. A cry erupts from her lips, raw with effort. A massive fireball hurtles through the air, blazing a path directly at the snake. Upon reaching its destination, fire envelops the target, steadily devouring it as the flames dance hungrily. Weighed down by fatigue, the girl collapses onto the ground. Without hesitation, the protagonist darts forward to offer his support. The young man resolves to end the confrontation, preparing to deliver the final blow. Soaring toward the serpent, he drives his blade deep into its skull. The young man notices increased resistance as he drives the sword in, the blade struggling against the snake's head, its metal unnaturally strong and unyielding. Yet in that moment, the protagonist recalls how this opportunity was crafted by his friend's unwavering support. He realizes he cannot let it slip through his fingers. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, the young man relentlessly drives his sword into the snake's skull, thrusting again and again. All the while, the main character hurls curses at the monstrous foe. Thunderous blasts erupt in the distance, their force shaking the ground. The vanquished serpent crashes to the ground, while the protagonist leaps away just in time, avoiding the impact. Landing with practiced ease, he stands over his fallen foe. Flames reduce the snake's head to ashes, the marks of the protagonist's relentless assault clear across its body. Eyes blazing with hatred, the protagonist casts a triumphant gaze over his fallen adversary. The fierce battle has left him utterly drained. Behind the weary young man, the gentle notes of a distant song float through the air as he struggles to regain his breath after the fierce battle. Spinning on his heel, the young man catches sight of the girl. With a warm, familiar tone, the protagonist's girlfriend calls out to him, using his name. A young man comes closer to her, while the girl inquires whether he has already eaten lunch. The protagonist nods in confirmation, admitting that it appears he has. With a gentle tone, he checks if that is all right with her. As they walked past the fallen serpent, the young man glanced at his companion and wondered aloud if she sensed any lingering carelessness in the air. The girl considered his question and admitted she couldn't be certain. Still, the atmosphere of the room struck her as heavy with an unmistakable sense of neglect. With a gentle smile, the girl quietly assures that, in her opinion, everything should resolve itself in about a week. A bright smile lights up the young man's face as he declares their victory. He points out that the moment has come for them to leave this place. With no path back remaining, the only option is to clear away the debris. Acting now is crucial, otherwise they may end up having to climb through what's left of the ceiling. Faced with the mountain of tasks before him, the young man released an odd, weary sigh. Settling onto the cool earth, the protagonist gently encourages the girl to take a moment and recover her strength. Weary from the clash, she lowers herself beside him, quietly accepting the offer to rest. Glancing over at his friend, the main character's attention is drawn to the delicate hairpin nestled in her hair. Though her appearance is unassuming, she was instrumental in turning the tide of the battle. The young man remarks that the girl's actions endangered them both. Hoping the magic would lose control, he inquires about her condition. The heroine admits the magic surged beyond control, yet her hairpin managed to restrain it. To the protagonist, her risky approach appears reckless. A relieved giggle escapes the girl as she surveys her scars, grateful that everything turned out fine. Thoughts of the future drift through her mind, and she muses aloud, curious about what challenges might come her way next time. With a wry grin, the young man admits he'll be hoping luck is on their side from now on. If all their escapades unfold in such a manner, his days may be numbered. A gentle smile appears on the heroine's face as she nods in agreement with the young man. Turning to him, she calls him by name, her eyes bright with curiosity as she prepares to ask a question. Curiosity stirs within her as she imagines whether he might invite her along on his next journey. A sly glint dances in the main character's eyes as a faint smile curves his lips and a quiet sigh escapes him. According to him, this incident demonstrated her ability to defend herself when faced with a confrontation, and showed that she could rely on her purchase as a means to escape if ever threatened. First of all, no one with the right skills will be prevented from seeking adventure, no matter their age or size. Even a little girl deserves her chance. Beyond that, since these individuals bend the rules, they are safer and better off among those who share their cunning, rather than facing the world alone. From the hero's perspective, this arrangement promises a far more engaging journey. With a gentle gesture, he offers his hand to his girlfriend, proposing that they continue their journey side by side, not as lovers, but as friends. At first, the girl casts a shy, uncertain glance his way, her surprise unmistakable. Amazement flickers across her face, and she makes no attempt to conceal her reaction. A joyful, childlike smile lights up her face. With a bright smile, the girl accepts the protagonist's invitation and leaps eagerly into his embrace. Resolving to share crucial news, the protagonist prepares his report. Following a harrowing venture into a perilous location with his companion, both found themselves greatly empowered by their newfound strength. With the girl resting quietly on his shoulders, the protagonist recounts how he discovered these magical tools deep within underground ruins during his investigations into the miner's disease. Unbothered by his words, the girl drifts into peaceful sleep against him. Drawing near, the protagonist finds two girls waiting. Their curiosity is clear as they inquire about the underground ruins. Among the heroines, one points out that this particular class is known as a magic class, its name indicating that it matches the power of E-rank monsters. Meanwhile, the second is referred to as Blue Magic Y, signifying strength on par with D-rank monsters. These creatures resemble wolves and possess the formidable power of a B-rank threat. Known as Blue Metal Wolves, their appearance and abilities have earned them this distinct title. The girls inquire whether the rumors of their complete victory are actually true. Towering over most, the young man gently guided his girlfriend to a seat at the table. Astonishment flickers across the heroine's face as she takes in the unexpected scene. A curious crowd forms around the fallen serpent, their eyes fixed on its unfamiliar wings. Murmurs ripple through the group as they puzzle over the strange appendages, unable to guess their origin. The protagonist surveys the collection of magical instruments scattered before them, each one a testament to their victory. The largest relic among them likely held the power to spread the illness. With its defeat, memories of the affliction will gradually fade from everyone's minds. The girls inquire about the truth behind the rumor that his partner joined the battle as well. They marvel at the remarkable skill displayed when the hero managed to overcome a challenge that would have stumped any other adventurer, accomplishing the feat in a mere half-day. Genuine gratitude fills their voices as they express thanks to the hero for all he has done. This enormous artifact stood before them, unlike anything they had encountered before. During the Photoran Ruins expedition, one of the girls carefully memorized each artifact she encountered. Now, faced with this unfamiliar artifact, She is certain that if she lacks information about it, the guild must know even less. The protagonist concedes that the guild remains in the dark as well. Possessing newly acquired skills, he should have been capable of assessing him accurately. With practiced precision, he puts his assessment skills to work. News arrives that the device before him is a prototype for a medium-range annihilation cannon, codenamed Snake No. 1. After considering the evidence, understanding dawns that it truly is a snake. Before heading back, a thorough inspection of the ruins reveals the truth. The place had been deserted because the snake had become uncontrollable. Realizing that any hint of his knowledge about the family could spell trouble, he resolves to remain silent. Still, Kira's chatter persists, marveling at the artifact's imposing size and soon probing him about his own strength. The hero responds confidently, explaining that his tail can swiftly slice through metal wolves on all sides. The young man admits to taking down around 30 wolves, yet confesses the snake likely wiped out far greater numbers. The girls gaze at their idol, a mixture of sympathy and amazement in their eyes, and softly ask if he truly managed to defeat 30 metal wolves. A girl remarks that enduring so many foes proves they possess the strength of a rank adventurers. Incidentally, it crossed her mind that the snake must have shared a similar level of power. In that quiet moment, the heroine, resting against the young man's shoulder, slowly awakened from her sleep. The conversation carried on, shifting toward the process of officially granting the hero B-rank adventurer status. Leadership stood out as a key requirement for anyone aiming for B rank, marking it as the pinnacle a young man could currently reach in the Adventurers Guild. A sense of accomplishment starts to bloom within the young man, convincing him that he has achieved something extraordinary. With a polite nod, the main character offers a greeting to a familiar face. The acquaintance responds by turning to acknowledge him. The young man announces the resolution of the miner's illness, explaining that the case concluded 3 days prior. Bewildered expressions spread across the men's faces as they gaze at the heroes. Astonishment flashes across one of their faces as they remark on the unexpectedly swift resolution of the investigation. Once the protagonist handed in his report, the conversation shifted to focus on a particular substance. The discussion focused on ways to protect their technology while increasing production. Now, it appears that the kingdom where he currently resides is preparing to launch its sales. The technical fee was already covered, leaving the protagonist convinced that this groundbreaking technology would bring sweeping changes to the nation. In that instant, the protagonist catches himself, realizing this situation has quickly grown far beyond what he expected. Instead of attending the negotiations with the kingdom and establishing his business in the capital, he chose to relinquish a share of the profits and entrusted all responsibilities to the Coal Miners Association. The road of adventure continues to call him, his journey far from over as new horizons await. The weeks slipped by swiftly as negotiations with the Coal Miners Association ended in success. Once the young man notified the guild about officially welcoming the girl into his team, she received her own guild card. He, in turn, earned recognition for achieving his rank faster and at a younger age than anyone before him. On a national level, tales like this barely make a ripple. A young man walks up to a girl, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he inquires about the hairpin she's wearing. Curiosity fills his mind as he recalls how she emerged from the ruins, cloaked in darkness. Now, vibrant colors have returned to her form. The girl calmly explains that his outpouring of magical energy restored her entirely, leaving her fully recharged. Normally, gathering enough energy would have taken her 3 decades, yet this time, just a few days sufficed. An uneasy smile flickers across the young man's face as he quietly wonders about the nature of his own nuclear powers. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he considers channeling the magic straight toward her, hoping it might speed up the hairpin's charging process. The girl quickly shakes her head, warning him that such a method would only cause it to shatter. A mysterious heroine steps into the room, offering an apology for the burden she brings. Announcing the completion of extracting magical power from the iron lizard's metal, the girl assures him he can now process metal wherever he chooses. Given the right equipment, the young man offers his gratitude, respectfully addressing her as Sir. Turning to his partner, he asks if she feels the need for the armor. She shakes her head and explains that it's simply too heavy for her. The newcomer inquires whether their journey will take them to another city. The young man considers the question, then explains that they plan to follow the road ahead and let it guide their path, uncertain of their final destination. An uncomfortable silence settles over the room. Sensing a presence behind him, the main character's friend whirls around, his body tense with anticipation. Nothing appears out of the ordinary in the rear. The man continues to load the bags with an air of calm detachment. Curiosity sparkled in the girl's eyes as they inquired about the situation. The young man answered softly, admitting he simply sensed that something was lacking. Yes, his girlfriend what it was? The girl replies that the magical background disappeared 100 kilometers from here. Disbelief washed over the protagonist as unfamiliar voices echoed around him. The identity of the person who intercepted the magical surge remained a mystery, yet even his own senses tingled in the presence of such extraordinary power, hinting at the magnitude of the magic at play. Still, claiming that no one in this world could ever craft a spell on such a scale remains beyond his reach. A sense washes over him, signaling that an artifact far more powerful than the flying snake has gone dormant. An awareness dawns on him that an event unfolded beyond the mountain's shadow. Curious, the young man turns to Sumishin and inquires about which cities lie hundreds of kilometers in that direction. Sumishin calmly begins to list the towns nestled at the base of the volcano. Curiosity flickers in her eyes as she wonders aloud if the young man truly intends to journey there. With a cautious tone, the girl mentions that a perilous labyrinth lies in his path, teeming with powerful monsters. A wide grin spreads across the young man's face as he declares their next destination, Orthon. A surge of determination fills the main character, and with a confident smile, he remarks that this will make things more enjoyable for everyone involved. A bright smile spreads across the girl's face, her heart alight with excitement for the new adventures that await her. The mysterious girl responds, a hint of a smile on her lips, confessing she had expected exactly that answer. As the youngest among them, the protagonist set out alongside his girlfriend, a true adventurer at heart. Together they departed from Herrera, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. 3 hours have slipped by since the plane left the ground. Soaring through the sky, a young man and his girlfriend glide effortlessly, their world turned upside down in exhilarating flight. A sudden sensation sweeps over the main character, prompting a quick glance over their shoulder. Concern etched on his face, the main character glances at his girlfriend, inquiring about her well-being. With a gentle nod and a small smile, she reassures him that she is fine. The young man quickly remarks that she shows no signs of fatigue, suggesting instead that she might simply be uninterested. Strange as it is, the repeated use of levitation brings him no adverse effects. He suspects this is because she relies on his spent magic. While her flight speed remains modest, as long as he avoids pushing forward, she can keep pace with him in the air. Soon they will arrive at the designated point, their progress swift and uninterrupted. Spotting a group of monsters in the distance, the protagonist's friend eagerly points them out with a grin, clearly excited by the discovery. The young man calmly proposes that she was responsible for their deaths. His intention had been to reach the city with all haste, yet reality had other plans in store for him. An enormous horde of monsters stands in their path, cutting off any route forward. An enormous throng of monsters stands firmly in his path, leaving him no way forward. The girl gazes at the formidable assembly, her eyes wide with astonishment. A newfound perspective stirs within the protagonist, who declares the moment ripe for a warm-up. Readiness sparkles in the heroine's eyes as she braces for the charge. With swift resolve, both comrades sprint forward, closing in on the waiting monsters. Among the massive throng, the heroes effortlessly weave their way closer, drawn together by an unspoken purpose. As the two sides converge, chaos erupts and violence spills across the space. Calling out to his girlfriend, the protagonist urges her to strike but insists they spare their enemies' lives. She nods in agreement, then glances over her shoulder and asks for an explanation. The young man points out how tempting and delicious the monsters appear, insisting it would be a waste not to take them all down. Curiosity fills the heroine's voice as she wonders aloud if the creatures can be eaten. Unfamiliar with these particular monsters, she admits her lack of knowledge. The man, caught off guard by her question, turns to her with visible surprise. Realizing that not every crab-like creature is safe to eat, he opts to rely on his assessment skill to determine its properties. As the assessment unfolds, the main character comes to the unsettling realization that being devoured remains a genuine possibility. Delight shines on his face as he hears the news. From behind, the girl urgently calls out that more monsters are closing in from the opposite direction. With excitement in his eyes, the young man turns to her, eager to know what their next move will be. In an instant, his eyes shift, revealing a newfound intensity. Meanwhile, the hero draws near a cluster of brown cockroaches. Technically, they're edible as well, yet their appearance is entirely off-putting. Terror fills the young man's eyes as he gazes at them. He gently informs his girlfriend that the moment has come for them to depart from this place. The girl wonders aloud why they are retreating, noting that the enemy appears feeble. The protagonist answers, explaining that their presence has ruined his appetite. Time slips by as I press on without pause, and eventually the young man steadies his breathing. Relief washes over him, grateful that their pursuers have finally been left behind. The city finally comes into view, signaling the end of their journey. Along the bustling streets, the young man reflects on the novelty of traveling with a child by his side, recognizing how different this experience feels from any of his past adventures. A uniformed man approaches, warning them that monsters now swarm the roads. Concern colors his voice as he checks on their well-being. The girl boldly cries out that the monsters are nothing to worry about. They are actually quite weak. The young man answers, describing it as a low-ranking monster, yet he admits he doubts they are all that feeble. The young man observes the guests' impressive arsenal and concludes that they possess considerable strength. Realization dawns on the protagonist that blacksmith adventurers aren't the only ones who recognize the extraordinary nature of his witcher sword. He remarks that handling most monsters comes easily to them, with the notable exception of cockroaches. Curiosity fills his voice as he asks about the recent events. The unusual number of monsters gathering close to the city puzzles him. The man hesitantly explains that the city stands encircled by 4 vast forests teeming with monsters. Lately, creatures from one of these forests have started breaking free, attempting to migrate into the neighboring woods. Upon closer reflection, every monster the heroes encountered seemed to be traveling along the same path. The protagonist inquires about the cause behind the migration. In response, the young man admits that information is scarce, though whispers persist that the guild possesses definitive knowledge. Evidently unconcerned, the young man laughs, pointing out that no elite team was dispatched, suggesting the situation isn't considered very serious. The protagonist can't shake the suspicion that the guild is withholding crucial details. During the incident with the metal lizard and again upon discovering the bandit's hideout, both guilds concealed vital information. Turning to you, the young man quietly inquires whether this situation matches the seriousness of those past events. As the conversation unfolds among the young people, the protagonist's girlfriend circles them, leaping with playful energy. Suddenly, she leaps into her friend's embrace, her voice rising in panic as she demands to know what is going on. The young man soothes her fears, gently explaining that a minor earthquake has struck in the area near the volcanoes. Such tremors are an ordinary occurrence here. A peculiar scent drifts through the air, catching everyone's attention. The young man suspects it might be sulfur, perhaps a sign of how the city naturally smells. The guard mentions that earthquakes have been occurring more frequently these days, yet insists there is nothing out of the ordinary. He notes that this stands as one of the city's defining attractions. With a formal tone, he extends a warm welcome to the heroes, assuring them that the city's gates will always be open to their return. Surveying their surroundings, the protagonist and his companion find themselves amidst a city of ancient ruins, where the steam of hot springs drifts lazily through time-worn streets. The young man blinked in astonishment, discovering that hot springs bubbled up in this unexpected place. Wealth and luxury flourish in this city, gracing every corner with an air of opulence. Yet the cost of a single night at the springs far surpasses what they used to pay back in their old city. Even so, the hero knows exactly what the price covers. Behind the hotel doors, inviting and elegantly furnished rooms await, offering warmth and comfort after the journey. A careful glance around reveals 3 separate rooms and even a kitchen within this space. Turning to his companion, he wonders aloud if she can conjure up a crab feast using her magic. Eager with anticipation, he admits he's looking forward to tasting them. With a bright smile, the girl warmly agrees to his request. Eyes fixed on the scene before him, the young man pays close attention to every detail of the cooking process. Without warning, one of the crab's claws stirs to life. Yet, an unexpected distraction pulls the hero's attention away, leaving him completely unaware of the unfolding event. A tremor shakes the ground beneath them, signaling another earthquake. Noticing the danger, the young man urges the girl to step back from the pot, concerned she might get splashed by the boiling water. The young man feels a quiet satisfaction seeing her grow comfortable with levitation. After the crab finished cooking, the comrade took a seat at the table and prepared to eat. The main character offered kind words, wishing everyone an enjoyable meal. Warm fingers pried apart the shell, revealing the succulent crab meat within. Amid his search, he stumbled upon one of the most notable pieces by Mrs. So. The young man brings the dish to his lips and samples the flavor. The protagonist savors the flavor and appreciates the skillful preparation, observing that the crab offers the familiar taste of an ordinary variety. Meanwhile, the protagonist's girlfriend samples a piece for herself. According to her, the result was incredibly delicious. The young man suggests saving the food for their breakfast, planning to stash the leftovers in their inventory. The girl nods in agreement, and after their satisfying meal, drowsiness begins to overtake her. Exhaustion weighs heavily on the girl, her eyes growing heavy as she struggles to stay awake at the table. As the protagonist observes her, a gentle sense of tenderness stirs within. After finishing her dinner, the girl drifted off to sleep, her innocence making it difficult to guess her exact age. She simply resembles an ordinary child. Feeling the calm settle over the room, the young man quietly makes up his mind to rest as well. Nestling the hero under the covers, he stands by her side, quietly observing as peaceful snores fill the gentle silence. Lost in thought, the main character studies the surroundings, carefully considering every detail. Curiosity about the sudden dip in the magical aura back in that distant city lingered on his mind. For now, though, rest and a moment of peace took priority. Moreover, the young man recalls their pause at the springs, where open-air vines sprawled beneath the sky. Faced with fuel shortages in the city, vans were nowhere to be found. Instead, he made do by washing himself with nothing more than a basic water balloon. As his girlfriend dozed peacefully, the young man quietly gathered the hot bones and slipped outside to discard them. With a gentle sigh, the main character remarks that although the bath feels a bit warm, its comfort remains undeniable. A subtle movement draws his gaze, prompting a careful turn as he surveys his surroundings. A quick scan of the room reveals the absence of any shampoo, which comes as no surprise. After all, in this place, washing away dirt from clothes and skin requires nothing more than plain water. The possibility crossed his mind that this strange trait might be tied to an artifact, and if anyone were to break it, catastrophe would surely follow. Glancing warily around, the young man senses unfamiliar tremors rumbling beneath his feet once more. The protagonist assumes yet another tremor is shaking the ground beneath them. In an instant, he leaps out of the bathroom. Memories of his lonely girlfriend waiting in a hotel weighed heavily on the protagonist's mind. An uneasy sense settled in his chest, casting a shadow over his thoughts. The thought crosses his mind that the girl may have been startled by the earthquake. Yet, with her ability to hover, she would remain out of harm's way. Still, he realizes it's improbable she could maintain this skill while asleep. The rising intensity of the noise made it clear she was heading directly this way. Without hesitation, the girl stormed into the bathhouse. The young man raised his voice, urging her to stay out, but the heroine ignored his protests and called out his name. A sudden splash announces the girl's arrival beside him in the water. The heroine's expression transforms as she begins to play with the rubber duck, while the young man watches her in a state of confusion. Eventually, the girl returns to her bed, slipping beneath the covers once more. Standing at the edge of her bed, the protagonist gazes thoughtfully at the sleeping girl. Silence has settled over her, not from reflection but because sleep has claimed her. The urge to visit the guild stirs within him, yet he realizes the consequences if she awakens before he departs. Resolving to take action, he silently hopes that no further earthquakes will strike. With determination, the hero sets off toward the Adventurers Guild, eager to return as soon as possible. Upon arriving, he inquires whether it is possible to learn more about the specifics of the assignment. His goal centers on uncovering the secrets of the artifact, particularly the mystery behind the sudden loss of an enormous reserve of magical power. He mentions that he experienced a similar feeling in Herrera. The only mission that connects to this involves uncovering the cause behind the transformation of people into monsters. The young man admits uncertainty about the guild's awareness, suggesting it's wiser to keep the artifact's existence a secret. Eager to venture into the forest, he turns the conversation toward exploration. The protagonist, curious about the risks, inquires whether the guild has any knowledge of the current conditions in that area. Seeking to gauge the extent of the guild's knowledge, he aims to avoid repeating what is already known. The girl, caught off guard by his inquiry, pauses in uncertainty. With a gentle bow of her head, she offers an apology, admitting she too remains unfamiliar with the mysteries of the forest. Surprise flickers across the main character's face as he gazes at her. The people supporting the heroine introduce her as an intern. Disappointment flickers across the young man's face as he faces her, remarking that she does not appear to be making any effort to act clueless. Despite their efforts, their understanding remains limited. Rumors suggest that the guilds possess a far deeper knowledge. The young man realizes that every rumor holds a grain of truth. Management keeps secrets even from their own staff. Each colleague he questioned claimed ignorance about the matter. Offering an apology, he admitted he would have to press the girl for answers. The hero expressed his intention to look into the cases of vanishing immense magical power. The connection to the artifact is already clear to the protagonist, while the girl's astonishment grows as she witnesses how swiftly he moves. Proposing they press on, he mentions the high chance that something lies hidden within the forest. A second woman steps into the room, her voice calm but firm as she requests that he put an end to his actions. With a determined look, she instructs him to come along, explaining that she needs to hear about what he's discovered. The young man departs, leaving the intern utterly perplexed. He then takes a seat at the negotiating table across from his new companion. With curiosity, she inquires about the extent of the young man's knowledge regarding artifacts. The young man answers, confirming his suspicion that this matter involves artifacts. Judging by her demeanor, he guesses she holds a high-ranking position. Countless thoughts press at his lips, stories and confessions he longs to share, yet uncertainty clouds his mind, leaving him unsure whether things will turn out well. During his stay in Herrera, an inexplicable sensation swept over him. Seeking answers, he turned to his friend well-versed in the arcane arts. She explained that the unusual feeling was due to the abrupt loss of most of the area's magical power. With this revelation, he deduced that only an artifact could generate such a powerful surge. With a thoughtful air, the woman observes that no information appears to have leaked. The woman inquires about the name of the young man's girlfriend, and he replies with her name. Uttering the name once more, the girl recalls the main character's identity. The young man nods in agreement about everything in Takeland, silently reproaching you for bringing up his girlfriend. Puzzlement lingers as he wonders why he ever mentioned her and how the other person could possibly know their names. A gentle smile spreads across the girl's face as she confirms her suspicions were correct. News reaches her of a fresh report concerning adventurers soaring through the skies. Among them, a handful have been described as possessing remarkable strength. A handful of additional volunteers possess the remarkable ability to travel from Herrera to Orthon within a single day. The heroes themselves managed the journey in just 3.5 hours, leaving little opportunity for the woman to fully understand who they truly are. Even so, news traveled with unexpected swiftness. In a world without telephones, messages flowed from person to person by means of magic. Regardless, this was the one organization the young man wished to avoid confronting. He inquired whether details about the artifact were kept secret. The girl explained that only select staff members and certain adventurers possessed that knowledge. She mentions their initial plan to make the information public, but an outsider advised them to delay the announcement. The protagonist suspects that someone high up has ordered the secrecy. The guild commands significant power within its own ranks, operating with notable authority. Should anyone possess the right to restrict their actions, it would likely be a feudal lord. The hero wonders aloud if seeking information from the outside is always necessary when trying to uncover something. The girl responds calmly, explaining that this isn't always the case. At times, they handle matters without outside assistance, especially when the situation lacks particular urgency. The young man inquires whether the situation truly lacks urgency, and the girl nods in agreement, confirming his assumption. She informs them that the perpetrators have been apprehended and put to death. Certain the issue has been settled, the protagonist relaxes. Meanwhile, the girl calmly explains that anyone wishing to investigate independently must abide by a set of rules. To begin with, she requests that her name be mentioned and explains that his presence is due to Lasius. She offers her help, assuring him that if he ever needs information, she'll be there. Grateful, the hero accepts her offer and lets her know he appreciates it. The young man makes his way back to his home. Ultimately, the search yielded nothing of value. According to her, the criminals had switched off the lights, yet the monster kept evacuating, which meant the artifact had to be present. All that remained was to shut it down and destroy it. The thought occurs to him that discovering the correct path might grant him access to the knowledge he seeks. The following day brought a new challenge as the hero and his girlfriend set out together, courage gleaming in their eyes, ready to take on the fierce monsters that awaited them. The young man points out that they've arrived in the very forest where the magical power vanished. Their plan for the day includes tracking down every kind of monster they encounter as they search for clues about the missing artifact. He requests that she alert him at once if she detects a monster or any unusual surge of magical energy. The girl nods in agreement, ready to keep watch. According to her, detecting a broken magical instrument proves more challenging than sensing other items. Sensing an artifact stripped of its magical energy posed only a minor challenge for the hero, while the task would be completely beyond the reach of any ordinary person. Choosing to keep things simple, he voiced his agreement with the heroine. He inquires whether she knows the direction in which the artifact must be destroyed. The girl admits she hasn't the slightest clue. Potent currents of magical energy radiate from every corner of the perimeter, weaving an invisible barrier throughout the area. Resolving to get things done once and for all, the protagonist proposes a thorough sweep of the area. The girl, delighted by the suggestion, readily agrees. The hero plunges deeper into the heart of the forest, urgency propelling every stride. Packs of sinister fang wolves frequently prowl those lands. Radiant streams of magic flow from the girl, lighting up the air around her. With powerful jaws, they clamp down on the wolves' hides, toppling their prey to the ground. The hunt ends in success, with their efforts rewarded by a fruitful catch. Without warning, a pack of wild boars emerges from the underbrush, their leader at the forefront, charging relentlessly in pursuit of the heroes. Fireballs fly toward him in retaliation, yet undeterred, the hero ventures further into the depths. Together they move as one, watching out for each other and united in purpose as a team. Sharp focus fills the protagonist's eyes as he carefully takes in his surroundings, weighing every detail with calm, rational judgment. Each hero lands their strikes precisely where they aim, showing impressive accuracy. Determination burns in his mind as he resolves to vanquish every foe lurking nearby. Strange noises interrupt his steps, causing the young man to pause, curiosity prickling at the edge of his thoughts. Witnessing his girlfriend battling a swarm of monsters, he marvels at the sheer number surrounding her. Observing the fight intently, he quickly realizes the girl dispatches their foes at a far quicker rate than he manages to capture them. Forced to approach each target directly to add it to his inventory, his method proves inefficient, forcing him to lag behind. A suggestion arises to enhance their efforts using magic, perhaps by summoning corpses with a surge of mystical energy. Inspired by the idea, the protagonist recalls having attempted something along those lines before. As he dragged the carcass of a slain monster across the ground, his grip unexpectedly caught on something unfamiliar. A chill raced down his spine as he realized he had stumbled upon something he hadn't anticipated, leaving him unsettled. Astonishment fills the girl's eyes as she gazes at her friend. The young woman inquires about the actions of the protagonist. The young man responds that he is reflecting on his own lapses in magical discipline. Turning toward her, he explains that with magic, it's possible to pull the slain monsters directly to him, allowing for much quicker collection into his inventory. In response, the girl replies with a hint of sadness, noting that they are quite heavy. Turning to the protagonist, she suggests he could pick them up more quickly. The girl wonders aloud why he chooses not to use speed magic. With curiosity in his voice, the young man wonders aloud about the kind of magic she just mentioned. This concept is entirely new to him, never before having heard of such a thing. He seeks clarification, wondering if she means the type of magic used for transportation. The idea seems simple enough. By flooding his body with mana, he could fortify and even purge it. The main characters agree to attempt this method at a later time. The girl pleads with him to slow down and not rush in her direction. For caution's sake, the young man opts for a gentle burst of speed. Speaking clearly, he announces the use of his acceleration magic technique. Eyes fixed with unwavering attention, the girl studies her friend's every move. Observing the unchanged scene, the young man wonders aloud if he might have offered too little mana, and prepares to attempt the process once more. The protagonist launches forward, accelerating with astonishing velocity. Terror freezes the girl as she witnesses his swift motion. Spinning through the air, the young man's heart pounds with the sudden realization that the situation is slipping beyond his grasp. The wind carried it steadily into the distance, causing it to drift farther and farther out of reach. With every ounce of strength, the main character hurls himself into the tree, striking it head-on. Emerging from beneath the tree, his appearance resembles a wisp of smoke, tousled and elusive. The hero grumbles about the awkwardness of this peculiar magic, finding it troublesome to deal with. Fear and confusion flicker across Ria's face as she hurries to Cade's side, anxiety plain in her voice as she checks on his condition. Meeting her gaze, Cade straightens up and reassures her with a composed reply, insisting that he's fine. Wondering if his attire is the cause of her concern, the man reassures her that he remains unharmed. A memory surfaces for him, reminding him that his garments possess a unique ability. They bolster his defenses by drawing on his reserve of mana. Kyra reflects inwardly, recognizing that the protective strength he now senses rivals the quality of armor crafted from garden leather, a material he knows well from past experience. The boy turns to Ria, curiosity sparking in his eyes as he wonders whether the armor's magic would trigger if he found himself hurled against a tree, his mind painting the scenario in vivid detail. Lost in thought after his question, the girl reflects on the possibility that magic might not always function the same way, realizing that its effects vary depending on the situation. Kaida suspects the armor has been quietly at work, steadily soaking up the released PMs over time, and contemplates how this affects his emotions. The girl nods in agreement, remarking that the armor definitely grows more powerful alongside him, an advantage that could prove invaluable on the battlefield. Astonishment fills the young man's face as he tries to grasp how a horn so fearsome could grow even more powerful. With clear curiosity, the girl inquires whether he ever noticed this particular trait of his uniform. He responds, admitting that he suspects no one who donned this armor ever realized it existed. At last, clarity dawns on him regarding the purpose of his existence in this moment. Turning to Ria, he wonders aloud if grasping acceleration magic under these circumstances might hold the key to his survival. With assurance shining in her eyes, the girl encourages him to persist, convinced that his efforts will lead to success. The boy insists on keeping up his training as they venture deeper into the forest, battling monsters and uncovering hidden realms of the wild. Delighted by Cade's resolve, the girl beams with approval and eagerly shares his enthusiasm. Without warning, the boy dashes forward and collides headfirst with a tree, turning the moment into an unexpectedly humorous scene. Concern etches across the girl's face as she hurries over, her voice gentle as she checks on him. Yet undeterred by his mishap, he flashes an easy smile and assures her he's perfectly all right. Her anxious expression softens, relief settling in as his confident response puts her at ease. Determined to push forward, Kaya quickens his pace, crashing into the trees as he runs. Undeterred, he repeats the cycle time and again, each attempt building his momentum a little more. With fists firmly clenched, the young man asserts his abilities, exuding unwavering confidence. Opposite him, the girl watches with wide eyes, torn between admiration, surprise, and a hint of apprehension. With a careful glance, the man surveys his surroundings and turns to Ria, requesting the location of the nearest monster. Focusing her attention, Ria lifts her hand and silently indicates the direction with her finger. Encouraged by her guidance, the man sets off purposefully, determination lighting his path. Dashing through the dense forest, a sense of confidence builds as the technique begins to feel more natural. The growing ease lifts his spirits, yet another concern nags at him. This magic pushes his speed to the limit, but offers no way to steer. Without a way to alter course while the spell is engaged, the risk of colliding with an obstacle looms ever closer. After careful consideration, the man realized that the device could be switched on and off at intervals to avoid collisions. He recognized the importance of activating it, then promptly shutting it down each time. Without warning, a massive monster appears before him. Its sharp fangs glint as it fixes its gaze on him, bracing itself for the imminent encounter. Large ears perked up. The monster peers intently into the depths of the forest. A sudden glimmer ahead catches and holds his gaze. Swiftly darting between the trees, Kada closes in on the creature with careful, noiseless steps. The monster's eyes widen with terror the moment it catches sight of him, its entire body trembling with instinctive fear. Startled, the creature lashes out with its paw, aiming for the young man. With a swift motion, he evades the strike, his movements enhanced by a burst of acceleration magic that reveals his skillful agility. A swift, forceful kick lands squarely on the monster's belly. Excitement fills the boy as he discovers that his acceleration magic can enhance his attacks, granting him the upper hand in battle. The creature lets out a pained groan as the force of the young man's blow sends it crashing against the tree. Meanwhile, the young man touches down lightly, confidently revealing the extent of his skill. With a faint, uneasy smile, the young man inquires whether the girl is enjoying the performance. Ria, striving for honesty, observes that his movements appear odd, suggesting the possibility of either failure or success. Undeterred, he remains upbeat, insisting that as long as he can wield magic, nothing is truly amiss. Before her words could reach their end, a sudden movement caught the girl's eye up ahead. Sensing an unusual presence, Ria pauses and asks the guy to hold on. An intense and peculiar magical force lingers close, setting both of them on edge. Surprise flickers across the guy's face as he glances at her, realizing the gravity of what she has noticed. Drawing closer to the mysterious source of magic, the group peers through the shelter of leafy bushes and spots something truly strange and utterly out of the ordinary. Deep within the forest, a massive circular slab appears before them, adorned with mysterious symbols and concealing a hidden secret. The young man suspects these could be ancient Herrera ruins, an important archaeological discovery. The object stands formidable and inscrutable, radiating an aura of enchantment that captures their fascination. Faces alight with wonder, the girl and boy gaze at the stove, recognizing its significance. Ria's curiosity surfaces as she comments on the unusual lid, drawing both of their eyes to it. The boy, clearly delighted, muses that something extraordinary must be hidden beneath it, and then offers heartfelt praise for the girl's impressive achievement, marking a joyful conclusion to their journey. As the ancient stone slab slides away, a spiral staircase reveals itself, winding downward into the shadowy unknown below. A sense of astonishment freezes Kaida and Ria at the foot of the stairs, their silence deepening as the mysterious atmosphere draws them in. Back at the estate, Lassia-san leans in with curiosity, her gaze fixed on the two heroes seated across from her. She invites them to share any intriguing discoveries from their journey through the forest, effortlessly creating an atmosphere of relaxed conversation. With unreserved emotion, Ria declares it was fairly dull, hoping to lift the spirits in the room. The young man steps in, his voice steady as he asks her to let him explain everything calmly and without rushing. According to him, a forest entrance lies 12 kilometers southwest from here, once sealed by an object resembling that very lid. This discovery sparks fresh ideas among them. He continues, recalling how, upon their descent, they discovered underground ruins reduced entirely to rubble. Kaede mentioned discovering remnants of burned objects among the debris, yet aside from those, nearly everything else consisted of worthless scrap metal. Lucia-san responds thoughtfully, explaining that this suggests something valuable was present, something that sparks the imagination and captures interest. The young man nods in agreement, recalling that the artifact resembled the very pedestal now returning to their memories. Lost in his thoughts, the young man concludes that this must be the cause behind the mysterious event they encountered on their journey. Kaede continues, describing how, while they were inside the dungeon, they found the remnants of a large magical stone close by. Evidently, this stone once rested atop the pedestal, a detail that only deepens the mystery. According to his account, examining the pedestal led to the realization that it functioned as a subsystem within a larger structure, revealing just how intricate the entire situation truly was. Lost in thought, the man concludes that no further information about the device will be uncovered. He suspects that this location once served as a support facility, complete with an independent main system designed to conceal its secrets. Seated across from the young man, the woman explains that the bizarre occurrences likely began when the large magic stone was deactivated. The girl grows quiet, cradling her chin as she reflects on the conversation. While carefully weighing his thoughts, the man reflects that, in theory, the girl might know something about the situation. However, he has little faith that she would be willing to reveal any of it to them. A sense of uncertainty lingers as it becomes clear that Lucia-san appears completely unfamiliar with the auxiliary object. After a prolonged quiet, the girl finally meets the boy's gaze and quietly expresses her desire to ask him something. She reminds him that he once described the underground ruins as a support facility. Wearing a serious expression, the girl insists that Kaede must know the truth, suspecting either him or Ria possesses some form of research skill that uncovered the secret. Anxiety flickers across the guy's face as her words cut to the core. Meanwhile, Ria quietly sips from her mug, maintaining a calm demeanor while observing the conversation unfold, careful not to draw any unwanted eyes. Catching himself agreeing with Lucia-san, the boy grows uneasy about revealing more than he should. Kaede marvels at how she managed to reach such insights from just a handful of words, while he remains troubled by the thought that his secret ability was supposed to stay hidden. With her head lowered in humility, the girl softly assures him that he need not share every detail, fostering a quiet sense of trust between them. Lucia-san explains her desire to gather as much information as possible about the adventurer's capabilities, preparing for unforeseen emergencies. She notes the group's impressive accomplishment of resolving the Herrera mind disease swiftly, and suspects that someone among them possesses extraordinary analytical skills that have yet to be revealed. A quiet grin flickers across the boy's lips as he stays silent, his companion's eyes widening in surprise as she senses his mood. Unease flickers in the man's thoughts. There's a chance Lucia-san could misuse what she's learned, though he also marvels at her unexpected cleverness and sharp perception. Lost in contemplation, the boy lets his eyes gradually fall shut. Carefully weighing the situation, he decides that revealing as much as possible to Lucia-san and trusting the guild's guidance offers the safest path forward. Once his mind settles, he calmly explains to the man that his statement is supported by his unique skill. Satisfaction evident in her voice, the girl mentions that she will inquire about the specifics of the path to the ruins another time, making it clear that their conversation is not finished. Across from her, the guy casts a questioning glance, attempting to grasp her intentions. The girl calmly reminds him that she has mentioned this before, explaining that only a handful of adventurers and guild members possess knowledge about the current issue. With an air of certainty, Lucia proposes that their party ought to be informed as well, ensuring everyone remains current. Her companion studies her intently, grasping the weight behind her suggestion. With composed resolve, the woman wearing glasses informs him that she is unable to disclose the information until upper management grants approval, a response that triggers a surge of unease within him. Calmly, she urges him to lower his expectations and wait patiently for further news. In response, the young man expresses his gratitude for her understanding and support. Kaede reflects quietly, feeling reassured in her choice to trust him after he opened up and shared details about his life. Thoughts dwell on the secrets concealed within this hidden information, sparking hope that those in authority might permit its disclosure. In his estimation, the most promising choice would be the grandest ruins nearby, notably the Ordean labyrinth. Perched on the bed, the boy fixes Ria with a curious gaze and inquires about the earthquake countermeasure, intrigued by her invention. Suspended above the ground on a gently drifting bed, the girl greeted him with a cheerful good morning. In response, he quipped about her unusual choice of sleeping arrangements, slipping in a playful remark that brought a lightness to their morning exchange. As they strolled through the city, the boy glanced over with a note of concern, wondering if Ria was all right or if she had knocked her head while asleep. Ria responded with a gentle smile, assuring him that all was well. She mentioned, almost wistfully, that she wished the bed were much higher, though admitted it was hard to make such changes while dreaming. Doubt lingers in his mind, convinced that her hope borders on the impossible, yet her bright optimism brings a quiet smile to his lips. Without warning, a deep rumble shook the city, sending a wave of fear through every resident and startling the main characters. The man glances over the scene, checking to see if the grill has survived the commotion. Ria lets out a soft chuckle, assuring him that she's already grown accustomed to this sort of thing. Relief and admiration flicker across the guy's face, pleased by her ability to adapt. Curiosity sparkled in the girl's eyes as she wondered aloud about their destination for the day. The boy, his voice brimming with excitement, announced their plans to visit the guild and set out on a journey to explore the labyrinth. A gentle voice calls out, asking for Cade, prompting the group of friends to turn and face the unfamiliar newcomer. A hint of confusion clouds the man's face as he tries to piece together the situation. The stranger steps forward and introduces herself as a staff member from the guild, extending an invitation for them to step inside the building and discuss matters further. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he studies her, attempting to discern her true motives. With a bundle of papers clutched tightly, the girl steps up to the counter and explains these documents are being submitted in response to Archon Fionsane's request. He seeks support and company for an expedition to newly uncovered ancient ruins, asking for cooperation in both guidance and exploration. Taking in what he just heard, the young man turns to his companion, curious if she happens to know anyone among the guild members. She simply smiles and assures him that, in fact, she knows nothing at all about the matter. The guild employee explains that the reward is open to negotiation, leaving the boy free to accept or decline as he wishes. Intrigued by the opportunity, a spark of excitement stirs within as he considers the chance to explore the newly unearthed ruins on his own. Curiosity got the better of Kayada, who asked whether this man belonged to the guild's ranks. The girl responded with a soft smile, gently shaking her head in denial. Thoughts swirl as the young man considers why this individual would choose such an inconvenient moment to announce their candidacy. Introducing himself as Lassia Sane, the man explains that she mentioned how important it was for his party to be informed as well. Gripping the tablet, the boy suspects that Lassia's son might be behind this. Still, whether she is or not, a new opportunity awaits at the ruins, promising fresh possibilities. He expresses his gratitude to the girl for her valuable information and assures her he will do his best to see her again. Kaida and Ria walked toward the looming building ahead. A look of amazement crossed the girl's face as she took in the sight, but the boy regarded it with a hint of disdain and an ironic twist to his voice, calling it a grand tofu house. Ria, missing the sarcastic remark, asked him to repeat himself, unable to grasp his tone. The young man urged them to keep moving, then halted again without warning. A sudden shout burst from her lips, commanding the guy to halt, after she sensed an unusual magic radiating from the doorway. Suspicion flickered across the young man's face as he considered the possibility of a trap and inquired about any danger. The girl took her time, scanning the area with a sharp eye, and then answered that it seemed safe enough to her, though a trace of uncertainty lingered in her voice. An unusual connection to the door stood out to her, though the underlying pattern of these occurrences remained elusive. Intrigued by the woman's clever use of a magical tool instead of a traditional intercom, the guy grew curious about her abilities. He quietly advised Ria to stay vigilant, ready for anything unexpected. The door swung open and a girl stepped into view, her familiarity with the heroes unmistakable. Kayaida and Ria exchanged weary glances, their surprise tempered by exhaustion. The hero caught sight of a girl with distinctive fox ears and a tail. Wearing a cheerful expression, she remarked that they matched the descriptions she had always heard. With keen interest, the girl observed their party's unusual lineup, prompting the heroes to focus their attention closely on her. The boy immediately realized the fox was actually a beast man, a meeting he had not anticipated. He turned to her and inquired if her name was Fiona-san. A bright grin spread across the girl's face as she cheerfully declared it was her, leaving the man taken aback by her enthusiasm. News reached him that she had selected him to carry out a discreet investigation into the newly discovered ruins. The fox girl's ears perked up, a clear sign that the conversation had captured her curiosity. With her tail swishing in delight, the girl eagerly affirmed the young man's words, clarifying that this matter had nothing to do with the guild and was her own personal request. As she leaned in, her voice took on a note of certainty, explaining that the ruins would most likely defy their expectations. She stressed her own discovery of the site, each word carefully underscored. The man regarded her with astonishment, clearly unsettled by this unexpected revelation. Collecting his thoughts, the boy suspected that this peculiar way of speaking was somehow connected to Lucia-san. It seemed likely that the guild controlled such information through something like the guild card, and that Lucia-san had found a subtle way to share this crucial detail with him by exploiting a loophole. Extending his hand, the boy politely requested more information about the ruins. With a solemn look, the girl replied that the place was filled with dangerous monsters and hidden traps, With a weary sigh, the fox girl admitted that she had once ventured through this place by herself. Back then, escaping as quickly as possible was her only option, an admission that left the young man genuinely astonished. With genuine curiosity, the young man inquired whether she truly pushed herself despite her career as an archaeologist. Flashing a bright smile, the girl lifted her fist and laughed, her confidence in her own stamina shining through. With a gentle insistence, she persuaded the guy to drop the formal language, assuring him she was hardly someone important. Reluctant at first, he eventually relented and agreed with a smile. Fione-san wore a bright smile as she explained how the artifacts would help them overcome any obstacle, filling everyone with newfound confidence. The fox girl remarked that everything would change if she could get her hands on Ria's hairpin. In response, Ria's fear surged and she clutched Katie tightly, loudly insisting that the hairpin was not something she'd ever part with. With gentle words, she soothed the girl, explaining that possession of the artifact is impossible. Despite any desire, such a powerful item remains bound to a single user. Fiona admits that her interest in the hairpin lies purely in its value for research. The young man reacts with astonishment to her confession. Curiosity flickers in the man's eyes as he considers whether Ria's hairpin could be an artifact. His thoughts spiral, questioning whether this mysterious object possesses any restrictions or special requirements for its use, revealing just how little he truly knows about it. Beside him, the girl clings to the boy, her lips pursed and her expression unmistakably sulky, signaling her displeasure at the situation. Wishing to clear up any confusion, the young man inquires whether each artifact requires personal authentication. Fiona responds, explaining that only especially powerful artifacts possess such a feature. As for high-grade artifacts, they recognize and bond with their owner from the very moment of their creation, remaining exclusive to that individual alone. Curious, the man inquired about the rank of Ria's hairpin. Fiona-san responded that determining its exact rank would require a thorough analysis, but among all the magical tools she had ever encountered, none matched the perfection of the girl's hairpin. Fox Girl marvels at the hairpin's elegance, her voice filled with genuine admiration. Ria glances upward, surprise flashing across her face. Buoyed by a rising cheerfulness, she declares with pride that her hairpin is truly remarkable, instantly brightening the mood. Fione-san leans in toward her, chuckling in agreement, and this light-hearted exchange draws a smile from the young man. Watching Ria, he senses that she carries something extraordinary, and he becomes aware that whatever secret she holds is growing even more intriguing. Drawing closer to Fione, the young man inquires about the kind of reward she might offer for investigating the ruins. After a moment of thought, she replies that he is free to claim any artifacts he finds within, provided he allows her to explore the ruins for a minimum of 3 days. Surprise flickered across the young man's face, and with evident puzzlement, he asked whether it was really customary for such generous terms to be offered. With a gentle smile, the girl assures that everything is fine. She simply wishes to examine the object firsthand. Artifacts hold little interest for her, since she rarely has the opportunity to analyze them. The realization dawns on the man that her primary field of study is archaeology rather than artifactology. A flicker of surprise crosses his mind as he notes her ability to analyze artifacts, even if only to a limited extent. Admitting his limited knowledge of the ruins, he asks if she could share her insights as they explore. The girl readily accepts, promising to teach him everything she knows. Turning her face aside, the fox girl replied that she had no secret information from the guild to offer this time. making it impossible for her to help. A sudden understanding dawned on the boy as he recognized this as the very loophole Lacia-san relied upon. Doubt crept into Kaida's mind as she considered whether she could share any information without approval. Yet in the case of a private investigation, preventing his access seemed impossible, particularly if the findings from the ruins skirted around confidentiality. The arrangement appeared highly favorable, offering him far greater advantages than anything she might gain. Understanding the weight of his new responsibility, the boy accepts that his role now includes safeguarding Phione as they venture into the ancient ruins. With resolve glinting in her eyes, Kaida inquires about their departure. With a bright smile, the girl lifts her index finger and announces that they can begin whenever they are ready. The young man hesitates, admitting that it all feels rushed. With unwavering confidence, Fionneson insists it's best to bring things to a close without delay. Looking away, the girl quietly suggests that, for all they know, this might still be something that could wait another 10 years. Understanding that this was yet another bizarre event, much like a silent ticking bomb, the guy felt a surge of urgency. Ria turned to the girl, bewildered, while the guy spoke up, insisting they had to get going immediately. The trio strode down a wooded path, the constant rush of the nearby waterfall echoing around them, as they made their way toward a looming cavern nestled in the heart of the forest. A bright smile lights the girl's face as she announces their arrival. The man observes their surroundings, noting how the cave looks just like a natural hot spring. Meanwhile, fatigue washes over the fox girl, and a hint of worry flickers in her sigh. Kaida inquires whether Ria notices anything unusual. After a thoughtful pause, Ria replies that she senses numerous magical devices within, yet she adds with uncertainty that none appear to be particularly large. The thought crosses his mind that any magical artifacts hidden within have probably long since been destroyed. He decides it would be wiser to assume that any enchanted tools remaining are likely meant as traps. The man leans in, his curiosity evident, and inquires about their next move. Phione responds, pointing out that he enjoys the greatest level of protection in this matter. Meanwhile, Ria, bubbling with excitement, repeatedly calls out Kaide's name, her enthusiasm sparking a sense of trust within the group. The man admits there may be some truth to their words. With a gentle smile, Phione carefully places a magical artifact into the boy's hand. With a curious glance at the object, the man inquires about the type of magical device it might be. Wrapping her arms gently around Ria from behind, the girl's bright smile glowed with anticipation as she announced their intention to follow close behind, ready to embrace the adventure ahead. The fox girl, full of confidence, assured everyone she would carefully lay traps along the path to keep them safe. Phione lets out a soft laugh, explaining that their entire plan revolves around trailing behind. With a quick gesture, she urges the boy forward. Kaida's eyes widen, uncertainty and fear flickering within them as he suddenly understands he is expected to venture ahead alone. In front of the cave, anticipation hung in the air as the boys gathered, their gazes meeting those of the girls. Curiosity and excitement danced in the girl's eyes, reflecting the unspoken tension between them. Gazing at his newly acquired magical tool, Kaida considered its potential for laying traps. He pondered whether the girl was aware of his formidable defense, or perhaps the device she handed him was something rare and extraordinary. The boy observed that this tool possessed a unique function. It could negate one lethal blow for its owner, but only a single time. Understanding this, he realized the girl had anticipated he might suffer a deadly injury. With a tense smile, the girl watched him, aware that he had uncovered her secret. With a skeptical arch of her brow, Kaida inquires whether Phione possesses any means, be it skill or artifact, to neutralize the traps ahead. Phione, diminutive as she is, responds with a disappointed note that she lacks such tools. Ria, unable to hide her astonishment, gazes at Phione in disbelief. A wide smile spreads across the girl's face as she draws her fists close to her chest. She mentions hearing much about his accomplishments from the guild, her words laced with genuine admiration. Eyes aglow with quiet confidence, the fox girl assures the boy that things will work out. Picking up her optimism, Ria turns to Cade and offers the same reassurance. Nevertheless, silence lingers around the boy, his thoughts weighed down by the silent approach of uncertainty. Lips pressed in contemplation, the boy observes how alike the two are, not just compatible but almost reflections of each other. The thought crosses his mind that his own healing magic could hold Ria and Fionneson back from moving on as well. After a moment's hesitation, the young man gives a nod of agreement, sparking cheers from Ria and Fionneson. Their delighted voices echo through the room, infusing the air with newfound hope and excitement. Ria halts abruptly, drawing in a sharp breath as she points to the left, revealing a magical trap hidden there. She assures Ked that he is not in any danger from it. Curiosity sparks as he turns to her, seeking clarification on what she means by being safe. With a weary sigh, the man closes his eyes and proposes they steer clear of her altogether. His foot, however, finds a hidden switch on the floor, which clicks audibly beneath his weight. Surprise flashes across his face as he discovers that the object before him is an actual tangible switch. Ria's voice rang out sharply as she called Katie's name. In that instant, a hidden mechanism fires an arrow directly at the young man. Oblivious to the danger, he remains unaware of the attack until the last possible moment. The arrow strikes the man's cloak but simply glances away, unable to penetrate. The girls watch the scene unfold, their faces a mix of confusion and fear, struggling to comprehend what they have just witnessed. Taida swivels, her eyes widening as she catches sight of the closest arrow. He calmly explains to the girl that it was just a misfire. Concern flickers across her face as she shrugs, relieved that the boy is unharmed yet amazed by his inexplicable defensive abilities. A quiet smile forms on the boy's lips as he assures them both that he understands everything now. With guilt written across her face, Ria offers a quiet apology to her friend, explaining that it wasn't magic, and that was why she couldn't sense it. The young man responds with a gentle smile, reassuring her that there's no need to worry, as he is perfectly all right. Realization dawns upon him that this place holds both magical and physical traps, yet the physical ones seem surprisingly weak, almost as if they're meant to lull intruders into a false sense of security. The possibility unsettles Kade. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he studies the hand, channeling his focus to unravel the nature of the surrounding traps through magical analysis. With a wave of his hand, magic pulses forward, revealing a series of concealed traps scattered across their path. The girls stand wide-eyed, wonder etched across their faces. A look of exasperation crosses the guy's face as he muses aloud about blasting all the traps with magic to set them off at once. Fiona responds with a shaky, uncertain smile, admitting the idea might actually work. Together with Ria, the young man stretches out his hand, channeling a spell that unleashes a wave of energy. In an instant, every trap detonates, filling the air with bursts of chaos and swirling debris. After gathering her thoughts, Kaida inquires whether Ria is able to sense the locations and number of magical traps. Ria responds confidently, confirming she can, and points out that one lies just beside him. Disappointment flickers across the young man's face as he admits he can't spot the traps. Without being able to see them, any hope of analyzing their mechanism slips away. Fiona mentions that the magical traps are expertly concealed. While she often manages to detect a few, this time none reveal themselves, an uncertainty that weaves extra tension into their journey. Delight sparkled in the girls' eyes as they exchanged glances, their happiness unmistakable. Fiona, her face aglow with pride, praised Ria for her remarkable skill. Laughter bubbled from Ria in answer, light and carefree. Observing the scene, the young man made a mental note to rely on Ria whenever magical traps might threaten their path. Unsure of how to proceed, he asks how to neutralize the magic traps. As the girls turn toward him, Ria responds with a smirk, explaining that all he needs to do is step on her. The girl promises the young man that she and Fiona will join him, knowing how some traps can completely block a path. Navigating forward will require clever footwork if he wants to avoid triggering them. With a trace of hesitation, the man inquires about Fiona's thoughts. He wonders aloud about the consequences he might face if he were to trigger a magical trap. With a weary sigh, the girl explains that everything hinges on the nature of the trap. Some have the power to conjure monsters or unleash sudden rain, while others bring about different effects. Fiona recalls her previous visit, remembering that most traps merely sapped her strength, a revelation that leaves Cade deeply concerned. With determination in her eyes, Fiona advises steering clear of them, yet Ria persists, insisting that the best approach is simply to walk right over them. Trust begins to blossom within the young man as he chooses to place his faith in Ria, acknowledging her greater mastery of magic. With a hint of nervousness, Kaida consents to test a magic trap at least once, prompting the girls to exchange surprised glances. The boy raises his leg, poised to test what might be a hidden trap. Noticing his intent, the girls slowly retreat, unease spreading among them as the atmosphere grows tense. A tense breath slipped from him as he steadied himself, bracing for disaster. With a decisive step onto the magical trap, anticipation prickled through him as he waited for the telltale sound of rattling and hissing to erupt. Confusion clouded the boy's face as he stared ahead, expecting something to happen, but finding only stillness. He turned to the girls, seeking an explanation for the uneventful outcome. With a triumphant voice, Rhea insisted she had been correct all along. Meanwhile, Fiona averted her eyes, lost in thought as she struggled to make sense of the situation. Rhea notes that the boy's abilities neutralized the magical force within the trap. Hidden with great care, the traps held only a faint trace of enchantment. After expressing his disbelief to the girl about how she vanished, the young man wonders how the energy he unleashed could so effortlessly shatter all that surrounded him. As they moved along the corridor, their attention settled on an imposing wooden door at the far end, its surface etched with mysterious riddles. Kaida glances over at Fiona and raises the idea of peering inside. A sense of caution washes over him as he considers the possibility of numerous traps lying in wait within the room. Fiona explains that these ruins once served as a certain type of facility, doubting that anyone would have left traps in a place like this. Still, a note of uncertainty enters her voice as she adds that if the facility was used by the military, hidden dangers might very well be concealed inside. Eyes fixed on the door, the young man reasons that if it proves to be a harmless object, laying traps within would be unnecessary. He proposes that the girls take a look at what lies beyond the threshold. Pushing open the doors and stepping inside, they found themselves surrounded by a vast, empty expanse. Taking in their surroundings, the boy remarks on the pleasant appearance of the room. The girl counters, noting that the pattern feels out of place. With a curious glance at her, the boy asks whether both of them notice how empty the room truly is. Wearing a grave expression, Fiona explains that the previous occupant of this room managed to slip away from the institution. The room now stands empty, but warns that the escapee may have rigged the place with traps capable of causing harm to the target. With a heavy sigh, the young man admits this has to be the worst situation he has ever faced, and confesses he already feels like giving up. Attempting to lift his mood, the young woman forces a nervous smile and gently urges him not to say such things. Persuading the boy, she suggests that the presence of traps in the corridor hints at the possibility of hidden treasure nearby. Even without such riches, the ruins themselves promise to be a significant subject for research. With a determined tone, she explains that uncovering secret doors deep within the ruins could lead to valuable discoveries. At first glance, the ruins appear deserted, yet the possibility of hidden mysteries lingers, much like those once uncovered at Herrera. Calmly, Kaya assures the girl that her request will be honored, soothing her concerns. The boy wonders aloud if their work in the room is complete. The girl answers that she plans to return later to examine the finer details. She assures him that there will be plenty to eat, provided he manages to make the ruins safer. With a cheerful grin, the young man suggests they begin their journey by heading straight for the deepest part. With determination in their steps, the boys wandered through the cave, their laughter echoing among the remnants of ancient ruins. Meanwhile, Fiona quietly jotted down important observations in her notebook, her attention sharp amid the spirited atmosphere. Advancing through the narrow, brick-lined corridor, the young man led the way while the girls trailed behind, their eyes searching every corner and detail as they moved forward. The man observed the corridor gradually closing in around them, its walls inching closer with every step. The girls nodded in agreement, their ears tuned to his cautious tone. Fiona, too, sensed a shift in the air, an unspoken tension gathering. Despite the narrowing walls, the ceiling soared above, adding an enigmatic layer to their unfolding journey. Raya wandered through her surroundings, her steps coming to a sudden halt as an unfamiliar sensation washed over her. Calling out to Katie, she announced the presence of an unusual magic up ahead, indicating its direction with a pointed finger. Fiona glanced at the girl with surprise, quietly impressed by how quickly she sensed something amiss. Curiosity lit up the boy's face as he wondered whether this peculiar magic was the same as the traps they had faced earlier. The girl paused, considering the question, and admitted her uncertainty, though she remarked that the magic felt faint. With a hint of playfulness, she offered to let the boy step on her. Beside them, Fiona clenched her fist, cheering her friend on. The girl proposed they relocate together at first, with the boy taking the lead. Remaining quiet, the man believed that silence would serve him best. Striding ahead, the young man confidently pressed his foot down on the voiceover, a rush of excitement building within him. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Rhea called out to the boy, warning him that the trap had sprung. Fiona watched in surprise, impressed by the girl's swift instincts and realizing just how critical the situation had become. At that moment, Kaida understood the trap was too powerful for his magic to dissolve. Concerned, he turned to the girls and asked what kind of mechanism had been triggered. Without warning, the ground rumbled and the world around them shifted. Fear gripped the girls and the young man, each of them bewildered and unaware of the unseen force gathering just behind them. Startled by the sudden noise, they spun around, anxiety tightening their chests, only to spot a large puck racing straight toward them down the narrow corridor. A wave of fear washed over the boys as the enormous puck, towering like a corridor, started to accelerate. A wave of terror washed over the girls as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Fear flickered in their wide eyes, each moment drawing the danger closer. Adrenaline surged through their bodies as they spun around together, dashing away from the massive metal puck that bore down on them with relentless speed. Fione demanded to know what was happening as he raised his voice at the boy. With resolve, the boy drew his sword, ready to shield the girls from danger. Quietly, he reflected on Ria's unease, realizing she sensed something unusual, a mix of both physical and magical traps intertwined. Realizing this was an all-too-familiar snare, the man glanced at the girls and urged them to keep running without hesitation. Keed called upon her acceleration magic, weaving effortlessly through a rain of flaming arrows as new traps triggered around her. His actions triggered every trap in their path, allowing him to bear the danger alone and ensure the girls remained safe from harm. The only thing remaining in his possession was this massive metal contraption, rumbling swiftly toward the girls. The man speeds past Fione so swiftly that any words she might have spoken remain unspoken, lost to his incredible pace. With a calm but firm voice, the young man announced his intention to act on the metal puck. Fione immediately shouted in protest, insisting that no force in existence could ever break down such a material. With a wave of his hand and a murmured incantation, the man looks over his shoulder at the girl and calls out that destruction is not his aim. Rather, his intention is to bring the other to a halt. With a commanding swing, the man slams his shield into the earth, and a massive stone wall erupts from the ground, rising up to block the impending threat. The massive hunk of metal slammed into the stone wall, tearing through it with a thunderous roar. The man stood baffled, unable to comprehend how such a feat could be possible. Meanwhile, the girls watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide with a mix of shock and fear. Gaining momentum, the trap smashes through the stone wall and barrels forward, roaring as it picks up even more speed while closing in on the boys. Dread washed over the hero's face, draining away every trace of color as the crushing weight of hopelessness settled in. Nothing was unfolding as intended. Raising his voice, he urges the girls to flee, and they are already dashing away, their eyes bright with tears and terror. Kaya spun around, eyes catching the looming threat as it drew closer. The thought crossed his mind that the puck's acceleration might only be due to the incline. Amazement flickered across his face as he realized his magic could no longer restrain this menace. Fear settled in his gaze while he watched the situation escalate, fully aware of how dire things were becoming. Realizing their pace won't suffice, the man swiftly scoops Fione into his arms. Surprise flickers across her face as she hesitates, but his urgent cries to keep running push them onward without pause. Urged by the young man's command, Ria surges ahead with all the speed she can muster, her body propelled by instant obedience and instinct. A rush of confusion and alarm sweeps over Fione as she tries to make sense of the chaos. Her voice trembles with uncertainty when she asks what he is doing. But before any answer comes, the boys press forward, picking up even more speed. Startled and afraid, a sharp scream escapes her as the tension around her grows, the atmosphere growing more urgent with every passing second. Noticing the ground they had gained, the young man calls out to Ria, watching as she sails far ahead with her swift abilities. He asks if there's a crossroad coming up. Glancing around, Ria spots one just to the left and reports it back without hesitation. Gazing ahead, the boys notice an opening leading into the room on the left side. With Fione cradled in her arms, Kaida turns to Ria and wonders aloud about the presence of monsters within. Ria shakes her head and assures her there are none, though she hints at another presence lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the man catches sight of something strange from the corner of his eye. Suspended from the ceiling, an odd contraption caught his eye. An object untouched by magic, its presence hinting at a clever trap poised to spring. The young man observes the situation and senses the unmistakable signs of a trap. Nevertheless, he reasons that pressing ahead or turning back both carry grave risks, so lingering remains his only option. Suddenly, Ria called out to Cade, warning of approaching danger. Startled, the boy glanced nervously at the trap closing in on them. Fiona opened her mouth, ready to speak, but the young man caught her meaning before any words escaped. With a curt gesture, he signaled the girls forward. Their pace faltered for a moment, as if time itself had paused. Then, just before they would have crashed into each other, the girls slipped effortlessly through the doorway. A massive metal trap rushed past the doorway, scraping harshly against a hidden mechanism as it went. With a sure-footed landing, the man touched down on the room's floor. the young girl still cradled safely in his arms. At the same moment, Ria slipped effortlessly through the opening, joining them inside. Without warning, a loud crash erupted behind them as a massive metal door slammed closed, sealing off their only way out. Startled by the noise, the boys spun around, fear tightening in their chests. Setting the girl gently on her feet, the man watched as she tried to steady herself and murmured that escape was impossible. Wasting no time, he rushed toward the door, instructing the girls firmly to remain where they were. With all his strength, he channels pressure magic into a powerful blow against the metal door. Yet the effort yields only a few faint scratches across its hardened surface. Defeated, the man drops his hand and lets out a weary breath, admitting how difficult things have become. The girls stand nearby, astonishment written across their faces, uncertain how to escape the predicament unfolding before them. An uneasy sensation swept over Ria as a strange creaking noise caught her attention. Fear laced her voice as she called out to the man, warning him that something was amiss. The man instantly snapped to attention, demanding to know the cause of the alarm. Meanwhile, the fox girl observed the unfolding events, her eyes wide with curiosity. The man sensed something unusual and turned toward the source of the noise, his expression a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. Without warning, the metal hatch that had caught the guy's attention earlier swings open, releasing a cluster of strange metal structures that start crawling out. With a thunderous crash, a massive metal stone tumbles from the hatch, leaving the boys bewildered and unsure of its purpose. One after another, massive metal robots on treads began to roll out of the hatch behind him. The young man's face drained of color as he took in the unfolding scene, fully aware that remaining there would put him in grave danger. As the dust cleared, the boys spotted an artifact identified as a Type 3 crusher. Towering and rectangular, this imposing machine moved on sturdy tracks rather than wheels. A deep frown creased Kayada's brow as he braced himself for the coming battle. The opponents before him exuded an air of menace, their strength obvious at a glance. Understanding the peril ahead, uncertainty and tension settled across his features. After thoroughly inspecting the robots and gripping his sword with purpose, the man informed the girls that these were ancient machines standing in their way, ones they needed to defeat. Without warning, the robots burst into motion and surged toward the heroes with remarkable speed. Noticing this, Ria quickly alerted her friends to the advancing threat. The boys, alarmed by the sight, hesitated as they tried to process the situation and consider their possible next moves. Clutching Fiona tightly, the young man springs back just in time to evade the robot's charge. Ria, equally swift, ascends alongside her companions, soaring clear of danger in perfect unison. The boy suspects the robots intend to flatten them beneath their massive machinery, yet he observes their sluggish movements with relief. Kaya-ana turns to Ria, inquiring how much power his spear must gain to overcome their opponents. After a moment of consideration, the girl estimates that about 20-fold strength will be necessary. Surprise flickers across the man's face as he repeats his question to the girl, caught off guard by her unexpected response. Realizing the situation, the young man knows they must stall for a moment, buying time to develop a better plan. Eyes fixed on the advancing robots, Keita instructs Ria to shield Fiona. With a surge of acceleration magic, the boy launches himself forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat as he readies his strike. A wave of surprise ripples through the girls as they witness the boy's actions, the intensity of his resolve unmistakable. Teeth clenched, the man realizes his wizard sword stands little chance against such a formidable metal. Understanding that the robot's weak points lie in the center of their bodies where crystals gleam like cold eyes, KD targets one with precise intent. His sword flashes as he drives it straight into the heart of the robot's crystal core. Upon noticing the hesitation in the other robot, a sly grin spread across the man's face. Buoyed by his growing confidence and a sense of amusement, he called out loudly, daring the robot to make its move against him. The ancient mechanism, detecting danger, surged forward with a swift motion toward the young man. However, at the last moment, it veered abruptly to the right, abandoning its initial course. Astonishment flashed across the girls' faces as the scene unfolded before them. Calmly, the man explained that although their metal remained unbroken, he still possessed the means to strip away their freedom of movement. Ria turned to her friend with a look of pure delight, while Fiona offered an apology, admitting she was unable to assist them at all. Upon hearing those words, the young man spun around, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he assured the girl there was no need for concern. After all, that was the very reason she had requested security. Casting a wary glance at the robots, he urged the girls to follow him, insisting they should leave the room while the chance remained. Steeling himself, Keita lifted his sword and invoked stone spear magic. In a heartbeat, towering stone cliffs erupted from the ceiling, weaving together into a formidable shield. The young man's magic ignited a burst of sparks, blasting the metal door open and revealing a way out. A wave of hope swept over the group as they realized this could be their chance to finally escape the peril that surrounded them. After spending so long cooped up, Kaida steps forward with renewed energy and proposes they press on with their adventure. Beside her, Ria leaps aside, pumps her fist and beams her agreement. Meanwhile, Fione, weary and dispirited, trails behind in silence, unable to muster a response. With a look of bewilderment, she turns to care for him, marveling at the strange powers he possesses. In response, he offers a faint, knowing smile, reminding her that he is, after all, a traveler. A short distance ahead, Ria notices something intriguing and draws in her breath, clearly impressed. With a sparkle of excitement, the girl lifts a stone from the enigmatic earth and announces to the boy that she has discovered a magic stone. Curiosity lights up the man's face as he studies her mysterious find. Gazing at the stone, the young man considered it might serve as the power source for those peculiar machines. He suggested bringing the artifacts along, hoping to examine them more closely. The boys move through the familiar hallways, each step filled with anticipation and hope as they press onward. An unexpected movement catches the guy's eye, and a look of alarm flashes across his face. With trembling hands, he lifts his phone and starts to record, driven by a sense of dread. Ria, witnessing the strange event, stands motionless, her surprise rooting her to the spot. A mountain of debris spreads out before them, and the guy remarks on the chaos that lies ahead. Uncertainty stirs in his thoughts as he questions whether this truly was the same room. Memories of the hallway still fresh in his mind. The possibility that those enigmatic machines had reduced it to ruins crosses his mind. Surveying the scattered debris and remnants, Ria silently acknowledges his suspicion, affirmation clear in her steady nod. The boy catches the sound of his girlfriend's sorrowful voice behind him. Spinning around, concern quickly deepens in his gaze. Fiona sat weeping on the floor, tears silently streaming down her face. Through her sobs, she revealed that the valuable documents they had discussed were now completely ruined, beyond any hope of recovery. Anger flashed across the girl's face as she shouted, her voice trembling with indignation. Why would anyone design a trap that threatens to bring down their own structure? Confusion clouded her thoughts as she tried to make sense of the creator's intentions. A heavy sigh escaped the guy, his frustration clear as he admitted he too had been wondering the same thing. Without warning, Ria approaches from behind and softly calls his name, her voice tinged with worry. He turns to face her, sensing unease in the air, and gently asks what's troubling her. At her request, he steps forward to uncover an object buried beneath a heap of discarded debris. The unexpected nature of her request catches him off guard, yet he responds with a willingness to lend a hand. Guided by the girl, he approaches the massive hunk of metal that had come dangerously close to ending them both. A spark of exhilaration glimmers in his eyes, mingling with a trace of disdain as memories of that close call resurface. With a hint of caution in his voice, the young man asks his girlfriend if she'd like him to move it. Curiosity flickers in her eyes as she questions his reasoning, reminding him that nothing valuable lies there. Unfazed, she gestures to the ground and asserts with quiet confidence that something beneath the surface is worth their attention. Startled, the young man tilts his head and points out the exact location, his gaze fixed on the massive chunk of metal before him. A brief silence hangs in the air before the guy decides it's worth attempting to take it off. Once finished, he brushes his sleeve across his forehead to clear away the sweat. The sight leaves the girl breathless with delight. With a bright grin, she gestures toward the enormous sword flattened beneath the weighty metal, while the man stands motionless, caught off guard by the surprising sight. Astonishment fills the boy's face as he takes in the discovery. Eager to impress her friend, Ria volunteers to retrieve it for him, her hand already moving toward the sword. Realizing the sword's immense weight, she recognizes her own limitations and knows she cannot lift it. Spinning on her heel, the girl glances back at Katie, a hint of uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she admits the boy's remarkable weight. With a swift gesture, he offers his hand to her, his eagerness to assist unmistakable as he seizes the chance to display his strength. With effortless grace, the boy hoists the heavy sword, surprised at how naturally it fits in his grasp. The girl's eyes widen, admiration flickering across her face as she takes in the display of strength and the boy's surprising agility. With a determined grip, the boy raises the sword and declares he can handle it, though its weight presses heavily on him. At last, Fiona catches sight of the scene, her eyes wide with astonishment at his apparent ease. A look of confusion settles on her face as she takes in the unlikely display. Clearly startled by his reaction, the young man questions her, his voice laced with confusion. With a hint of embarrassment, she stammers out an explanation, calling it a gravity sword, though she admits she has no idea where it originated. The man repeats his question, unable to accept what he has just heard. Meanwhile, the young man recalls his girlfriend's words and wonders if some hidden force is responsible for the sword's astonishing heaviness. Curiosity takes hold as he decides to inspect it more closely. A meticulous inspection of the blade confirms its true nature. A gravity-enhanced sword, capable of amplifying the force of gravity with every downward swing. Confusion flickers across the young man's face as he repeats his question about gravitational acceleration, his mind already leaping far ahead. In his imagination, this discovery promises strength, a new weapon for battle. Meanwhile, Rhea observes quietly from behind, eager to glean every detail she can. Fiona gazes at the sword, clearly impressed by its sheer power, yet admits her surprise at its existence. The idea that anyone could wield such a weighty weapon baffles her, leaving the sword's origins and purpose shrouded in mystery. Reflecting aloud, the girl notes that only a handful of travelers managed to lift the sword, but each one already possessed their own weapon and left this blade behind. As he inspects the sword closely, the young man declares with conviction that he has figured everything out. Regaining his composure, the man inquires whether the sword will be required for future study, emphasizing its significance as an artifact worthy of careful examination. The girl responds that the sword is not especially rare, and tells him he is welcome to keep it if he wishes. Accepting the offer, the man decides to take the sword with him. With a wide, cheerful grin, Fiona declares their research for the day complete and suggests they make their way back to a place of safety. Immersed in the thrill of adventure, the young man lost track of time. Meanwhile, the girl candidly revealed that she needed his help to trigger each trap, promising that she would undertake a thorough exploration of these enigmatic ruins at a later date. Strolling down the endless corridor, the girl exclaims with enthusiasm that today has been so eventful, she can hardly process it all. For the first time in ages, everything seems to be unfolding perfectly, and with a radiant grin, she confesses how much enjoyment and excitement the day brought her. Without warning, Fiona's foot lands on a hidden piece of machinery, setting off a deep rumble that vibrates through the entire area. The sensation of the trembling ground sends a surge of adrenaline through her, leaving her breathless with a mix of surprise and excitement. An uneasy tension swept through the boys as the atmosphere shifted, urging them to glance around with growing apprehension, fully aware that something significant was unfolding. Exhaustion coloring her tone, Keita addresses Fiona. Understanding that their departure will be delayed, Fiona offers an apology and confesses to having pressed something by mistake. Without warning, the trap sprang to life and a heavy object crashed down from above, showering the corridor with sparks and a resounding clatter. Instinctively, the young man shielded the girls with his own body, absorbing the brunt of the impact meant for them. The boy's mind drifts back, recognizing these ancient mechanisms as the very ones they now faced in battle. With reluctant clarity, he acknowledges their renewed power, sensing the shift in the conflict. With a weary tone, the young man mutters about the robots once more, his words tinged with fatigue from their endless battles. The girl's ears droop as remorse washes over her, her gaze dropping in shame. She utters a quiet apology, fully aware that her choices have brought about this troubling turn of events. With a gentle smile, Kayato reassures everyone that all is well. Quietly, he reflects on his next steps, aware that once again a decision awaits him in this uncertain moment. Gazing at the towering robots, realization dawns on the young man. Within this cramped corridor, slipping back into their crystals as he once did proves impossible. Inspiration sparked within Rhea as she recalled an idea and suggested the boy test out his new sword, her tone brimming with hope. The boy turned to her, his face lighting up with astonishment at her sudden, daring suggestion. The prospect excited him, and with a surge of resolve he drew his new weapon, agreeing to test the sword as anticipation steadily built within him. Engines roared to life as the vehicles surged forward, their mechanical noises echoing with an ominous menace. Without a second thought for his own safety, the young man sprang into action, gripping his newfound weapon with determination. The girls observed him intently, their faces lit with hope, trusting that he would prevail. Gazing at the sword in awe, the boy quickly realized that its surprising lightness must be the result of its enchantment. Energized by this discovery, he summoned every ounce of his strength and determination. With a powerful leap, he soared above the battlefield, directing his blade toward the towering metal automatons below. Gripping his two-handed sword tightly, He anticipated the surge of strength that would unleash as he brought it down. Bracing himself for the critical strike, gripping his weapon tightly, the man unleashes a furious assault on the robots, adrenaline surging through his veins. Kaida watches in astonishment, taken aback by the sheer force and destruction he manages to inflict. Gripping the sword, the boy recognized its immense destructive power, far surpassing that of ordinary magical weapons. With this realization, a newfound confidence bloomed within him, mingling with the satisfaction it brought. A mighty strike shatters the robots, sending fragments flying in every direction as waves of energy surge through the battlefield. Scattered debris, twisted metal and earth alike, tumbles across the landscape, propelled by the force of the impact. Sparks flew and fragments of ancient mechanisms scattered through the air, while the girls watched in fear, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Wearing broad smiles and radiating satisfaction, the men express with confidence that they appreciate this sword more than ever, declaring it truly their own now. Back at the cozy estate after their eventful journey to Tofu, the group settled around the table, savoring the comfort of hot tea as they unwound from their recent exploits. Perched with attentive ears and a gently wagging tail, Fiona radiates encouragement as she thanks the boys for their hard work, setting aside any lingering concerns. She brings up the future with a note of optimism, inviting everyone to discuss their next steps together. Ria shifts her gaze to the man and inquires about the progress of the task. He responds, after a moment of contemplation, that it remains unfinished. Simultaneously, he comes to the realization that their true objective lies in uncovering details about the artifact's destruction. With a hint of irony, Kaya glances across the table at Fiona and remarks that it's a shame she hasn't had any involvement in earthquakes. A wide smile spreads across the girl's face as she closes her eyes and announces her discovery that the ruins hold no connection to the earthquake. Her words dampen the guy's spirits, leaving him gazing at her with clear disappointment, since he had been hoping for a very different answer. Perplexity flickers across the man's face as he wonders aloud if all their research has been for nothing. Fiona, her lips curved in a quiet smile, gently dismisses his worry and assures him that their efforts were not in vain. With a sense of purpose, she inquires whether he is familiar with Radomko. Confusion clouded Kaida's face as he pressed his brow together, admitting he had never heard that name before and asking if it belonged to a person. The fox girl lifted a finger and tilted her head thoughtfully, confirming he was correct. She revealed the name, Radomko Svan Orthon. Hearing this, the guy's eyes widened with surprise, a distant memory flickering to life. Memories surface, reminding him that in this world, only nobles bear family names. He notes that the man's initials include Orthon, the name of the city. Curiosity compels the boy to quietly ask the girl if this man is the local lord. Inwardly, he realizes that addressing such a figure without proper respect would be a grave mistake. With a gentle smile, Fiona reassures the young man that the name actually belongs to the successor, not the current ruler of the region. In this city, she explains, the locals rarely speak favorably of him. With a furrowed brow and an uneasy grin, the young man comes to the unsettling realization that this person is universally disliked. According to the girl, nearly a month has passed since Forzil-sama, the current ruler, set out on a journey to a foreign land. With her gaze lowered, Fiona explains how Radomko rose to the position of deputy to the lord and began imposing heavy taxes without justification. He then started seizing goods from the shops of everyday citizens. The girl notes that he is capable of executing innocent people on fabricated charges. She finishes by revealing that this man acts according to his own whims, facing no repercussions for his actions. Kayai, caught off guard, pays little attention to the conversation. The boy reflects on his own actions, questioning why he has not been labeled a criminal despite taking innocent lives. Fiona explains that, in their world, such matters are settled through duels chosen by the people, removing any sense of wrongdoing from their society's perspective. Memories resurface of a woman calmly explaining the peculiar code of this world. When someone slays their adversary in a duel, the deed escapes the label of crime. This notion shapes the very foundation of common sense here. At last, clarity returns to his mind, and he turns to the girl, asking about the link between this individual and the earthquakes. In response, she reveals that the very person who prohibited the guild from sharing any information about the tremors is none other than Radomko himself. Her words leave the young man visibly taken aback. Fiona shares her belief, though she notes it is only her perspective, that he orchestrated the halt of the earthquake investigation. She goes on to mention his embezzlement of tax funds, a misdeed that has caused hardship for many, herself included. Realization dawns on the man as her earlier words about their next steps finally make sense. Though he acknowledges the situation, he seeks her direct guidance, longing to hear from her exactly what she expects him to do regarding this individual. With uncertainty flickering in her eyes, the girl folds her arms close to her chest and softly admits her desire for him to defeat her. A gentle smile plays on her lips as she openly confesses that the thought of him being able to kill the man genuinely brings her happiness. Taking in the girl's earnest expression, the young man studies her closely and sees her hands clenched tightly, trembling with emotion. With closed eyes, Kaida senses the undercurrents of deep resentment and hatred lurking within the situation. Turning toward her, he asks if following her suggestion would make the man a criminal for committing murder. The girl concedes that it would indeed make him a criminal, yet explains that the man frequently ridicules those from lower classes and kills them in duels, always managing to justify his behavior. Realization dawned on the boy as he understood that his status as an E-rank adventurer could finally be put to use. The girl quickly picked up on his idea and nodded her agreement without hesitation. The boy realizes that in this world, everyone equates rank with power. He knows he is likely the only adventurer still lingering at the lowly E rank, a rare exception among his peers. The man realizes that the individual responsible for enforcing harsh taxes and causing widespread misery is the same one orchestrating the destruction of treasured artifacts. Reason suggests this person should be removed from power, yet the young man, lost in contemplation, lowers his eyes as he quietly considers what steps to take next. Turning to Fiona, he asks for a moment to gather his thoughts. The girl responds with a cheerful nod, agreeing without hesitation. Strolling through the city alongside Rhea, Kaya turns over Fiona's request in his mind. The idea of eliminating the Lord's deputy weighs heavily on him. Trust in Fiona's honesty remains strong, yet caution still compels him to seek confirmation before giving her any answer. Weighing his options, the idea of collecting information around the city and confronting the person face to face seems most effective. However, on second thought, he realizes that he doesn't have the slightest clue about the person's appearance. Attention shifts as a stir breaks out within the city streets. Scanning his surroundings, the young man notices a rotund, boisterous figure attracting the crowd's curiosity. With a bold, challenging stare, he remarked that he mistook the kneeling man for someone carrying a bag of money. The man clutching the bag, voice edged with sarcasm, added that, given the chance, he might as well hand over his taxes directly to him. Kaida, caught off guard, never imagined she would encounter Radomko at such close range. Radomko himself hadn't anticipated being recognized with such ease. After closely observing the unfolding scene, Kaida quickly recognized that the man causing a commotion in the street was the very same one who had spoken of Fiona earlier. The boy's eyes fell on a destitute man, trembling in terror beneath the weight of Radomko's relentless demands. Curiosity stirred within Kaida as he quietly turned to the nearby bystander, seeking an explanation for the troubling scene. The bystander simply glanced at Kaida, and after guessing he might be a traveler, quietly counseled him to keep his distance from such troubled affairs. The man went on, describing how Radomko often pulled this same scheme. He would target someone, then suddenly hike up taxi fees to an outrageous level, making daily life nearly impossible. If the victims found themselves unable to pay these new, crushing costs, Radomko would swoop in, demand their possessions, and eventually seize their shops, leaving them with nothing. The stranger delivers a stern warning, insisting that under no circumstances should the man attempt to intervene on behalf of Dom Coast. If Dom Coast senses any sign of weakness, he will immediately level serious accusations and challenge his opponent to a deadly duel. Continuing his confession, he admits that countless lives were lost due to his actions, as others found it impossible to stand by and felt compelled to get involved. Lost in contemplation, the man glances at Radomko and recognizes the truth behind the rumors. Understanding at last that this truly is a dangerous individual, Kaina came to the unsettling conclusion that the accusations connecting him to the artifact's destruction probably held some truth. The stranger, visibly unsettled, kept muttering about his longing for Forzo-sama's swift return, desperate for an end to the nightmare engulfing them all. Abruptly, a voice from the crowd rose up, as one observer stepped forward to press the stranger on the meaning of his words. Red Amco stood before them, brimming with disdain as he mocked the poor commoners who dared to brand him a villain. Without pausing for a reply, he demanded if his challenger was prepared to face the repercussions of such reckless accusations. Peeling off his glove, he raised his voice and ordered his subordinates to seize it. With a haughty glint in his eye, Radomko lifts his hand, declaring his challenge to the insolent man standing before him. Yet the bravado quickly fades, and fear overtakes him as the reality of his situation dawns. His fate seems sealed. Meanwhile, Keita observes the unfolding scene with measured caution. Memories resurface of the man's warning, advising the boy to keep his distance or risk being pulled into a world of shady dealings. Confusion flickers across the stranger's face as he listens, unable to grasp the point. The man calmly explains his belief. Deep down, no one truly desires death. Radomko goes on to propose a way out. If the man pays him a tax several times greater than usual, he will let the incident slide. Panic flickers in the man's eyes as he understands he cannot possibly come up with such a large amount. Trembling, he admits that meeting Radomko's demand is impossible for him. Frustration simmers within Keita as he witnesses the unfolding events. But his attention shifts when Ria's soft voice quietly reaches him from behind. Spinning on his heel, he notices a girl standing close by, her eyes brimming with tears as she quietly remarks on the man's unpleasant odor. Laughter rippled through the city as the crowd reacted in unison to what had been said. Even Keita, usually reserved, let a mocking smile slip across his face. Meanwhile, Radomko, his humiliation now plain, turned bright red, his embarrassment quickly giving way to a simmering anger. The dignified man remarked on the fragrance, noting its elegance and lack of any foul odor. Instead of challenging the older opponent, he chose to target the young girl for his duel. Before he could reach her, Keita swiftly intervened, catching him off guard and sending him to the ground, blocking his path to the child. The man collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony, while Ria quickly slipped behind another bystander, her movements betraying her panic. Anxiety spread throughout the city as onlookers witnessed the scene, each person growing wary and uneasy at the sight of this man. Thinking quietly, the young man admits to himself that role-playing games have never been his strength. Resigned to the situation, he remarks that the perfume's scent is indeed unpleasant, although he doubts the odor is coming from his own body. Cautiously, Keita uses his sword to lift the man's glove, refusing to touch it with bare hands. With a glare full of anger, he declares that this word is Radomko's. Ria puzzled over the unfamiliar way her friend spoke, and wondered where his cloak had disappeared to. The young man explained calmly that he had removed it intentionally, hoping to appear less threatening and avoid drawing attention. Keita, meanwhile, urged the girl to stay away for now, warning that tensions were rising and the situation was becoming dangerous. Fiona emerges unexpectedly, her voice filled with curiosity as she wonders aloud about the commotion. A bright smile spreads across Keita's face at the sight of the girl, prompting her to toss the man's glove aside without a second thought. Ria remains silent, caught off guard, her eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Turning toward Fiona, the man remarks on her perfect timing and asks her to look after Ria to ensure her safety. He then addresses her earlier request, implying with certainty that she already understands the answer. A wide smile spreads across the girl's face, her expression bright with relief as she expresses her agreement, eager to offer her support in this challenging moment. Rising abruptly, Radomko unleashed a stream of curses, his voice echoing his resolve that the deed was done. The atmosphere grew heavy with unease, while Keita, lost in confusion, glanced around with evident bewilderment. With unwavering resolve, the boy pressed his finger to his temple and challenged him to a fight. In that instant, he dismissed Radomko as a spoiled troublemaker, convinced that someone like him posed no real threat. A calm confidence colored his words as he declared that no one could possibly stand against the might of the strongest E-rank adventurer. At these words, a sly grin curled on Radomko's lips, hinting at the scheming thoughts quietly twisting in his mind. With a voice brimming with defiance, the man proclaimed to the gathering crowd that they clearly needed a lesson about the consequences of challenging him. With a determined fist raised high, he declares his challenge to Keita, demanding a duel right here and now. Meanwhile, the student ranked 10th observes the unfolding scene, calmly remarking that everything is proceeding as expected. Radomko gestures toward one of the soldiers, choosing him as the second participant for the duel. The soldier nods in acknowledgement, accepting his role, while Keita quietly remains on the sidelines, observing the tense exchange unfold. The guard, accepting the situation with weary resignation, let out a quiet sigh as events unfolded. In that moment, Keita drew in a sharp breath, a sudden memory surfacing, one that held the potential to alter everything. Recognition washed over him as he noticed this was the same intimidating figure he had spoken with not long ago. Upon discovering that this stranger understood the true extent of his abilities, which far surpassed those of a D rank, the man came to a halt. Meanwhile, the guard lingered nearby, head bowed in uncertainty, unsure how to proceed. Fearing the duel might come to an abrupt end, Kaida managed to draw Radomko's attention. Sensing the gaze upon him, Radomko turned and studied Kaida with curious interest. A nervous smile flickered across Kaida's face, and he gave a small nod, a silent gesture of readiness for the battle ahead. The crowd pressed in around the guard, eager for his response, while the young man paused, quickly weighing his options. With a swift motion, his right hand struck his chest as he announced with conviction that he would serve as witness to the duel. Seeing this, Kaida became fully aware of the resentment people harbored toward Radomko's, and this realization only deepened his own fury. The young man declares that victory will force Radomko's to roll back every tax hike. The other man, barely hesitating, consents but swiftly demands his own condition. Should he win, every possession belonging to Kaide will be his. With unwavering determination, the man declares the bet meaningless, confident of his inevitable victory. Once more the young man presses Radomko, hoping for some sign that surrender might still be possible. Radomko, unwavering, insists that nothing matters except achieving victory. With a slight bow, Radomko asserts that once his opponent falls, he will turn his attention to a commoner and the girl accompanying him. A concerned frown crossed Kaide's face upon learning that those dear to him were involved. Yet even so, he stood firm and chose to accept the duel. With a commanding gesture, the guard overseeing the second round lifts his hand, signaling the beginning of the duel and urging the participants to prepare themselves. Radomko settles into his battle stance, ready to strike while the hero watches him warily, distrust gleaming in his eyes. Kaida narrows her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration, as the man announces that he will permit a final farewell. With a scowl etched across his face and confidence radiating from his stance, the man announces his rank as a sea-level traveler, expressing his hope that the boy proves to be an entertaining opponent. A wave of fear sweeps over the young man as Kaida realizes he has risked far more than he intended, completely blindsided by the revelation that his opponent holds a C-rank status. Without hesitation, Radomko sprang to his feet and bolted toward the man, intent on challenging him to a duel. The man's sword slices through the air toward his opponent, but the other moves with impressive speed, smoothly sidestepping the strike. Acting on pure instinct, Kaide unleashes a powerful strike that catches the enemy off guard. A pained grunt escapes the man, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The boy notes to himself that the renowned C-ranked traveler he once knew possessed far greater strength than this opponent. Sent hurtling backward by several meters, the man reels from the blow, clearly unprepared for such overwhelming force. The impact lands with such power that Kaide's sword snaps cleanly in two, the blade splitting right down the middle. In disbelief, the boy gathers the shattered remnants of his sword, his thoughts fixated on the fact that even Dolvaron-sama's prized steel blade has been destroyed. The realization stings as he recalls that this weapon was the only possession he truly valued. As Radomko struggles to rise after the blow, a chilling realization dawns on him. His body refuses to respond, leaving him completely immobilized. With a deep groan, the man warns everyone around him that he might have suffered a broken bone. In an instant, the entire city fell silent, every eye fixed on the man half sitting in the street, laid bare for public mockery. In a single heartbeat, the crowd erupted together, urging Kaide to see his task through to the end. With his head bowed, the boy made his way toward the man, quietly stating that, if he remembered correctly, these were the terms for victory. Before he could finish, Radomko let out a loud hiccup of fear. The townspeople immediately lifted their hands and celebrated, their faces alight with the joy of the boy's triumph. Desperation shone in the man's eyes as he nervously offered all his money, pleading only to be left unharmed. In that tense moment, as hope teetered on the edge of collapse, Kaide recognized the desperate plea for mercy in the man's eyes. Sensing an opportunity, he pressed forward, determined to extract the truth. Calmly, he demanded to know why the man had stolen information from the guild. Seated on the ground, the man gazes up at the boy, his eyes wide with terror. Stammering, he insists that he acted under orders. Without hesitation, Kaide demands to know who gave him those instructions. Sensing the approach of his final moments, the man draws a trembling breath and begins to recount the tale of a man named John Doe. With emotions surging in his words, he explains that John Doe belongs to the latest generation of the Fire of Doom, and, according to his convictions, was the driving force behind the scheme to steal the money. Upon hearing of this enigmatic organization for the first time, Kaide, slightly perplexed, asks the young man once more if that truly is the name, so peculiar and uncommon. Memories clouding his gaze, Radomko speaks with growing urgency about a formidable group, one united by the conviction that every artifact harbors evil. The scale and menace of this organization weigh heavily in his troubled voice. Anxiety flickered in the men's eyes as they recounted the moment his brother stood alongside their father, unnoticed and overlooked. Radomko felt certain the fault lay with the artifacts, convinced that the group's actions were justified. Guilt weighed heavily on Kaida, who believed that he alone was responsible for the unfolding events. Driven by curiosity, the boy inquires about any further details the man might hold regarding this organization. The man admits he has nothing more to share, mentioning only that Radomko urged him to place his trust in him. Doubt turns into conviction for Kaida as he senses the man's honesty. With the prince gone, he notices an unmistakable shift in the air. Members of these organizations appear to be steering events, using him as a pawn for their own benefit. Weighed down by everything he had just heard, Kaida finds his sympathy drained away, replaced by a simmering anger. The boy, gripping the broken remains of his sword, turns to leave Radomko's, offering a final farewell. A voice rings out from the crowd, urgently calling Kate's name and pleading for him to pause. Just as his face hovers mere centimeters from his opponent, the boy halts in mid-motion. At the front of the restless crowd stands a bearded man clad in armor, his demeanor radiating authority and barely contained agitation. Clutching the shattered remains of his sword, Kaida turns his head to glance back at the man standing behind him. Radomko, meanwhile, stares ahead in a mix of surprise and confusion, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected appearance of someone he has not encountered for years. Radomko bursts out with a passionate cry, declaring that this man is his father. The man, clearly unsettled and anxious, surveys the scene before him, dawning realization spreading across his face as he senses that the situation carries grave consequences. Following tradition, one of the guards strikes his chest with his right hand as a gesture of honor, then calls out a respectful greeting to Forza Al-Sama, acknowledging her dignity and high standing. Amid the heavy tension, Kaida glances over his shoulder, surprise and curiosity flickering in his eyes as he recognizes the true prince who had once departed for the capital. The moment he discovers the prince's return, news of the city's suffering and the people's plight weighs heavily on him. Zell, his gaze steely with resolve, steps forward and reaches out, his gesture calm and commanding. With courtesy, he requests the boy to lower his sword, making it clear that he cannot permit Radomko to lose his life in a senseless duel. With a mix of eagerness and lingering doubt, the man turns to his father, hoping for reassurance that he will be saved. Kaida addresses the king, reminding him that victory in their duel depends on the death of an opponent. He seeks clarification, asking if success will still be recognized if those conditions are not met. Forziel's psalm responds that if victory depends on the enemy's demise, then those terms must be fulfilled. He goes on to clarify that personally delivering the fatal blow is not required. It is Kaida's responsibility to do so. At the king's command, a guard reached into his belongings and produced a large, square object adorned with enigmatic symbols, each carrying its own secret significance. Gazing at the object before him, Kaida recognizes it as a magical device capable of revealing one's status, and a new wave of curiosity stirs within him. Without a word, the guard hands the attribute to Radomko, who sits on the ground, his face lighting up with excitement. Uncertainty flickers in his eyes as confusion settles in. He cannot grasp their intentions or imagine what might happen next. As the magical attribute touches the man's chest, a sudden burst of light radiates from the device, signaling that it has activated. The unexpected brilliance stirs immediate concern among those present. Without warning, the word bandit flashed boldly across the screen of the magic device. Radomko and Kaida stared in disbelief, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. The guard declares the boy guilty with chilling indifference. Radomko bursts out, protesting the accusation, his voice rising in desperation. The boy's father closes his eyes and draws a weary breath, silent and heavy with disappointment. With desperation in his eyes, the man pleads and insists to his father that he is innocent. The prince, his anger simmering with disappointment, raises his voice and rebukes him, declaring that if he truly had done nothing wrong, things would be different. Forzel's voice trembles with rage as he demands to know the whereabouts of Madame Kos. Allowing such events to unfold goes against everything he stands for. Witnessing such a situation is something his nature refuses to accept. Radomko attempts to explain his actions, insisting that his younger brother's constant meddling in orders left him with no choice but to lock him up. From Radomko's perspective, imprisoning his brother is just a reasonable response, nothing out of the ordinary or alarming. Throughout the city, people stood frozen in silent horror, their eyes fixed on the unfolding events. Disgusted, Kaida shot the man a contemptuous glare, her thoughts turning to how society would label his actions as assault and a denial of freedom. Doubt crept into the boy's mind as he questioned whether the man truly believed this was ordinary. As Asama pressed his palm to his forehead, lamenting the dreadful behavior of his son, Radomko stole a fearful glance at the man, suddenly understanding the consequences that awaited him. Zell declared with clear disappointment that the man would face execution as a bandit, delivering the sentence without a hint of mercy. The prince reflected that, had the man conducted himself with decency in his youth, a peaceful life could have been his. Radomko, gripped by horror and fear, asked once more. As the guards closed in and seized the man as a criminal, panic overtook him. Shouting desperately to his father, he pleaded for mercy, his voice trembling with fear and hope. Meanwhile, the prince turned to Koyad, offering heartfelt apologies for the distress and turmoil his actions had caused. Assuming full responsibility for the entire situation, the prince assures that he will lift all restrictions without delay and instruct the guild to release the information to the public at once. With heartfelt regret, he once more offers his sincere apologies to the boy. Kayaida observes the man with a newfound appreciation, recognizing the unwavering professionalism he maintains despite likely being the one most deeply affected by the circumstances. Slipping back into his coat, the young man restored his familiar look just as Ria and Fiona came into view on the distant horizon. Their faces lit with warm smiles, they praised him for his impressive effort. Fiona, her face a mix of sincerity and surprise, admitted she hadn't expected to meet someone familiar here. Relief filled her words as she expressed gratitude that matters had been resolved. Kaeda responded with a gentle smile, assuring her that with this man at the helm, the city would remain at peace. Noticing the gravity settling on their faces, the young man reminded them that the artifact problem remained unsolved, and urged everyone to stay alert moving forward. With a confident tone, he proposed that the girls head back to the guild now that the information ban had been lifted. Assured that Lashasan would reveal everything, the girls followed his suggestion with cheerful agreement. Upon arrival, the boys spotted some intriguing information displayed on a nearby stand, and their curiosity grew as they saw other residents frozen in astonishment by what they read. Fiona leaned in, her eyes fixed on the headline, and remarked that the news had already gone public, an outcome that truly impressed her. The young man, taking in how swiftly the update had spread, acknowledged her comment, noting that events seemed to be unfolding at a remarkable pace. The announcement had appeared just minutes earlier, yet the rapid pace of unfolding events filled him with a sense of awe. Turning around, Taida noticed Lucia-san engaged in conversation with the girl. Sensing his eyes on her, the girl glanced back and offered him a gentle smile, stirring emotions deep within him. A nervous smile flickered across the young man's face as he glanced back, curiosity swirling in his mind about whether she had begun her preparations the moment the duel started. Meanwhile, Fiona settled into position, her cheerful expression fading as she lifted her hand in greeting. Recognizing the remarkable talent and competence of the girl, he sensed her potential to shape what lay ahead. This realization brought him a quiet reassurance and sparked new hope for the days to come. According to the news, monsters lurking around Orti and OM had begun acting in strange and unpredictable ways. Many suspected this shift was linked to the recent destruction of artifacts. Reports also highlighted a noticeable rise in earthquakes, fueling anxiety among the locals, who now lived in a state of unending apprehension. It is highly likely that a number of powerful artifacts are keeping the volcano in check, which would explain the absence of any noticeable signs of an impending eruption. An organization known as the New Generation of the Fire of Doom, fierce opponents of their cause, demolished the artifact. The inquiry remains active, and by morning, fresh details might surface, potentially altering the direction of the entire situation. As he absorbed the details before him, a realization dawned. The artifact he and Ria had uncovered, now in ruins, once held back the fury of the volcano, and with its destruction, the earth itself had trembled in response. Fiona faced her companion and explained that despite all that had been discussed, their task was clear: track down the last of the artifacts and protect them from being destroyed no matter what. Her friend listened closely and nodded in firm agreement. With a pensive hand resting on her chin, the girl suggests a visit to the great ruins of Orion, though a hint of doubt lingers in her voice about finding anything of value there. Startled, the young man glances at his friend, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asks why she holds that opinion, noting that research often reveals unexpected findings. With a contemplative gesture, Fiona massages her temples and mentions hearing about the previously discovered ruins. In her view, however, the ancient halls within the great ruins of Orthon belong to a completely different age. Continuing her explanation, she mentions the multitude of theories surrounding these ruins. However, in her view, they are relics of another civilization. Kaida and Ria listen closely to their friend, taking in every word and feeling a sense of understanding settle over them. Turning his gaze aside, he mulled over the possibility that everything might indeed be true. If so, they were utterly lost when it came to finding the remaining artifacts, and this did nothing to improve his outlook. The man fixes his gaze on Ria, puzzled by the fact that the new inheritors of the deadly fire have not yet uncovered the remaining artifacts. In his mind, their ruin is inevitable and merely awaits its moment. Quite unexpectedly, Ria's gaze shifts as she catches sight of something that draws her attention, her expression filled with astonishment. Just a few meters from the bustling crowd, the group lingered near the newsstand, while fresh faces, eager for updates on the latest events, had begun to gather. The boy looks to the girl, curious if she might pinpoint the artifact's location as long as the entrance remains unsealed. Ria, brimming with confidence, assures him that handling this task will be no trouble at all. Fiona, puzzled by the conversation, tries to understand what is being discussed. Deep beneath the surface, Kaida mentions ancient ruins that hide an artifact, protected by a seal untouched by any magic. Yet, a subtle certainty colors her words as she senses this seal's time is drawing to a close. With wide-eyed astonishment, Fiona studies the young man and asks what made him reach that conclusion, still unaware of the weight behind his thoughts. The conversation shifts to the organization tasked with locating the remaining artifacts, followed by the challenge of dismantling them. Mention is made that detecting changes in magical power would simplify matters for him and Ria. In response, the girl points out that destroying these powerful and resilient objects will prove far from simple. Extending his hand, the young man suggests that as long as their enemies are being destroyed, an opportunity might present itself. With a gesture toward those gathered by the notice, the man remarks that the people above ground will no doubt alert their friends below. He turns to the girls and wonders aloud if they share his expectation. Astonishment swept over the girls as they listened, their mouths agape while they stared at the young man. Delight sparkles in Fiona's eyes as she announces that this revelation means the seal can finally be broken. Joy radiates from Ria as she wholeheartedly agrees. Observing their excitement, the young man nods in affirmation and adds that Fiona's assessment is correct, and they will soon pinpoint their location. With a resolute expression, the young man brings his fist down into his open palm and declares that the moment the truth comes to light, action will follow. The surrounding chaos will soon be brought to an end, lending greater purpose to their mission. A wide smile spreads across his face, radiating hope for a brighter future.